Go Jared, I screamed out loud, practically damaging my throat area. I'd probably lose my voice by tomorrow. Go Jared, woo. The slightly windy night only made the game more cliché. People clapped, and sometimes booed. Lisa sat beside me, clearly searching for her mate. John, who is also my best friend. He got past the ball, then immediately tackled by the other team. She booed in disappointment and concern for John, who stood up and flashed a promising smirk at her. She practically fainted. Her and John have been mates since last year and their love is as fresh as ever. It's almost like they grow to love each other more every day. I smiled to myself, hoping that one day me and Jared will mate and love each other like Lisa and John. The audience suddenly stood up and cheered as loud as they can when Blade Russell scored a shot. I rolled my eyes, unconcerned for his shots, and watched Jared. Go Jared, I screamed again, out of all the cheering fangirls. He noticed me and sent a flirty wink my way. I giggled, sending him a soft, shy smile. From the corner of my eye, I noticed a girl shooting me a dirty look. I shrugged it off, seeing as I couldn't blame her. Jared was looking extremely appealing in his red and black lacrosse uniform. And he was all mine. 15 minutes into the game, my stomach growled, warning me for food. Lisa, I'll be right back, I said. She nodded, shooing me off. I quickly stood up, laughing to myself, and walked over crazy screaming fans, almost tripping on a can of Coke in process. I reached the small canteen, which smelt strongly of hot dogs and mustard. I ordered a small bag of chips and lemonade to satisfy my hunger for a little bit. After paying, I went back to my seat, having to slap away a foam finger which had been sprung in my face. The score was now 39-40, leaving us in lead. I watched as the ball was thrown to Jared and cheered. He easily caught it with his net and ran forward, dodging an attack from the other team. Determination was clear in his movements. Every step he took seemed to scream, "I'm gonna make it, go!" I screamed. Go Jared. He kept running forward and forward, closer and closer to the net. Then, all of a sudden, a guy appeared from the side, making contact with Jared's body, causing him to come crashing down. The crowd cheered when the captain, Blade, got the ball again. He easily slipped between two guys trying to tackle him and shot the ball forward, but the goalie was able to catch it. The crowd booed and sat down. About 10 minutes later, the scores became tied. This last shot wins the game. The ball was thrown to John. It ran forward, making contact with a guy attempting to tackle him, causing him to fall. John kept going, passing the ball to Blade. Blade ran forward, avoiding two guys from the other team, and passed it to Jared. The crowd screamed the numbers backwards from the clock. Sure. So. 8. Jared glanced at me. I smiled and nodded. He turned back and shot the ball forward, scoring into the net. I stood up and screamed as loudly as I can. Yay, Jared. The team carried both Blade and Jared on their shoulders, chanting their names. I laughed as Jared hopped off and ran towards me. Without hesitation, he grabbed my face and kissed me. I let out a mental sigh of happiness and kissed him back. He pulled away and rested his forehead on mine. Thank you. For what? I asked, grinning. He shrugged. For coming. I know you hate lacrosse. I laughed. How can I hate it when my hunk of a boyfriend is in his uniform and playing? He laughed with me and cockily agreed. We walked towards the changing room, where all the guys stood. John and Lisa were still kissing to the side, in a very close position. I rolled my eyes, stifling a giggle. "Hey guys," muttered Jared to his teammates, doing his guy handshakes with some. "Nice shot tonight," complimented Mark. Jared glanced at me, his hands wrapping around mine, and he muttered, "Couldn't have done it without my amazing girlfriend." I blushed and glanced down. "You're whipped," laughed Jake. "Just wait until you find your mate," said Jared. "You don't know if you're mates yet. You're not 18. I just know we are." He winked at me, after Jared took a shower and changed from his uniform to a black shirt and jeans. We got into his car and drove to Blade's house, where the party will be held. I didn't know him very well. All I was aware of was his constantly changing reputation. He's the bad boy in this school, the massive player, and also the enemy of our pack. His father was part of our pack when our parents were teenagers, but rebelled against them and decided to start his own. And Blade, apparently, took after his footsteps. "Jared, are you sure we should be going to Blade's house? He's our enemy." "Don't worry," he said, "it's just a party. Nothing else. Our parents don't know it's his party. But he's the enemy. It's wrong. I'll be by your side the whole time. Besides, everybody is going. Humans and werewolves. Still, if anything goes wrong, he'll kill us. Why are you so worried? If you don't want to go, it's all right. We can do something together." No, it's all right. I'm just paranoid. You think too much. Just enjoy." "Fine," I muttered, defeated. We drove in Jared's Jeep, John and Lisa following behind us. When we got there, Jared parked, ran out of the car, and opened my door. I rolled my eyes as he made me place my hands on his shoulders. "We have to do this every time," I asked, unable to stifle a smile. He nodded. "Yes." He placed his hands on my waist and lifted me up into the air, spinning me around like a child before planting my feet on the ground. I giggled, feeling dizzy, and clung into him. He chuckled and kissed my forehead. He suddenly grabbed my waist again and tipped me low to the side, causing me to shriek out loud. "I love you," he whispered, near my lips. "I love you too, you jerk." I laughed, kissing him back. We waited for John and Lisa, who arrived 10 minutes after, both holding ice cream in their hands. "You're late," I said. "We stopped for ice cream," shrugged John, sharing a secret glance with Lisa. I laughed, not wanting to know what happened. Jared grabbed my hands and led me into the mansion. "We'll meet you guys inside, okay?" John said, already grabbing Lisa's waist. "Don't they get tired of kissing?" I chuckled. Jared sent me a playful look. "Do we?" I blushed and stood on my tippy toes, giving his cheek a small peck. We headed further inside. The room was dark, with occasional multicolored lights from the DJ and the disco ball. People were pressed against each other, dancing rapidly. They were all sweaty and loud, throwing their hands in the air and shouting lyrics. Jared and I pushed through people and made our way towards the bar. "1 Coke and 1 lemonade," ordered Jared, winking at me. Only he would bother to remember my strong addiction to lemonade, I thought, affectionately. The waiter handed us our drinks, looking surprised. Probably because every other student asked for hard beverages. But me and Jared never really drank hard beverages. Mainly because we were underage, and the first time we both tasted it, we had hated it. Jared opened my can, not taking his eyes off of me. I smiled, looking down, embarrassed by the blush forming on my cheeks. He always made me feel so perfect. He placed his fingertips beneath my chin and lifted it. Don't be shy. We've been together for 2 years. I can't help it. I said. You make me feel like I'm out of a fairy tale. Well, I'm reality. He smirked. And I'm here to stay. After we both were done our drinks, I grabbed Jared's hands and led him to the dance floor. Luckily, a slow song was on. Jared placed my hands on his shoulders and his hands on my waist. He put his forehead to mine and began to rock us slowly. He stared into my green eyes, and I stared at his brown ones. You're so gorgeous, he muttered. I smiled at him and looked down, attempting to hide yet another blush. His fingertips lifted my chin again and went back to my waist, causing me to shiver with pleasure. Please don't look down. I love staring at your eyes. I nodded slowly, feeling butterflies in my stomach. Jared had to be the best thing that's happened to my life. He made me feel like I'm the most beautiful girl on earth. He treated me like a princess and clearly cared for me. Every time he touched me, I'd tingle and burn pleasurably. I couldn't ask for anything more. Everything was just so perfect. Jared pressed his lips to my forehead, causing me to close my eyes, almost losing myself. He had to be my mate. The next song was a fast pop song that you dance to. Everybody threw their hands into the air, screaming lyrics out loud. Jared and I danced for a little while before practically crawling out of the crowd and heading to the food tables. He took 2 plates and handed me one. This is a lot of food. I laughed out loud, eyeing the multiple trays filled with stuff. Jared grabbed some chips and put it on my plate. Good. A man's gotta eat. After filling our plates, we headed to the empty tables outside. Jared grabbed a shovel and balanced it on the table. He put an orange on the front and brought his fist down on the end, flinging the fruit into the swimming pool. It landed with a loud splash, wetting everybody around them, causing them to shriek out. I giggled, ran away to the back with Jared, abandoning our food. We reached Blade's other side backyard and sat on the 2-person swing. When the party was over, Jared and I entered his car and drove away, not waiting for John and Lisa. They'd probably stick around and kiss for an hour. Jared drove me home, opening my door for me and spinning me around. I laughed as he set me down and walked me to the door. He turned me around and smirked before kissing me passionately. I kissed him back, my arms resting around his neck. He pulled back and smiled. I love tonight. I smiled and nodded. Me too. With one last peck. He headed back towards his car and waited until I unlocked the door and stepped inside. Bye, I mouthed, waving my hands. He smiled and waved back before driving away. I shut the door and pressed my back against it, urging to go after him and kiss him again. I noticed the house was very silent as I headed into my room. It was only 12. Where were Mom and Dad? I looked out my window and saw 2 wolves running into the forest, nudging each other playfully. That was Mom and Dad. After stripping from my clothes and taking a shower, I put on some pajamas and headed into bed. Suddenly, a ding caught my attention. I grabbed my phone and saw that it was a text from Jared. Good night, it said. I smiled and replied, good night. Next morning, I woke up to the sound of my alarm clock. I groaned loudly to myself, flinging the covers over. A new text arrived. Good morning, Jared. I smiled to myself. He never forgot to text me every day before bed and after. I picked up my phone and wrote, Happy birthday. After my morning routine, I put on a pair of blue jeans, a tank top and a loose-fitted t-shirt before grabbing my school bag and heading downstairs. Mom and Dad were sitting in the kitchen, eating breakfast. "Good morning," I greeted happily. "Good morning," they replied. "What time did you come home last night?" asked Dad. 12. "Only because there was a party." "Emerald, I told you those parties are bad." "But Dad, it was Eric Freeman's party." I lied. "Eric Freeman, Jared's father's step-nephew, yes." I nodded. He sighed. "Was Jared with you?" I nodded again. "Honey, you're too attached to him. He may not be your mate," said Mom. I sighed. "Mom, he is. He has to be. I just know it. Isn't he turning 18 tonight?" "Yeah. We'll find out if he's really my mate tonight. When he begins to shift." "What does he think?" "He says we have to be mates." "Guess we'll find out tonight." She muttered. "Does it hurt?" I asked. "When you change?" "Yes, it does. But with your mate there, you'll survive. He'll guide you through everything." I nodded. "Jared will be there for me." Mom nodded. "If that's how you feel." "It is." I grabbed an apple and headed outside to my car. Jason, my older brother, was already gone, so I wouldn't be able to grab a ride from him. I got to school the same time Jared did. He ran to my car and opened the door, letting me out. His hands wrapped around my waist as he kissed my lips and said, "Good morning." I giggled. "Good morning." He took my hand in his and walked me to our group of friends. John and Lisa were there, hand in hand, and surprisingly, not kissing. Some of his teammates were there too, like Mark and Steve. Then there was Hannah and Jack, also mates. Our group was known as the second most popular. But there were two kinds of popular in this school. Us, the nice ones who accepted everybody, and then the shanks and players. They stood about 20 meters away from us, laughing loudly amongst themselves. All the guys were werewolves, but all the girls were human. The reason the players only wanted human girls was because they can't mate with them. They believed mating is wrong and sleeping around was right. Their group had about 15 people. I recognized most guys from the lacrosse team, like Marshall Evans and Blade Russell, the alpha of the enemy pack. The girls were all dressed in crop tops and short skirts. I rolled my eyes as Blade and some girl began to kiss. Jared's eyes glanced at me, flashing in concern. I smiled and held his hands tighter. He was truly too good to be true. The bell finally rang, signaling the beginning of school. Jared walked me to my locker, gave my cheek a peck and headed to his. I grabbed my stuff and waited for John to come so we'll walk to class together. He finally came about 3 minutes later. "Ugh. You always take so long," I muttered. He rolled his eyes and unlocked his locker. I walked Lisa to her locker. "Did you stop for a 10-minute make-out session? The teacher caught us." He sighed. "You guys are so in love." I laughed. "You'll understand when you find your mate." "I have. We just can't officially mate until he's 18. Which is tonight." "Good luck." "Thanks." When John was done grabbing everything he needed, we walked together to math class. Mr. Black, our bald and awkward teacher, liked to mutter to himself and randomly take walks around the classroom. Me and John sat by each other in the middle, waiting for class to begin, talking to each other. "This is serious, Emerald. If he's not your mate, you can really get hurt." I rolled my eyes. "He is though. I know you think that. But I also know deep inside, you're scared that maybe, just maybe he's not your mate." I sighed and managed a weak smile. "It's true. I do feel like that. But John, I feel like he makes my life complete. I can't imagine where I'd be if I never met him." Isn't that enough to just know he's my mate? He smiled sadly at me. Well, you'll find out tonight. If his wolf rejects you and runs off, then you're not his mate. If his wolf lets you help him and gets closer to you, you're his mate. I know. I know. My dad taught me everything. Good. The bell rang, signaling classes to begin. All right. Let's see who's here, muttered Mr. Black. He liked to go down the attendance list randomly and not alphabetically just to throw people off. He said it's sneaky. Blake, he called out. A black-haired guy in the back replied. Here. Lindsay, here. Emerald. Here. I answered. John. Here. He spoke from beside me. Blade, I'm here, muttered Blade, stepping into the classroom. The teacher sighed. You're late. I was busy, shrugged Blade. Take your seat. Blade walked forward and took a seat right beside John. The humans in the classroom all muttered about how unfair it is that he didn't get detention. They didn't know that it was because Mr. Bellins Black is a werewolf from our pack, giving Blade the alpha of the enemy pack, a detención, would cause unnecessary problems. Suddenly, the door opened again and a brown-haired girl walked in. Hi, she muttered to the teacher. I'm Jasmine, the new student. Sorry, I'm late. I got lost. Mr. Blake nodded. It's all right. Take a seat. Jasmine took a seat beside me, placing her books on her desk. Class. Welcome, our new student. Yasmin. Emerald. Can you be her buddy for the day and show her around? I nodded. Sure. I turned towards Jasmine and shook her hand. I'm Emerald. She smiled. Pretty name. Thanks. The rest of the morning drifted away quick, and before I knew it, lunch began. I walked with Jasmine towards the lunchroom, making sure to show her classes on the way. When we reached the cafeteria, I saw Jared in line, ordering food. Do you see that guy over there? I said to Jasmine, pointing at him. She nodded. Yeah. That's my boyfriend. Is he your mate? Oh, you're a werewolf, I asked. She nodded. Cool. And we're gonna find out if we're mates tonight, when he shifts. But don't you just need to look into your mate's eyes and know? I clenched my jaw and forced myself to smile. Yeah, well, we're different. I saw her eyeing Jared a little longer than necessary, which caused me to clench my fist. Are you sitting with us? I asked. She smiled, tearing her eyes off of Jared. No. I want to go to the library. I nodded, secretly glad. Oh. Too bad. Bye. I watched as she walked away, annoyed that she had clearly taken an interest in Jared. Emerald. My eyes snapped towards Jared, looking concerned in front of me. Yeah, I asked. You, okay? Yeah. It's just this new girl that likes you. He chuckled and led me to our table. Well, tell her I'm taken. We sat down and he handed me a burger and a can of lemonade which he'd bought. Sometimes it feels more like we're married than dating. I thanked him by kissing his cheek and digging in. Soon enough, the table became full with John, Lisa, Hannah, Jack, Steve and Mark. Everybody chatted amongst themselves about parties or whatever. Hannah and Jack were too busy fighting. As usual, I didn't kiss her. She kissed me, Jack was trying to explain. La 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 la, shouted Hannah to block out his voice, pressing her fingers against her ears and chewing her gum loudly. I turned to Jared. He popped a fry in his mouth, staring back at me. What? I asked. Today is Friday, he said. I nodded, stealing one of his fries. I'm taking you out on a date. A date, what kind? Like the usual, I asked. A dinner and movie? No. I'm taking you to a fancy restaurant. He smirked. It's my birthday. I took my hands in his, swooning mentally. How fancy. So fancy you'll have to wear a dress. And you'll wear a tuxedo, I winked. He nodded, smirking widely. Okay. I grinned, unable to contain my excitement. What time will you pick me up? 7, I nodded. Sounds great. Are you excited? For you to shift, yes, no. I mean for us to finally mate. I swallowed back the sudden lump in my throat, pushing down the fear that surfaced. Yeah. Are you afraid? No. It's just, I'm nervous. He nodded. I understand. But I have no doubts. I smiled, lovingly, losing all my fear. His lips met with mine, causing my head to spin. We pulled back, and at the corner of my eye, I caught Jasmine, standing at the double doors, watching us. That day after school I had been welcomed into my house with a lesson from my dad. You must learn the proper way to shift, he had said. The process will be very painful, I groaned and said. No need, Jared will be with me. I'll be fine. Dad had sighed and shook his head. You don't know for sure that he's your mate, Emerald. He is my mate. All mates look at each other and just know that hasn't happened with you. So, we're a little different. Tonight, when he shifts, my inner wolf will finally realize that Jared is my mate. And if you aren't his mate, Dad, I said, looking into his brown eyes. I am. I just know it. After hours of him attempting to teach me the proper stances and comfortable positions, I had enough and begged him to go let me shower. He heaved a sigh but agreed. I took a hot shower and made sure to be squeaky clean for tonight. I picked out a pretty gold dress that was strapless and stopped just above my knees. For shoes, I chose flats of the same color because I couldn't walk with heels. I let my wavy hair down and added a few curls. For makeup, I put on some lip gloss, mascara and gold eyeshadow. All in all, I thought I looked pretty good. A sudden text interrupted me from admiring myself. I searched for my phone and found it on my dresser. The text was from Lisa, saying, "Good luck and text me as soon as you find out." I put the phone down as I felt something in my insides shift. A sudden nervousness dropped over me. Fear bubbled inside of my body. And I sat down before I passed out. What if everyone was right? What if he's not my mate? I couldn't imagine the pain I'd go through to watch him walk around with some girl. I sighed. I shouldn't be thinking about this. Just a couple of hours ago I was more sure that Jared is my mate than the fact that I'm alive. I quickly disposed of any trace of nervousness, but it still left a trail. I sighed again and planted my best smile before checking the time. Only a couple more minutes. I headed downstairs to grab a cup of water. Mom and Dad were sitting at the table, staring worriedly into each other's eyes. "Where's Jason?" I asked. "What? Oh. He's at a party." Mom stuttered. "Would you guys stop?" I snapped. "Everything will be fine. We don't want you to be too sure." "Sweetheart," Mom said. "Just keep an open mind." I nodded. "I'll try. You remember everything I taught you? In case you'll have to use it tonight?" asked Dad. I rolled my eyes. "I remember. And I will have to use them. He's my mate." "You don't know that for sure, sweetie. Just be prepared for anything." Okay. But I can't wait to prove all of you wrong." The doorbell rang. "I'll get it," I screamed, darting to the door. I made sure to straighten out my dress and hair before opening the door. "Hey," Jared said, flashing me a smile. "Hi," I replied, suddenly nervous. "You look," he muttered, looking me up and down. "Amazing," I blushed, letting out a small laugh. "You don't look so bad yourself." He wrapped his arms around me, kissing me. He pulled back and muttered in my ear, "I don't know how I'll be able to keep my hands off of you tonight." I laughed and pushed him away. "Let me grab my stuff." I ran upstairs and picked up his present and my jacket before running back down. "Ready?" he asked. "As I'll ever be." I smiled. He led me into his car, opening the door for me. "After you." He faked a British accent. "Why thank you," I replied and got inside. He ran to the other side and got in too. "It's cold tonight." He rubbed his hands together. I put them in my own and kissed them. "Now, all better." He winked. The last thing I saw before we drove away was the sight of my mother and father, watching us as we drove away. "Where are we going?" I asked. About 5 minutes later. He smiled. "Wouldn't you like to know?" "Yes, I would. It's a surprise." A couple of minutes later, we reached a palace-like restaurant, with giant gates that opened to let people in and a massive statue fountain of an angel. My breath got cut off short in my throat. "Jared," I began. This is amazing. How did you?" "My father is Alpha M." He flashed me a smile. "He knows people." We got out of the car. That got handed to a waiter passing by. He took the keys and drove it away. Jared escorted me to the restaurant doors, holding my moistening hand the whole time. The inside was even more impressive than the outside. The ceiling was high enough for an airplane to land in. Everything was decorated, either velvet, black, or gold. Beads skittered along the tablecloth and curtain, giving it a unique foreign look. A waiter led us to our table, near the windows, at a very nice view of the back garden. "I must say, Jared," I laughed to myself, "you've outdone yourself. It's your birthday though. I should be taking you out." But he silenced me by kissing me. He pulled back and muttered, "You're here with me. That's the best thing you could give me." I blushed and looked away, hiding his present under the table. I picked up the menu and read all the foods they've got. "See anything you like?" Jared asked, flipping through his. "I like the steak, but the lobster looks really good." "Then you have lobster. I'll have steak and we'll share." I grinned. "Perfect." The waiter came back a couple of minutes later and took our orders. "And what would you like to drink?" "Coke for me. Lemonade for the lady." The waiter nodded and scribbled it down. "All right. Should take about 15 minutes. "Thanks," said Jared. "No problem." I watched the waiter walk away before turning back to Jared. "What time is it?" 8:02. "Bored with me already?" I laughed. "Never." He grabbed my hands and put them in his. "For more hours." I nodded, swallowing back the sudden knot in my throat. "Yup. For more hours before we become forever mates." I nodded once again. But before I knew it, I blurted out, "Why hasn't it happened yet?" "What?" Jared asked, clearly confused. "I mean us. Why haven't we mated yet?" "Physically, I thought you wanted to wait." "No. Not that. I meant, why haven't our wolves connected yet, Em? It's just a long pro." "But why did Lisa and John just know?" "They officially mated when John turned 18. But they knew their mates. It took one touch and they knew. We do too. No, we don't. I said. We don't know that. But we will. Soon. I'm scared. Jared. Me too, Em. But I have no doubt in us. We are mates. I love you. Do you doubt that? No. I don't. I love you too. He leaned in and kissed my lips. I can't wait to prove everyone wrong. I nodded. Suddenly refreshed. Me too. What would you name our children? Jared asked. About 2 minutes later. Child. I corrected. We're having one. 4. He corrected back. I want 4. 1. I pressed. Fine. 3. No. That's too much. How will I handle 3? Fine. 2. Boy and girl. You can't just decide the gender they'll be. I laughed. Sure I can. I'll give Y. You give X. How does it go? I slapped his arm. Laughing uncontrollably. No, you got it wrong. But seriously. What would you name them? I shrugged. Gerald. For the guy. Both our names put together. He nodded. I like that. And for the girl? I don't know. M. Ahmed. No. He chuckled. That's terrible. Fine. You think of something. Ah. Jaram. No. Emerged. No. Jaramold. No. Jared. You are not good at this. I laughed out loud. Whatever. He dragged out the pass. The food arrived about a minute later. The scent filled the atmosphere and entered through my nostrils, sending me off into a yummy heaven. There you go, said the waiter, placing 2 drinks and 3 plates on the table. One plate held lobster. The other held steak and the third had salad and bread. Anything else? No thank you, said Jared. I dug into my lobster right away. Trying to ignore the heavy feeling of Jared staring at me, I looked up at him finally. What? He smiled, shaking his head. Nothing. Tell me. I whined, wiping my mouth with my napkins. It's weird, I guess. You're beautiful to me even when your face is full of food and you're eating like a man. I still want to kiss you. I frowned, trying to hide a blush. Whatever. I'm hungry. He laughed. Softly. I said it's beautiful. Just proves how devoted I am. I smiled. You better be devoted. It's easier to keep you in track. He cut off a piece of his steak and popped it in my mouth. Good? He asked. Right away. Jared. I haven't swallowed yet. I snapped. Through a full mouth. He chuckled and waited for me to finish. Good, I nodded. Very. For the rest of the dinner. We ate, laughed and talked with each other. It was spent in blissful heaven and refreshing paradise. Simply the presence of one another purified our souls, leaving them fresh and spotless. The bright colors of the room matched with our happy mood, as we stared lovingly at each other. No matter what we did, whether it was talk, eat or laugh, our eyes remained pointed towards each other, as if a magnetic force kept them in line. Not that I minded. His brown eyes brought on the images of pure and natural. The sound of calm music suddenly entered our ears as we watched the couples gather around the dance floor. Slow dancing. One look into Jared's eyes and I knew what he was thinking. I nodded. Yes. He stood up and took my hand, leading me to the floor. We blended with the other couples as he placed my hands on his shoulders and his on my waist. I can't get used to how gorgeous you are, he whispered in my ear as we slowly rocked, causing me to shiver. I hope you never will, I whispered back. placing my head on his shoulders. He kissed the top of my hair and laid his head on mine. We soon lost ourselves and found a cloud that we claimed as ours. Our love floated around us, providing us with everything we need. I could have stayed there forever. Gravity. I suddenly thought. Jared is my gravity. He's the thing that's holding me down to this planet, never letting me fly away and get lost. He's my gravity, my angel and my mate. I couldn't have asked for anything better. And I couldn't imagine anything more romantic. I felt Jared's warm lips touching my earlobe, filling me with passion and desire. You're my mate, I muttered. You have to be. There's no one better for me out there. I felt him smile against my skin. There's no one out there better for me either. How much do you love me, Jared? I asked, suddenly overwhelmed with curiosity. He laughed. What kind of question is that? I shrugged. I'm curious. Well, he said, spinning us around. It can't really be put into words. I smirked. So show me. His finger came under my chin and lifted my lips to his. My arms came around his neck as I fell deeper into the kiss. He gently bit my lip, asking for entrance that I gladly gave. We explored each other's mouths for a couple of minutes, filling each other with love, passion, and desire. I pulled back, feeling breathless. You must really love me, he chuckled, placing his forehead on mine. More than I love anyone else. We headed back to our table after the song ended. I looked at the time. Woo. Jared, I asked, suddenly panicking. Yeah, he answered, his eyes twinkling. We have to leave. It's almost 12 and we need to get ready. He looked up at the clock, his eyes widening. Shoot. I shift at 12 right? No. My dad said you find your mate at 12. A couple of minutes later you'd shift. Still. We should leave. I don't want to take a risk. I nodded and watched as he called somebody for the check. Fear bubbled inside of me again. The possibility of him not being my mate still haunted me. No. I can't let it get to me. He's my mate. I'll prove that in a couple of minutes. I looked at the clock again. Woo-tsi. I reached for Jared's present under the table. Maybe I'll have time to show it to him. I felt someone approaching our table and looked up to see Jasmine from our school. The new girl. Yasmin. I greeted. What a pleasant surprise. Hi, she said. But she wasn't looking at me. Instead, she was watching Jared. I felt my body immediately tense up as I picked up an empty plate from the table to give to her. I watched with the corner of my eye as Jared handed her the check, and their hands made contact the same time the clock struck 12. I watched as both their eyes widened as they discovered what would truly break what's left of me. The plates in my hands slipped and fell into the ground, shattering into a million pieces. And as did my heart. Where Jasmine gasped out. Mates. They're mates. I ran out of the restaurant, leaving my purse and Jared's present behind. My heart was lost somewhere inside. I was sure I'd dropped it, with all my other organs. I slipped out of my heels and threw them out, running and running until I couldn't run anymore. I opened my tear-filled eyes. This is a dream. A horrible dream. It had to be. But it wasn't. And my organless head brought me to none other than the forest, where danger awaits my virtue. But I couldn't bring myself to care. I envied danger at the moment, because of its coldness and the ability to just not feel. I fell to my knees. My once beautiful dress wrecked with mud and rain. The pain was unbearable, simply crushing. My breathing came out in gasps and chokes. The feeling of betrayal gnawed at my insides with claws as sharp as knives. This must be what it's like to physically break a heart. Or worse. My world clouded around me in splotches of dark paint. Melting and becoming nothing but a blob. His brown eyes haunted me. They reminded me of the mud I was laying in. Sometime between an hour or two. I had stopped crying. Instead, I felt my body go into shock. I no longer felt the pricking rain as it poked on my skin, as sharp as needles, or the fierce, harsh coldness that felt as if it could rip apart my skin. Inside, my blood had turned dirty and dead. Everything squeezed against itself, until exploding into small puddles of pain. It felt as if bombs were exploding. Every second, the rain fell down harder and harsher, and as if hoping to wash away my pain. I laid deeper into the mud, and closed my eyes. I immediately sprang up, guarded, and looked around. Those eyes. Those beautiful brown eyes. It was as if they were glued to the insides of my eyelids. I saw them whenever I blinked. I let out a sudden scream, releasing my body from the shock it was in and crying until I had no more tears. In a distance, I caught sight of a house. A big wooden house, surrounded by black and brown, blurred by my tearful vision. I picked myself up and walked deeper into the forest, desperate to get lost or to get away from this agonizing reality. But it followed me wherever I went. Love. Love that was so large and pure, surrounded with colors of bright and happy, transformed to something not even I could identify. Hate. That's what it must be. The biggest and worst feeling in the world is hate. Loathing and despair shot into me, poisoning my body with something. It was hate. Hate that shattered everything I used to be. I was provided with entertainment by head cheerleader Jessica Bolt, who was taking off her shirt and unzipping her jeans when I felt my breathing stop. A sudden uneasy feeling draped over me. A sort of depressed feeling. It only grew stronger the more I tried to ignore it. Ah. Are you okay? Jessica paused and looked at me with confused eyes. Get out. I spoke through gritted teeth to a now partially dressed Jessica. What she asked in her whiny voice. Get out. I repeated, taking a seat on my bed. But we aren't even. Get out, I yelled, using my alpha tone. Now, she scrambled to her feet and hurried to pick up her things before leaving. I clutched my chest in confusion. What's going on? This is the first time something like this has ever happened to me. I felt like screaming, thrashing around and crying to let all the pain out. I tried to catch my breath, but it slipped away too easily every time. I stood to my feet and reached for the window. After practically tearing the hinges off, I jumped out the window and shifted into my black wolf. I ran into the forest, letting my paws do the thinking. I had the sudden urge to go somewhere. I felt as if it's the only spot where this feeling would go away. I ran and ran until I reached a cliff, where the sound of echoing misery filled the air. I snuck from behind a large boulder and watched as a girl, probably my age, sat near the cliff's edge and traced circles on the pavement with her finger. I wondered why she was here. And why was she so sad? I had the urge to hold her in my arms and rock her until she's happy again. I wanted to see her face. The darkness masked both sides of her, making it impossible to catch a glimpse. I watched with sudden interest as she brought her knees up to her chest and laid her chin on it. I let out a small growl as I watched a tear slip to the ground. My wolf was angered. Furious, actually. He wanted the head of whoever caused her this pain. He wanted to rip apart their skin with his teeth and throw them in the deepest pits of torment where they belong. But my human side was confused. Confused to ever be feeling this for a girl. And she's probably a human too. The word mate echoed loudly in my mind. My wolf wanted to grab the word and explore it, but my human side resisted, trying to dispose of any idea of it ever being true. I fought my wolf mentally and demanded him not to think of such a thing. I tried to force my paws to move. Get out of here and hope to never see this girl again who has surrounded me with her masked beauty. But my wolf wouldn't let me. He stayed put to the ground, watching with interest as the girl wiped away her tears. I felt my human side giving in to my wolf and forced myself to snap out of it. For some strange reason, this unknown girl has affected me in ways I didn't know were possible. And I didn't even know what she looks like. I heaved a heavy sigh and tried to get away from the pain that grew in my chest. Was I feeling her pain? Mate. 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 The word repeated in my brain, causing my wolf to jump in joy. No. I thought. This isn't possible, I don't have a mate. A flashback of my 18th birthday flashed in my head. It was cold and rainy. The most cliché line besides I love you. I had been confused and stupid. Standing alone in the forest. I had looked into every girl's eyes but none stood out. Iad no mate. And I was about to shift. Any second and possibly not survive. I began to panic. My hate for the world for giving me such a tough role in life combined with my pain and resulted in anger. And that's when it started. My bones began to collapse on each other, sending jolts of pain through my body. The pain had been unbearable, ripping apart my skin and breaking every joint in my body. My bones shifted into their new places and for hours I lay suffering on the ground. And just when I thought I'd died, I opened my eyes and was welcomed by the sun's rays. I had survived. Was I grateful? No. Did my hate for the world change? Yes. And it became stronger than it's ever been. Because the world gave me no parents, no love, and now, no mate. Was it possible that months after I found my mate I should be happy? Ecstatic actually. But I wasn't. Instead, I was angered. And I want nothing to do with this girl. Not after everything reality has put me through. I deserve to be alone. And besides, I'm too much of a player to stick to one girl. I'd just end up breaking her. I waited behind the boulder for hours, though. Just because my wolf insisted on it. When she stood up to leave, I hid behind the trees and followed her home. Just to make sure she's safe. Ignoring the strong urge that came from my wolf to turn her face to mine and get a good look of just how beautiful she must be. I woke up Saturday morning with dried tears and bags beneath my eyes. Everything felt sore in my body. My muscles ached as I got up and headed to the washroom, desperate to get rid of the residue on my face. When I caught sight of my reflection in the mirror, I gasped, barely able to identify the monster as myself. Or I had massive purple bags under each green eye. My face was flushed and pink and my tears had dried and stuck to my face. My mascara was smudged all around my eyes and all in all, I looked like I've just had my heart broken. I sighed and washed my face. Unable to stand this side of me any longer, I hopped into the shower, making sure to wash all of the dirt off my body. I caught sight of my destroyed golden dress that was thrown into the wastebasket. After drying up, I headed back to my room and checked my phone. 3 missed calls from Lisa. 4 missed calls from John. 5 missed texts from Hannah. 3 missed texts from Jack. 4 missed calls from Jason. 2 missed calls from Mom and Dad. Nothing from Jared. I felt the tears as they escaped the edges of my eyes and fell in streams down my face. Emerald. Emerald. Are you awake, honey? I heard my mom yell. But I didn't respond. I couldn't. My voice was captured by my pain and held captive. So I remained silent, bringing my knees up to my chest and hugging them. A couple of minutes later, Dad began to yell. Come on, Emerald. We know it's hard. But you gotta come out. Emmy. You're stronger than this. Come on, you gotta get out. I heard the pained voice of my brother. And hours passed. But I responded to no one. My phone rang about 7 times, but I refused to pick up. Finally, Jason had managed to crawl through my window and bring me some food. Hey Emmy. He greeted. His voice soft and gentle. As if afraid to break me some more. I rolled my eyes and pushed him away, blinking back the tears that were begging to let loose. Come on, Emmy. You've got to eat. Go away, Jason. I managed to choke out, but I got you a peanut butter and honey sandwich. With lemonade. But I knew nothing would satisfy the endless aching of my stomach. Not even lemonade. And besides, it hurt too much to even think about drinking it. It brought back too many memories. I'm not hungry. You're so much better than this. You're gonna let some guy do all of this to you. I sprang up and looked him directly in the eye. He's not some guy, Jason. He was supposed to be my mate. How would you feel if Amanda was suddenly taken from you by someone else? That seemed to shut him up because he placed the tray on the table and left my room. Monday strolled around faster than I would have liked, and before I knew it, I was getting into my car, driving to school. I attempted to put on some music, so I won't be consumed into the circle of my thoughts. But even with Eminem's voice practically shaking my car, the shattered pieces of my heart managed to wrap itself around my thoughts. I began panicking, of course. What would I do when I get to school? Will Jared be there with his new mate? Will he look any different now that he's an official werewolf? How will he react when he sees me? And more importantly, how will I react? Just thinking about him brought on fresh tears to my eyes that blurred the road from my vision. I tried to blink them away and only succeeded in increasing them. I was so consumed with my thoughts that I didn't even see the car in front of me slow down. I was coming towards it at full speed and almost hitting it. I swirled to the side, missing a stop sign by a hair and knocking my head against the window. The cars behind me beeped with frustration, and I realized I was blocking the road. I pulled to the side and rested my head on the steering wheel. This time it was safe to cry. A couple of minutes later, after I was sure my composure was under control, I started the engine again. I looked in the mirror. There was a long cut on my forehead, with dried blood all around it. I looked terrible. But I was already well aware of the purple bags under my eyes and the flushed look to my face. I was also aware of my messy hair and crumpled clothes, but I just didn't seem to care. Not when there's really no one left to look pretty for. I picked up a napkin and cleaned my wound. Of course, something like this would happen to me. Jared stepped out of her car, smiling lovingly at her. I squeezed my eyes shut and looked away, desperate to hold in the tears. I felt as if each piece of my broken heart had broken in half, doubling. I waited for them to go inside the school before exiting my car. I rushed inside, just in time for the bell to ring, and headed to math, ignoring the whispering of everybody around, especially Jasmine. I took my seat next to John, who kept shooting me concerned looks throughout the class. "What happened to your forehead?" he whispered. "Nothing. I knocked it against my window accidentally," I answered. He resumed peeking at me though, as if I was about to burst into tears any second. "Quit it," I snapped to him. He sighed and went back to taking notes. Second period was eventful as well. People whispered and talked, pointed and dared. Some actually had the nerve to step up and ask, "Mind your own business." My reply was to every single one. I was heading to my locker when the unexpected happened. Jasmine and Jared were there, standing by the vending machines, admiring each other. He leaned in to kiss her, and I couldn't seem to look away, even knowing how much this will break what's left of me. Their lips touched, and stayed connected. moving in sync with each other's. I ripped my eyes away just as they were pulling away, and turned around. But not before he saw me. Emmy Emerald. Wait, Jared screamed out. But I couldn't wait. I waited my whole life to find my other half. I've known Jared for 13 years and waited for him to ask me out. I waited 2 years for us to mate. Just for him to be ripped out of my life. I think I've been way too patient. I spun on my heel and ran away. Determination pumping in my veins. By the time I was sure I'd lost him, I was at the other side of school, not looking where I was going. I bumped into something hard, dropping my books. "Oh, ooh, sorry," said a voice. I looked up to see Blade, Alpha of the enemy pack. Nervous, I muttered. "It's fine." We bent down to pick up my books at the same time, bumping heads. "Sorry," we muttered. I blushed and picked up my pen. He handed me my things, his fingers brushing my hand. And without another word, I walked away, ignoring the way he looked at me. I was confused. Ever since the incident a couple of nights ago with the strange girl, I've been different. Not me. My thoughts were always consumed with her. Was she okay? Why was she so sad? Who caused her this pain? And then my feelings would turn into anger. I wanted nothing more than to rip apart the causer of her pain and feed their bones to dirty rogue werewolves. But most strangely, I found other girls. Distasteful, unsatisfying, unpleasant, and non-luring. And just not her. They weren't her. And of course my thoughts were wrapped around her as I walked down the hallways in school, running into the enemy's pack. Alpha's son's girlfriend. Emerald something. Immediately I was hit with something. Pain and a long trail of sadness. Much like the girl a couple of nights ago. "Oh. Ooh, sorry," I muttered, looking down at her, confused. What happened to her forehead? I suddenly wanted to know. "It's fine," she answered nervously. We bent down to pick up the things at the same time, our heads bumping. "Sorry," we muttered. I caught sight of her face reddening. My knees grew weak and I felt my insides softening. My fingers twitched with the urge to touch her cheeks. What the hell? I handed her the pen, my fingers brushing her hand and shooting sparks inside of me. Just one touch triggered so many emotions. And suddenly, all the feelings I had for the girl on the cliff had returned. I wanted nothing more than to take her in my arms, and kiss those soft-looking gentle lips. Realization hit me like a ton of bricks as I watched her walk away. Her sadness still wrapped around my body. She's the girl on the cliff. She must be. They had the same outline of body, same looking hair, and same sadness. They also made me feel the same. Desire and pain, all wrapped up in one. I headed into the cafeteria and sat down at our usual table. All the guys were werewolves, but all the girls were human. I took a seat beside Brittany. "What's everybody whispering about?" I asked, thinking of those green eyes that sparkled with imprisoned tears. She laughed, trailing her finger down my chest. I had the sudden urge to flick it away. "Haven't you heard what a date, and Jasmine was the waitress." "How do you know?" I growled. "Calm down," he muttered. "Why so angry?" I connected my fist to the table, aware of Brittany flinching away. "How did you find out?" I repeated. He shrugged. "People talk." "Like who?" "No one specific. I heard it from some freshmen. I'm glad she's available now though. She's pretty appealing. I wouldn't mind being with her. She's the enemy pack dude." Laughed Eric. "Forbidden attraction." Tom grinned. wiggling his eyebrows. I let out a growl, earning a strange look from the guys. My mind was screaming the word mate. I watched in anger as they laughed about it. Agreeing with Tom. I remained silent. Fighting back my wolf who wanted nothing more but to leap out and have their heads on a stick. I heard a chair being knocked over and watched as Emerald marched out of the cafeteria. A couple of minutes later, Jared stood up and followed. "I'll be right back," I muttered. I forgot something. I stood up and ran after Jared. He was standing by the girls' washroom. One leg propped up against the wall. Waiting for somebody. I hid behind the lockers and watched. I was a nervous wreck by the time lunch rolled around. Not only was there a huge possibility of me seeing Jared, but my next 2 periods included him. And Jasmine. I walked into the cafeteria. Uncomfortable with the looks everybody kept giving me. It was like they expected me to become one crazy mess and start screaming at everybody. I took a seat next to Lisa and John. Well aware of Jasmine and Jared just a couple of tables away from us. "We sat here, 'cause we didn't think you'd want to sit over there," said Lisa. I nodded. "Thanks. Do you want to talk about it?" asked John. "There's nothing to talk about. We aren't mates." My voice broke. "That's it. Are you okay?" "I'm fine," I answered, unwrapping my food. "If you need us, we're right here." "You know that, right?" I nodded. "Thanks." Halfway through lunch, a guy approached our table. Emerald. Aren't you and Jared mates?" I stood up, knocking my chair backwards, and walked out of the cafeteria. Well aware of John's. I didn't know that was gonna happen." He rushed out, placing his hands on my shoulders. "Of course you didn't. No one did. I feel terrible. I feel like I just messed up everything. I'm so sorry." "Yeah. You feel so terrible." Laughing and admiring Jasmine. "Kissing her like you two have known each other for 13 years. It shows just how bad you feel," I thought. Sarcasm dripping off my thoughts. "I know," I said instead. "And I forgive you." "No you don't. Emerald. Come on. Why are we talking like we don't know each other?" I remained silent, letting him speak. "I've known you for 13 years, we know each other like we know ourselves, probably more. Don't let this tear us apart." I looked at him for a moment. "How do you expect me to act?" I asked, lowly, making sure to keep my voice under control. "How do you expect me to feel? Watching you and Jasmine acting so in love. And kissing all the time." He began. But I cut him off. "You know, it kills me. Imagining her. Helping you shift into a wolf. Being so in love. But I guess it's for the best. I think I would have died if your wolf rejected me right after I saved his life." A tear somehow disobeyed my strict instructions of staying put and rolled down the left side of my face. Imagine it, Jared. Imagine being so in love with someone, only to have them ripped away from you because they belong to someone else. And worse. I can't blame you, or Jasmine. There's no one to blame. But me. I was foolish enough to fall for you. I took a chance when I should have followed the signs, and look where it's gotten me," I angrily said to his face. You," he muttered, swallowing. "Do you hate?" I said, my voice cracking. "Don't call me that. And I don't know. Just give me time." After one last look at him, I turned around and headed to drama, which I had with both him and Jasmine. I had thought the symptoms of nervousness were fidgeting, sweating, maybe stuttering even. But nobody mentioned the heart pounding. My chest was a practical drum set as I walked into 3rd period after the talk me and Jared had. The bell hadn't rung yet, but a few people sat at their desks, reading their projects due for today. I remembered with sudden panic that Jared was my partner and sighed. My heart began to beat even faster. I watched as students arrived into the classroom, one by one, completely consumed within my thoughts. I imagined the worst. As always, what if Jared and Jasmine were called up to the stage to act out a love scene? What if they'd have to kiss? I could imagine everybody whispering about how this must be crushing me, tormenting me, driving me insane even. Then I imagined the cruel, teasing snickers that would no doubt come from the students. "Good afternoon, class," said a slightly accented female voice. I jumped up and glanced at the front of the class where Mrs. Spencer, our drama teacher, stood, in her unusual outfits. Today, it was a dress from the 18th century, and a long green pendant that glowed between her breasts. Her curly, orange hair was tied at the top of her head in a tight knot that looked like it hurt. "Good afternoon, Mrs. Spencer," we all replied, less enthusiastically. I let my eyes casually drift to the front where Jasmine and Jared sat side by side, holding hands beneath the table. I looked away quickly before anybody had a chance to see. "All right, class. Today you will be acting out the scenes that you wrote with your partners," she said. Some booed. Others cheered. Me, I felt as if I was ready to fall apart. "But," continued the teacher, "you'll be acting out someone else's project and not your own. That way I will be able to mark you on acting a scene you aren't familiar." I looked around the classroom in fear. Who would me and Jared get? Stacy, she seemed like the type to write about things like romance. Or maybe Evan. He loved drama class. And with a sudden horror-filled thought, my eyes fell on Romania. All she did was gush about love. She dreamed about finding her soulmate and becoming an author. She was clearly the best student in this class. I shut my eyes tight and prayed that her assignment wouldn't be assigned to us. "First pair," said Mrs. Spencer. Evan and Stacy. They came up to the stage and faced the audiences. "You'll be acting out Brad's and Isabel's scene." She handed them a paper that she took from Brad and said, "Action." The lights faded a bit and focused on the pair. "Annabelle," Evan began, bringing his hands up to level his chest. "Why must you be so blind to the signs before your eyes? You are mistaken, Solitaire. I see them as clearly as I see my reflection," replied Stacy, her voice taking on a sharp edge. "Then why do you ignore them?" "I choose to ignore them because in the end, all that's left is memories of you and the rotting bones in your grave. You mustn't be so hopeless. Faith shall help us survive, but war won't. And that's where you'll be." "How do I prove to you I will return?" Evan asked, grasping her shoulder. "You know I'll do anything." She shook her head. "I don't know that, Solitaire. You've left me with nothing to trust. 2 years I awaited your return. A call, a letter. Anything would have eased the worry in my heart. You know I apologized gravely for that. I wouldn't put you in a situation similar if I wasn't so sure. One gun shot in a war of thousands. It takes one gun shot to destroy you. I'm not taking any chances with my heart again. Then lend me your hope and I shall hopefully earn your heart when I return. Returning to me earns you nothing. For you would have kept me worrying for another year or so. Then what must I do to ease your worry and earn your love?" His hands trailed down to meet hers. "Don't go," Stacy replied, her eyes softening at his touch. Evan looked down as if her eyes burned him. "You know I can't. I must do this for my family's honor and to finally earn my father's respect. Then my heart you will never earn." With that, Stacy walked away, her head held high and her back straight. The lights were back on and the audience cheered. That was amazing. Great job both pairs, Mrs. Spencer shuffled around with some papers. Jared. Emerald. You're next. I felt my heart dropping to my knees, and I wasn't sure I was quite capable of standing up. Emerald. Everything all right? Asked the teacher. After a couple of minutes. I nodded. Yeah. Everything is fine. I forced my legs to work and walked to the stage. Everybody's eyes were glued to us, waiting for me to suddenly become hysterical or something. All right. Since you guys are just so in love, I'm giving you Romania's scene, exclaimed the teacher happily, clearly unaware of what's happened. I looked up at Jared as he gave me a reassuring smile. My eyes drifted to Jasmine, who was now watching Jared with a smile on her face. I wanted badly to hate her, but she wouldn't give me a reason to. It wasn't her fault that my heart felt as if it's been run over by a truck and went through the paper slicers machines in my dad's office. Mrs. Spencer clearly hadn't noticed the sudden change of atmosphere and handed us a paper. All right. You guys can begin. Jared gazed into my eyes, reminding me of just how much I'd missed him. It's an obligation. He began, his voice hardening. It's expected of me. I glanced down at the paper and then back into his eyes and replied. An obligation shouldn't include heartbreak and separation between two lovers. I am a prince. Hannah. I was doomed to marry Princess Leela since the day I was born. Do you put your duty above your heart? I asked, wanting so badly to look away. I wanted to lean in and kiss those soft lips I've grown so familiar with. No. I do not. But I put my country above my heart. You don't love her, Leonardo, and you never will. How would you feel with yourself carrying her infant and knowing the mother for the child should have been me? I would push aside unnecessary feelings and focus on the fact that I did my duty as king. Does that matter more than the consuming hole in your heart I was born for her? Hannah. Not you. You must understand that the gods have chosen for me to be her lover and I will gladly accept it. W. What about me? I stuttered, my eyes tearing. Although it wasn't in the script, it made the scene better, and I just couldn't seem to hold back my feelings. This story was way too familiar, too much like our reality. I made a mental note to ask Romania where she had gotten the idea. I caught sight of the teacher practically gushing with happiness at our acting. Little does she know we weren't acting. This was our real emotions put into words for us by somebody else. I apologize for giving you hope for our future together, said Jared. I truly hoped you were the one I'd be destined to be with. But I guess deep inside, I've always known. So, now, after years of loving each other, you choose to walk away from me and marry her. I will grow to love her, Hannah, even if it means breaking your heart, he said, his voice soft and pleading. I looked down, just as the script had said. Jared grasped my chin and lifted my face to his. I caught sight of the final sentence. A kiss. Tingles shot through my face as he continued to hold it in his large hands, reminding me too much of the past. I closed my eyes and welcomed his lips. I'm home, I thought. My heart felt lightweight as he pressed his lips on mine, enchanting me with the feelings I loved so much, and just this once I allowed myself to believe everything was all right. And so I escaped reality and let myself drift to the same cloud we had claimed as ours. My arms circled around his neck and I felt fresh tears slide down my face and into his. He pulled back, his eyes soft and sad. Enough, they said. I don't want to lead you on and hurt you some more. I quickly looked away, welcomed by harsh reality, disappointed with the short kiss that only increased my pain. The lights were back on and Mrs. Spencer was wiping her tears. So much emotion she managed to choke out. It was like you two were really Hannah and Leonardo perfect. Perfect job, excuse me, said a voice. I looked to the center of the classroom where Jasmine sat. Her hands raised. Yes, Jasmine, can I give a little advice, Mrs. Spencer? Stunned. Muttered. Sure. Why not? I couldn't really hear Emerald, and the kiss didn't seem real enough. If Hannah and Leonardo are really in love, shouldn't the kiss be more filled with desire? That counts as a reason to hate her. Right, I was allowed now to want to run her over. It's not too wrong now that she's given me a reason. Mrs. Spencer nodded. Well, nothing is perfect, dear. But all Jasmine did was shrug as if she was truly doing nothing but giving advice. My cheeks were flushed with anger when I got back to my seat. I felt as if I should have snapped something at her, but it would have probably been something stupid and rushed like, well, you're a lousy waitress, Romania. Sitting in front of me. Turned around and smiled. I think you did great. I can't think of any other pair I would have preferred to act out my scene. Don't let her bring you down. You guys were amazing. I flashed her a fake smile. Thanks. There was no doubt that I was beyond furious. My alpha blood boiled with the anger I held for Jared. I wanted to see him defeated. At my knees for the pain he had caused Emerald. How dare he touch her so intimately? His grasp on her shoulders had been too tight. As if she were still his. Her words remained fresh in mind. Echoing 1,000 times. I hate that I love you. She had said. Does that count? She still loved him, after all he's done. She remains blind to the betrayal and still melts at his side. I saw the way she gazed at him. As if wanting, or rather needing, to grab his face and kiss him. Just the thought sent an electrifying pain through my chest. It should be me she'd gaze at like that. Except with no pain. Just love and desires. My clothes were destroyed as I released. Letting the animal within take over my body, I ran around the forests. Trying to lose my thoughts of her, but they followed me wherever. It was like they were permanently attached to my used-to-be well-being. What had happened to mighty Alpha Blade who let no feelings in? What happened to Player Blade who got every girl he wanted without a problem? And now, there's only one girl who I wanted. And I couldn't have her. Not only is she in the enemy pack, but I literally couldn't have her. I cannot allow myself to open up that easily and allow her in. I was scarred up emotionally. I never had the best childhood. I soon learned that love was pointless at my 18th birthday when I was forced to shift alone to my possible death while Emerald was no doubt making loving faces with Jared. She hadn't once even considered the consequences of her actions. She refused to believe that maybe he wasn't her mate because she was too stubborn and blinded by her feelings. She couldn't even consider that somewhere out there was her real mate. Risking his life by shifting without her. I felt a growl ripple throughout my body. I should hate her. I shouldn't feel so protective of her. But I did. And my wolf wanted nothing more but to take Emerald into his arms and kiss her. It surprised me when I noticed I wouldn't even want anything too physical. I'd wait. This is stupid. I thought. Pulling myself out of my thinking. She's an enemy. My father taught me too much for me to waste it upon my feelings for some girl. What feelings, I convinced myself to think. It was merely a little protectiveness from my wolf. That's all. I can control him. I growled again and headed home. I put on some pants and a t-shirt before taking a seat on my couch. I thought about when she's 18. It can't be too far from now. She will find out eventually if she came too close. She can't feel their connection now, but she will later on. What about when she shifts? Will I be there to help her? I should let her do it all on her own. Like she did to me. But the thought of her being in danger stopped my heart and triggered my anger. But I have to avoid her. I have to continue on with life like she doesn't exist. Just as I were doing before. Hopefully the feelings will go away and she'll find another mate. That is, if she survives the shift. Growled my wolf. I sighed and picked up the phone. Dialing Tracy's cell. Hello, she answered. Hey. Are you at school? I asked. No. We ditched. Where are you? Can you come to my house? I asked. Ignoring the distaste of my wolf. She giggled, causing me to distance my ear from the phone. Be there in 5. I awaited her arrival, entertaining myself with some TV. When she arrived, I couldn't help the distaste that surfaced my body. Regularly, I would have appreciated the amount of skin showing. She was wearing a short pink skirt that showed a slight curve of her backside and a crop top. Her blonde hair was hanging loosely at her shoulders, carrying no life, reminding me of Emerald's soft-looking brown locks that I so badly wanted to run my fingers through. Tracy's blue eyes were lit up and excited, the way Emerald's green eyes should be. I thought about Jared again and forced my anger down from the surface. Hey. She smirked, trailing her manicured finger down my chest as an attempt at seduction. I smiled and forced myself to enjoy it. Hey. I grabbed her arms and set her on my lap, straddling me, kissing her hard on the lips. It was rough and desperate. Nothing more but to prove to myself that I can get over whatever feelings I had for Emerald. I've never kissed anyone like that. It felt as if I was trying too hard to enjoy it, deepening it until she pulled back to breathe. Wow. She laughed, breathless. I brought my lips to hers again, feeling even more disgusted with myself. My thoughts were wrapped around Emerald again. I couldn't seem to get her out of my head. Her hair, her voice, her eyes and her lips. It was all too different from any other girl. I tried to imagine myself kissing her instead, but that ruined the whole purpose of this. I finally pushed Tracy away, developing the sudden urge to shower. You need to leave. What? Why, we were just getting started. She whined. I'm sorry. I forgot that I have to be somewhere. I lied, pushing her out the door. Can't it wait? She asked, as I shoved her out. No. It's really important. Jessica said you did the same thing with her on Friday and kicked her out, she screamed. I sighed and closed the door. Blade, I heard her scream out in frustration. I watched out the window as she got into her car and drove away. Well, that was a start to moving on from Emerald. It was frustrating. Really. It was. Stepping into your own home and having the people you call your family treating you like a complete stranger with broken body parts. They'd hand you the salt slowly and carefully, as if frightened one of your fingers would come off or something. So careful with their words, making sure to form every sentence mentally first, as if expecting you to break down in tears. Dinner has never been so awkward. So, Jason, how was school? Mom decided to start us off. He shrugged. Good. I really like this college and I'm planning on moving out soon. My eyes immediately darted to him. What? I asked, weakly. Well, I'm 19. I think it's time to move out. Plus, I've saved up a lot of money so I can afford an apartment. Why can't you stay a little longer? I thought you went to this college so you can stay close to us. So, why move away so quickly? I snapped. I don't think I can take another person being snatched out of my life. It's embarrassing. I'm an adult now. I should live on my own. 19 is barely an adult, I retorted. Emmy, are you okay? He asked. Yes. I just don't see why you have to leave us so soon, I said, holding in the tears that pooled inside my eyes. It's not soon. I've been in college for a year now and still live here. Is it that bad living with us, that you just have to move away? I'll be like 20 minutes away. Then what's the point in leaving anyway? It's better here and free. Yeah, but me and Amanda have been planning it for a couple of months now, so Amanda, I yelled, dropping my fork and standing up. Of course. I ran up to my room. Ignoring the puzzled expressions on my parents' faces and the continued calling of Jason, I flopped down on my bed and punched it repeatedly, sobbing silently. I didn't know what got over me. I felt as if I'd die if another person I loved was separated from me. I felt overprotective. The next day at school, I felt like complete and utter unpleasantness. Lisa and John had dragged me to our school cafe in the morning, and I was cursed to suffer the agony of the provided entertainment of Jasmine's and Jared's admiration show just 2 tables down. I walked down the hallways of our school until I reached my locker, wishing to hide my face away from everybody. I jumped up when I heard someone loudly tap the locker beside mine. It was Alex from English class, leaning against the metal and smirking in a way I can only describe as cocky. "Can I help you?" I asked, slightly creeped. Him and I have been in the same class for months and he's never bothered to once talk to me. He wasn't bad looking, with blonde hair and gray eyes that held a spark of something dangerous. "So, you and Jared are over now?" "Huh?" he asked. I rolled my eyes. "Yes. Now, is there anything specific you wanted?" He took a hold of my hand and kissed it. "Just a date?" "You're asking me out?" I asked, furrowing my eyebrows. "If you want to put it that way." "Sure. Sorry. No." I took my hands out of his grasp and walked away. "Come on," he pressed. "One date." "Why not?" "Because you only want me because I was the alpha's son's girlfriend." "No. That's not true." "Alex." "No." I walked away from him, ignoring the looks of other people. Something about today was different. I can feel it. At math class I noticed that many guys were vying for my attention. Caleb threw me a letter halfway through the period, asking me out. I shook my head no. At lunch, 2 guys offered to buy me food while I put my books away. "It's fine," I had told them, closing my locker with a loud thud. "I got it." I headed to the cafeteria, annoyed with the behavior of all the guys. Normally, I'd feel kind of flattered, but instead, I felt used. Those guys only wanted me for the reputation. Dating the alpha's son's girlfriend would surely boost up their importance. I was too focused with my thoughts that I didn't see the hand that darted out of the janitor's closet until it grabbed me and pulled me inside. I screamed out, barely having any time to grab onto something. The person shut the door and pressed me against the wall. It was too dark to see their face, but from the outline of his body, it was clearly a guy. "What are you doing?" I screamed out, struggling against his strong grasp. "Be quiet," he hissed, planting his palm on my mouth. I bit it and pushed him away, causing him to trip over a broom on the floor. He fell forward and crashed into me, nearly bringing me down to the floor with him. He stood up quickly and grabbed me, forcing his lips upon mine. "No," I managed to choke out, squeezing my lips together and moving my head from side to side. He planted both wrists above my head in one hand, and his other was still holding my face tightly. He forced his knee between my legs, so I wouldn't be able to kick him, and leaned in. "Get off," I screamed, hoping somebody in the hall would hear me. "Stop. Help, shut up," he snapped, his lips running down my jawline. The room was suddenly engulfed with light. I could see the guy's face clearly now, and I realized I didn't recognize him. Maybe he was new. Someone punched him in the face, causing him to stumble backwards. hitting the supplies on the shelf. He stood up and tried fighting my rescuer but was completely hopeless. My rescuer threw punches at the man until he fell unconscious. But he didn't stop. Blood pooled the floor, forming around my attacker's back. My rescuer twisted the guy's arm until I heard a loud crack and threw it down. "Stop," I said, grabbing his arm. "You'll kill him." The man turned around, revealing his face as my savior. "But he was going to harm you," snapped Blade Russell, practically huffing with anger. "But he's not worth going to jail for. Don't you understand what harm means?" he roared out loud, causing me to flinch back. His eyes softened and he froze his movements. Blade stepped away from the guy and faced me. He grabbed my face and checked it for injuries. When he was satisfied, he let me go. "You seem fine," he muttered, clearing his throat. I nodded. "Thank you." Suddenly, I felt overwhelmed. I wanted to cry for everything that's happened. I wanted to let the pain out and stop trying to hold it in. It was like all the hurt had piled up and I just couldn't take it. Not with Jason moving away, and some guy trying to physically assault me. And especially not when the love of my life had been snatched out of my life. I wanted to be held and touched. To feel love again. And there was something about Blade that made me want to spill everything to him. Whether it was his strong, muscled arms that would surely keep me safe from the world or the urge to connect with the enemy pack. I did what I urged to do. I gave in to the roaring passion that trailed with desire and desperation deep within the core of my body. Without a second thought, I flung myself at the enemy and cried into his strong shoulders. I couldn't control myself anymore, and I waited for him to push me away and call me strange. But instead, he put his arms around me tight and held me close. Much like Jared used to, but all thoughts of him seemed to be thrown out the window as I was comforted by the enemy. And enjoying every second of it. His chest was hard with muscles but still surprisingly comfy. My body fit with his perfectly as if designed that way. I let all my worries fade away and leaned further into Blade. Surrounded with his intoxicating scent of aftershave, and something else I couldn't quite place my finger on, I felt one of his hands begin to rub soothing circles on my back and the second one went up to rub my hair. When I felt slightly better, I pulled back and wiped my eyes with my sleeve. "Sorry," I muttered. I don't know why I did that. I'm normally not like this." He nodded, understanding filling his golden eyes. "It's all right. Thanks again. And I'd really appreciate it if you didn't tell anyone what happened." "No problem," he answered. I nodded. "Thanks." I stepped out of the supply closet and headed to the washroom to clean up my face, feeling as if Blade's arms were still wrapped around me. I watched as she walked away, leaving me on the edge with desire and want. She probably felt the connection. That's why she threw herself into my arms without control. Which meant I should work harder on staying away from her. But when I heard the screams, I immediately knew it was her in there, and just as if something had possessed me, I attacked without a second thought. She's right. I would have killed the pathetic rogue if she hadn't stopped me. I can't say I regret wanting to kill him. Hopefully she didn't figure out that he's a rogue after my pack and not hers. I sighed. Not only am I putting her in danger, but the Rouge somehow found out she's my mate. I shut my eyes tightly, wondering when my life had gotten so complicated. When she was in my arms, I felt as if that's the way it's meant to be. It's the way I wanted it to be. I looked down to the aggressor laying on the floor, still unconscious. I kicked him a few times, just to let out a bit of my anger, and walked away. He'd probably wake up in a couple of hours, and wonder about his newly bruised face and broken arm. Weeks passed and everything stayed the same. My parents still treated me as if I was a piece of expensive broken glass, handling me gently and lightly. I bit back my frustrations and the urge to scream out. I got an A in drama for my emotion-filled acting. That felt as if it were really from the heart and not just an act. Mrs. Spencer's words. Not mine. Jared stayed away, giving me the space he thought I needed. Little did he know I wouldn't want to even be a hair length away from him. I'd rather be tangled in his arms and caught up in his kisses. Did he not know that I still saw him and Jasmine kissing in the halls? Did he think staying away from me would blur out the images completely? My organs may have stopped working, but my eyes still saw. Sometimes I'd wake up from a nightmare at night. And relief would always be the emotion afterwards, because maybe the whole thing has just been a dream. The illusion would tease me lightly before reality decided to crash my party. I also noticed the guys still eager to ask me out. I didn't understand it at first. I thought it was just a boost to their population. Turns out, there's more. The boys were from the enemy pack, and wanted nothing more than to pick a fight with Jared, the alpha's son. I felt useless just thinking about it and turned my attention to my last period class. Science. Mr. Jeff's accented voice was too loud and deep. He could easily be mistaken as someone who'd fling their desk at you, and that type of person he was. I watched in amusement as his wooden meter ruler snapped into a desk, startling a pitiful sleeper who's just been doomed by Mr. Jeff's presence. He was a big man. Mr. Jeff. Not overweight, but muscly and tall, with jet black hair and combat boots that he stepped on hopes and dreams with. It was rather a mystery why he chose teaching and not wrestling instead. The bell rang loudly, and I took my time packing up my books. Emerald, I turned around and smiled at Ben, the son of a woman in our pack. Hey Ben, I replied, taking in his appearance. How's your mom? Ben was one of those people considered as a nerd. He was skinny and tall, with slight acne, glasses and braces. She's good. Awesome actually. What's up? I asked, ignoring the feeling of someone's gaze on my back. I was wondering, since you're single now, if you wanted to. I was ready to reject him, the words rising on the tip of my tongue before I bit them back. I'll be 18 tomorrow, and I still haven't found a mate. Yeah. Sure, I said to him, when he smiled. Tonight, it's Friday. So I thought, sounds good. I stopped his rambling, forcing myself to think it's cute. 7-ish, yeah, he said. I'll pick you up at 7 tonight. He picked up his books and exited the classroom, turning his head back at me continuously. I smiled despite the tugging of my chest, and the voice screaming that it's wrong, and exited the classroom, aware of Blade Russell, who stood by his desk, still packing his stuff. At home, I dragged my feet upstairs, acting ignorant to the way my parents looked at me. I decided to finish my homework and shower until 7, before Ben picks me up. I was just about done my math when I heard my mother's voice greeting Amanda, Jason's mate. Emerald. Amanda's here, yelled Mom. I sighed. Why should I care? I jumped out of my bed and went downstairs to face the girl that'd steal my brother away from me. Hey Em, she greeted, gently touching my cheeks. I stared at her, a scowl forming on my face. You're only a year older than me. Don't touch my cheeks, Emerald, my mom muttered in a warning tone. I rolled my eyes. Hey. Jason walked in and kissed Amanda's lips, unaware of me or Mom's presence. Watching them look so in love made me want to feel nauseous. It was disgusting and stupid, and it made me want to cry. It reminded me of Jared, and the way he looked at me. I ripped my eyes away from the happy couple. So, why is she here? I asked. She's here to help Jason pack his stuff, Mom replied, talking slowly and carefully. I chuckled. I'm not gonna start crying. You can quit with the voice. I spun on my heel and went upstairs, leaving them staring at me. Picking my outfit wasn't hard at all. Unlike with Jared, it only took me about 5 minutes to choose it. Maybe because with Jared, I cared what he thinks. Ben is just. He's not Jared. Is that how I'm going to feel with every guy? I sighed and pushed away unnecessary feelings. Mom's voice called out. There's a guy for you at the door. Despite my knowledge of it being just Ben, my heart still pounded and hoped for Jared. It was stupid and I wanted to mentally scold myself for it. I was doing this to myself. The pain, the stress, the hurt. It was all me. No one else had the capability of tearing me down to my last breath. No one but Jared. I sighed, bracing myself for the night, and took my purse downstairs. Mom looked at Ben with hopeful eyes. Can I speak to you in the kitchen? Emerald asked my dad. I sighed and prepared myself for the speech. Yes, Dad. In the kitchen. He sat down at the table and fisted his hands. You're 18 in a couple of hours. You'll shift a couple of minutes after 12. I nodded. I know. You taught me. Do you remember all the stances I taught you? It's the only way you can stop the pain. I nodded, once again. I remember. And this Ben guy. Even if he isn't your mate, he has to help you. Okay, Dad. I'll make sure of it. It's almost impossible to shift without your mate. His eyes teared. Death will be very close. But you stay strong. For us. And everyone else that loves you. He stood up and captured me in an embrace, burying his head in my shoulders. I patted his back. Don't worry, Dad. You taught me how to succeed and I will. He pulled back and smiled. See ya tonight. Tomorrow actually, 'cause I'll be back after 12. He rolled his eyes. Smart Alec. My mom stood, leaning on the edge of the kitchen door, watching us. Her eyes teary and sad. Mom, I muttered. She shook her head and exited the kitchen. Going upstairs. She's just worried. She might lose you. I smiled. Go comfort her for me. Got it. I headed to our living room and smiled at Ben, taking a hold of the roses in his hands, touching only the plastic wrap. Little did he know I was sensitive to flowers. Thanks. I smiled, laying them on the couch. They're really nice. Ben smiled, revealing 2 deep dimples. Thanks. You look really nice. You too. I couldn't help but think of the tulips Jared always used to get me, the pretty white ones, because he knew they were my favorite. But they were hardly ever in market here, so he'd drive all the way to the next town over for about an hour and a half to buy them. I let my eyes trail to the ones he'd bought me a couple of weeks ago that lay in a vase of water. Ready to go? I asked him, ripping my eyes away. Yeah. Let's go. He led me to a nice gray car that I knew belonged to his mom. Where are we going? A really nice restaurant my parents used to go to, he answered, getting inside. Again, I couldn't help but compare him and Jared. Jared would have eased whatever tension was in the car and found a way to make me laugh. He also would have kept where we're going a secret just to keep me interested. It was annoying sometimes, but I loved him for it. We reached the restaurant after about 30 minutes of an awkward silence, the only sound being the gentle roar of the engine and the classical music coming from the radio. Ben parked his car in the tiny lot and exited, running over to my door, but I had already opened it. I gave him a sheepish smile and stood up, pretending not to have seen his flushed cheeks of embarrassment. We went inside, and I discovered that the restaurant was actually an old diner. It wasn't bad though. It looked homey and comfortable. I was glad I'd dressed so casually. We walked across the red and white checkered floor, making our way towards one of the corner seats. Ben pulled out my chair, refusing to meet my eyes. Confused, I took a seat and watched as he did the same. I looked out the window. It wasn't a very nice view. Just an empty street, a couple of trees and a light post. "So," Ben muttered, picking up his menu. "What will you be having?" I picked up my menu and gazed at all the foods. They served breakfast, lunch and dinner whenever you wanted. "All right. Order the pie and I'll order the ice cream. We'll share." I nodded, letting my eyes drop back to the menu. "Sure." I was suddenly ambushed with the memory of me and Jared's last date. He had said the same thing. "Order the lobster and I'll order the steak. We'll share." Well, that was before and I have to move on. But was it wrong that I still had hope? I snapped my menu shut and watched as a middle-aged waitress approached our table. "Hey Ben. Who's your friend?" she asked. Ben blushed. "That's Emerald." "Emerald. Meet Jane. The best waitress in town." "Hi." I smiled, shaking her hand. "You're a pretty one, aren't you?" "You ready to order?" she asked. "Yes," replied Ben. "The usual for me. And pasta number 3 for M. For dessert, we'd like some banana ice cream and a slice of apple pie." She wrote it all down before he even finished talking, which I didn't think was possible. "Got it." She smiled and walked away. Ben, noticing my shocked face, smiled and said, "Told you she's the best waitress in town." The food arrived a couple of minutes later, still hot and fresh from the stove. "Smells good," I muttered, inhaling. "Tastes even better." I began to eat the heaven before me, moaning in satisfaction. "This is amazing," I said through a full mouth. Ben chuckled, taking a bite of his own. We talked until our plates were empty, and then dug into the dessert. "I've probably gained like 10 pounds. I muttered. Ben laughed. "It's worth it. Don't worry though. Everything is made without all the greasy stuff, so it's not fattening at all." Whoa. This has got to be the best diner ever. They really care about their customers. We left the diner a couple of minutes later, walking towards a park. "I call a swing," I yelled and began to run. Ben laughed and called out, "There are 2 swings." "Yeah, but one is broken," I replied. He approached me a couple of seconds later and saw that I hadn't lied. So he ended up taking a seat inside the baby swing. "Does it hurt?" I asked after a while. "What does your backside?" He shrugged. "Kind of. I think the metal is giving me a bruise." I burst out laughing, finally realizing that maybe I can move on from Jared. I looked at Ben and saw that he was okay looking, with his glasses and braces. You really couldn't tell at all how cool he really was. But sadly, when we neared my house, I asked Ben to take a turn. "But your house is the other way," he said. "Yeah. But I gotta pick something up from a friend's house." "Can you drop me off here?" I lied, attempting to erase all worry off my face. "Sure. Do you want me to drive you back?" "No, it's fine. I'm staying for a while, so she'll drive me back." He shrugged and parked the car. "I had a really nice time," I said. He blushed and smiled. "Me too. See you Monday." "See you." I shut the door, waiting until his car was out of sight before I began to walk. It was hard enough trying to blend in with the night and seem invisible to your mate who was just across the street. On a date with some other guy. Then they had to go to some children's park too. It was agonizing. Witnessing the laughter of my mate being caused by someone who's not me, I wanted to be aggressive towards him. He looked at her as if she was the prettiest woman he's ever laid eyes on, and she so easily laughed back. Unaware that nobody's that good. And everybody has secrets. Little does she know how big his secret is. I followed them as they drove back to her house, making sure to remain out of sight and blend in the dark shade of my wolf with the night. They made a sudden turn and I wondered if it was an accident, but I caught sight of Emerald exiting the car and decided to follow her some more. She walked towards the forest. Nowhere near her house despite the late hour. Careless to the doors that lay unopened. I followed until she stopped at a clearing. Looking around. Trying to catch sight of anything familiar. Confusion dug into my gut. Wondering why she's come here of all the places. I watched as Emerald brought her phone up to her face. Not missing her panicked expression. Woo-ba. I ripped my eyes away from the flashing numbers on the screen and focused on stifling the panic that has risen beneath visibility. 2 more minutes and I would have already had my mate. 2 more minutes and Jared would be here with me. Kissing me comfortingly, and whispering calming words into my ears. I shut my eyes and fell to my knees. Hugging myself and awaiting the shift that threatened my life. Would I survive tonight? I thought of the stances I'd get in 161. I pushed away suffocating thoughts and pictured myself alive after this. A fully shifted werewolf. Independent and forever non-mated. I didn't know why I couldn't picture myself finding out my mate. I guess it was because I couldn't picture myself without Jared. Let alone anyone else. I sighed and awaited the pain that would surely arrive. And then I felt a sudden movement inside my body. It didn't hurt. The opposite actually. It felt as if a sore muscle had just popped. I smiled in relief. Maybe the pain wouldn't be as bad as I thought. I felt the blood rushing to my face as a blood-curdling scream made its way out of my mouth. I gripped my waist. Dropping my phone in process, where it sat on the muddy ground, flashing the numbers 1, 2, 0, 4. The bones inside my body began to circle and shift directions and I struggled to get on my knees. My arms seemed to have stopped working, and my right leg was set in a twisted angle. Tears burned my eyes and blurred my vision as I tried to keep my screaming under control. I couldn't move. Everything inside my body had stopped obeying me and was now doing its own thing. My shoulders rolled back, letting out a sickening popping sound that made me flinch. I felt a shadow approach and begged that it wasn't human, but I couldn't turn around to see who. I felt my nails and teeth extend as I sat frozen. I felt hands burning. Much like the pain, I let out another scream as my back cracked and twisted. I had the sudden urge to be set free. I wanted to run around the whole forest and feel freedom, as it rushed to soothe my tension and ease my worry. And I wanted to be loved. I wanted something that wasn't quite there. Yet I yearned for it. I craved for it like an addictive thing that I haven't yet taken. I felt my whole body release into the wolf I've been waiting for since I was born. Feeling a lot like a ripped bandage, I let out a growl and blinked to regain my improved vision to catch sight of my beautiful hazel color. My eyes shifted to the person that had helped me and I saw that it was actually a wolf. A gorgeous black wolf that made my fresh knees weak. Confused. I nudged him with my nose and almost fell as the contact sank in. My eyes searched his own as I begged reality that it wouldn't be true. Mate. The word was sparkled, highlighted and capitalized in my mind, making it impossible to ignore, while my wolf wanted nothing more than to cherish the word. My human side wanted to cry out loud for the betrayal I felt. I felt as if I was cheating Jared. Anger flooded my veins from my thoughts of him. I shouldn't feel like that. Not when I have finally found my mate. I found myself wanting to touch him more. To discover just what can he make in the air. Taking in her surroundings. Her eyes shifted to where my black wolf stood. Jaw opened, and no doubt looking like a complete fool, she nudged me with her nose, making me weak with the fire that flashed through my body. I could tell she was confused, and I wanted nothing more than to capture her in my arms and spill everything. A moment later she must have discovered we were mates because she ran her nose down the slope of my neck. Affectionately. My wolf purred and growled at the closeness, wanting nothing more than to make contact with her lips and create magic. I responded back immediately, as a person would to breathing. My tongue stuck out and licked her beautiful face as sign of desire. She rubbed her nose against me, her eyes saying one thing. Shift. I stared at her for a long time, watching as she purred and rubbed her nose against me. My wolf shook with desire and compassion, begging me to let him release all his love physically. I wanted to shift. It's not as if I didn't want to. In fact, it took all my self-control to remain from knocking her beautiful wolf into the ground and being intimate with her, but I couldn't. Revealing myself to her would just create complications and unwanted drama. How would she feel being mated to an enemy? How would my father feel if he was alive? Everything he's worked so hard to build up would all come tumbling down. My life was too busy for a mate anyway. The pack has been getting ready for a rogue attack. And the guy that had attacked Emerald was a sign that they're close. Having her near me would only provide her with danger. Besides, I'm positive she would reject me as soon as she found out my true identity, and I wasn't sure if I could take any more rejection. I gave her one last kiss, staring into her enchanting green eyes while tying my shirt to her knee, and took off running, knowing she would follow me. It was wrong and strongly forbidden to leave your mate the night they shift, but this situation required it. As much as I hated the distance I was putting between us, it is needed to be done. She was merely a fledgling, so it didn't take that long to lose her, and when I did, I hung my head low and went home. Sunlight poured down on my face, making me squint my eyes and wake up. My vision was blurred for a moment but eventually became clear, providing me with sight. I looked around and put on the shirt. How thoughtful of him, I thought, sarcastically. I was never expecting to find my mate. Nor was I expecting myself to be so attracted to his nightshade black wolf. Just thinking about it, I wanted to run my fingers through his thick fur, savoring the feel of every single one. I sighed, swallowing back the lump in my throat. My nose came down to smell the shirt I've worn. It smelled like dirt and trees. And something else. Something that's meant only for me. And I loved it. I ripped the top of the shirt away from my face, already feeling dizzy and lightheaded with the intoxicating smell. I suddenly wanted to know who he is. How handsome must he be? As handsome as Jared, or maybe more handsome. Could it be possible that someone out there is more beautiful than him? I sighed again and decided to clear my thoughts of both Jared and 178. Mom sprang up and embraced me, shouting out words I couldn't understand while Dad stood beside us, smiling proudly. "You made it," screamed my mom. "You're a wolf," I laughed. "Mom, lower your voice. There are neighbors." "Oh, oops." She giggled, holding me tighter. "You're gonna kill me," I choked out. She finally let go and turned to my dad. "Make sure to thank Ben for helping my little baby." "Definitely," said Dad. "Ben didn't help me," I said. They turned their shocked gazes at me. What? I didn't ask him to. I just told him to drop me off by the forest. Why would he agree? I lied and said I'm going to my friend's house. It isn't his fault. Then who helped you? Dad asked. Images of my mate flickered in my vision, but could I tell them? Was I ready? No one. I just managed. I left them staring at me as I walked upstairs, hoping I didn't smell of my mate. I decided to take a nap, seeing as I spent most of the night searching for my mate who decided he wanted to play hide and seek. But just 2 hours later, I awoke from loud banging on the door. I groaned and thrashed around my bed. Someone. But he didn't answer. Instead, he shoved me in his arms and embraced me as hard as he can. I began to choke, pounding on his back. "Move," I choked out. He let me go instantly, keeping his hands on my shoulders. "You're alive." "No. I'm a ghost," I muttered sarcastically. "How did you do it?" he breathed out, letting himself in. "Shifting, yeah. Your mom and dad were at the pack meeting and said that you shifted alone." "Yeah. Well," I mumbled, in conflict with myself as to telling him the truth. I didn't want him to know that I was rejected by my own mate. He'll pity me and provide me with an overwhelming amount of sympathy that I just didn't need at the moment. I just managed. I finally answered. He didn't try to hide the shock forming on his face. "Emmy. That's amazing." I felt a tight smile forming on my face. "Thanks." His gaze softened and he stared at me. His eyes gazed intensely at my face, intoxicating me with their intense color. All of the sudden, I felt disappointed. The feelings from drama class returned, and I just wanted to feel at home again. I wanted to be captured by his lips and locked in his embrace, both physically and mentally. I urged with the compassion to feel his body close to mine as pity on a once-upon-a-time lover that he hopes to be friends with, despite knowing it will never be normal. I wondered if he's as heartbroken as me. Images of him laughing and kissing Jasmine flashed like headlines in my head. I doubted it. When a heart breaks, it doesn't break evenly, I thought, reflecting on the situation. I've just realized how badly I've wounded you. To say that I've broken your heart is the biggest understatement, Jared whispered, his breath touching my face. Somehow, I couldn't find my voice. But I knew, even if I can speak, I wouldn't. What could I possibly say? How was I to respond? So I just avoided looking into his eyes and took a seat on the couch. Jared mirrored my actions, letting his eyes drift in the silence. "Have you made your decision yet?" he asked, looking at me. "About us being friends. That has to be better than being head over heels in love with him. Do you think you'll ever forgive me? I've never been mad at you. You've done nothing wrong." Jared sighed, as if that wasn't the answer he wanted to hear. "Will we ever speak like normal friends to each other?" My vision became blurred with tears. "I'm thinking of what's best for me at the moment, and I think I'm better off far away from you and hating you than being your friend." Jared looked at me like I've just hurt him. "I understand. I guess." I watched as he sank into the couch, a strand of hair coming loose and drifting over his left eye. I felt my fingers twitch and pressed my other hand against them. Suddenly, the room was engulfed with a cheesy pop song. Confused, I looked around for a phone. It couldn't possibly be Jared's. He hated pop. Lowly of me, I'm not that pathetic. Oh, but I am. Otherwise I wouldn't be sinking into the charcoal-forming ocean of my misery and despair. "I have to go now," muttered Jared and stood up. "I'm late for an appointment." I almost laughed out loud. An appointment? Right. I walked him to the door and was surprised when he hugged me one last time. He rested his chin on my shoulder as he muttered, "I'm so sorry, Jared. If you could somehow choose your mate, would you choose me or Jasmine?" But I didn't say it out loud. I was too afraid of the answer. Jared let go of me and walked to the door. But he couldn't do this to me. He can't come into my house, make me fall in love with him all over and then just leave. My body shook with the urge and sadness to be with him again, and I realized just quick, much to my displeasure, and it complicated even faster. I parked my car in its new spot, far away from everybody. But Jasmine. She stepped out of her car. Jared following after like a lost puppy. He had his own car to use. Why not drive it? Without control. I imagined myself taking Jasmine's pretty car and spilling corrosive liquid all over it. I let out a sigh and waited until they were safely out of sight before entering the school. Lunch rolled around and I found myself effortlessly floating from one place to another. Somehow I had ended up at a table with Lisa and John. Smiling slightly as Ben approached. "Hi, Emerald." He greeted, bowing his head. "Ben, hi." I forced myself to let out. "I just wanted to say that I had a really nice time, and maybe we can do it again." Despite my gut that screamed no. "You've got a mate." I nodded my head and said, "Definitely." I watched as he walked away. "Hoping Lisa and you are not getting off easily," Lisa snapped. "Isn't it off the hook?" I asked, hoping for a change of topic. "Emerald. Why didn't you tell me?" "Because," I muttered. "It was last minute. I don't even like him. I needed someone to help me shift." "I thought you shifted alone." "That's what your parents said at the pack meeting." I 195. It wasn't until I reached the hall where I've been assaulted by a complete stranger when I started to feel wary. I felt as if someone was watching me, following me silently in the shadows. I watched my sides, making sure nothing would poke out of the doors and grab at me. I heard footsteps and turned around to find no one. This is silly, I thought to myself. I'm paranoid. I wished to block out my imagination of hands, buried deep within the walls, and something wonderful and exciting. I felt a smile uncontrollably lift the corner of my lips, as I sank deeper into the comfort, wishing to be wrapped up and snuggled in it. It was hard enough, trying to avoid her all day and to make sure she's safe at the same time. She was a magnet for danger. Plus, with the rogue attacking her last week, it wasn't a wonder why I followed her as soon as she left the cafeteria early. I remained behind her, near enough to see her, but far enough so she couldn't sense my presence. Being two fully shifted mates, we could both feel when the other is near. So when she turned around to see if anyone is behind her, I jumped into the next hall, making sure to remain unseen. I followed her further down the hall, ducking and hiding when I thought she'd turn. I wondered why I was doing this again. Wasn't my plan to just forget about her completely? Then, how did I end up being her invisible guard? Devoted with everything she wanted, needed and loved. I imagined myself wrapping up the world in a pretty bow and handing it to her. Nervous because I wasn't sure if it was enough. I felt her approaching still and dug myself deeper into the lockers. Her feet came in view first, and then her angered face as she placed her hands on her hips and stuttered with disbelief. "Are you following me?" I swallowed loudly and searched my brain for the right words. "No," I finally decided. "I was just checking to see if. But it's over. I don't need protection. I've shifted." With that, she spun on her heel and marched away, leaving me completely hooked on her line of lovers. The school day finished pretty fast after the incident with Blade Russell. For some reason, I couldn't get him out of my mind. I reached my house and found Amanda coming down the stairs, holding a big box labeled books. "Hey she so he would only focus on their future marriage. Don't fall and poke your eye out with one of the books. I'm sure Jason wouldn't find you so attractive then." I smirked despite my disbelief when I saw an angry expression cross her face, but she quickly covered it up and smiled. "You're so right. Thanks." Annoyed that she dodged yet another bullet, I headed upstairs, still thankful that she hated me too. At my room, All my attempts to get Blade Russell out of my mind were fruitless. I didn't want to admit the way I wanted to throw myself at him and just stay there forever. The feeling I had gotten when I was near him. I didn't want it to end. But I was overwhelmed and I knew I had to get out of there before I broke down and hugged him like last time. I sighed and laid on my bed, thinking of just how much I'd love for my mate to be the same. After the incident with Blade. I haven't heard about. I had thought to myself to ease my surfacing tension. Things were worse than they've ever been at home. Mom and Dad were constantly arguing. Their angry words laced with desperation, crossing each separating wall in the house until reaching my ears. Jason and Amanda still came by every day to collect the things from Jason's room, and what's worst about it all was not the fact that he was leaving me, but more the fact that he knew how bad things are in the house and he chose to let me deal with it alone. It was pretty clear that our family was falling apart slowly bit by bit. I didn't know just how rapidly that would be happening until Thursday. At 4 a.m. I had been already awake, listening to my mom and dad's voices as they crossed each other. Angrily aggressive and practically venomous. It was when Mom decided to mention the time she had caught Dad cheating on her when things fell silent. But not for long. I heard things being thrown and hurled with force. Heavy footsteps around the house and then something loud. The sound of a slamming door. Dad had left the house. I didn't cry that night. But I did hear my mother do so, and as I tried to sleep, I cursed Jason silently for letting me witness this alone. I decided to get out of bed at 6 a.m. to take a run through the forest. After all, I haven't shifted since Friday night. I jumped out of my window, just for the thrill of it, and stripped down to nothing. More I ran, the more energy was pumped into my system. It was the best feeling. Being out in nature and feeling the pure air refreshing my body. I let my stressed figure settle down for once and tried to enjoy this while I can. My only focus were my thoughts as I ran. Otherwise I would have caught the scent before. The scent was one of pure fury and rage. One that sent my wolf purring and growling with desire and compassion. A scent that I recognized from when I caught Blade behind me and closer. Breathing heavily and watched as his massive size stood on all fours and watched me. His eyes were a pleading golden. That confused me and stripped me bare. Do I forgive him for abandoning me that night? Shall I enjoy my time with him while I can't? I can't be so easily deceived as I had been the last time we met. The wolf took 3 long steps towards me, yet still kept a distance between us. He seemed nervous. Guilty. I rolled my eyes and kneeled down, giving in to the desire overtaking me, taking it as a sign of forgiveness. The wolf. My mate trudged towards me until our noses touched and laid down. I stuck out my tongue and licked his face, letting him know that I'm glad he's here. He smiled and rubbed against me. For once in a long time I felt amazing. I felt as if nothing could beat the feeling of this. Not even Jared. I stood on all my fours in the sky, and it wasn't until then that I remembered about school. I looked my mate in the eye one last time, still wondering who he was, and went back running to my house. I was late for school. About half an hour late, and when I pulled up into the school's parking lot, it was easy to see Blade in the empty spaces parking his car. Late also. I found myself wondering why he was late. From partying all night, I thought, and avoided him as I entered the school. I wanted her to accept me even if we were enemies and love me unconditionally, because I knew that I would do the same. And I hated it. I hated that Emerald made me so forgetful towards the reality that awaited us. I hated that every time she touched me, I felt as if a new type of blood cell grew inside my body, shooting me with electric vibes of pleasure and fury. I saw her entering the school, watching her like a hawk, wanting so badly to run over to her and kiss her passionately. Too was surprised at the anger that resurfaced in my being. My mind was thinking of ways to be aggressive toward him while my heart wondered why, and I realized it was not fair. It was not fair that he had his happily ever after while my mate was still head over heels for him. It was not fair that he screwed her heart over and got away with it. It was not fair that his mate was healthy and alive while mine had tearing bandages on her broken heart. I couldn't control myself anymore. But he wasn't no normal werewolf. He was the son of an alpha, so it was no surprise how rapidly he recovered. His fist shot towards my face, knocking me back a couple of steps, but by then I was beyond furious. I let my anger out and focused all my fury on giving Jared what he deserved. I attacked him like an insane person, shooting my fist out to connect with anything that could cause him pain. He was on the ground in a second flat. Me on top of him. Snap out of it. I stood up, finally aware of everything that I've done. I attacked Jared without explanation towards why I was doing it. I looked down at him, bruised and crumpled beneath me in a bloody mess. I looked for Emerald. I urged for her to calm me down again and take me out of this reality, but instead, she lay by Jared's side, yelling at students nearby to call for help. She touched his cheek, tears running down her face around me. I choked on my sobs every now and then, glancing towards the left side of the hospital for a doctor. What the heck was taking so long? Jared's a werewolf, son of an alpha. He should have already healed. But Blade is stronger, I realized. Because he's alpha and having someone in a position like his beat you. It would have killed any normal human or werewolf. I sat, slipping on the plastic hospital chairs, watching the stuff in front of me that they dared called food. I thought of everything that's happened and wondered why Blade had attacked Jared. This would cause more drama and loathing between our two packs. Maybe even a war. I sighed, my head falling to my hands. I honestly didn't know what I was doing when I went to calm Blade down. It was suddenly the only thing to do in my mind. In the room of chaos, I felt directly involved and as if I was the only one able to control Blade. The doctor took a step back, uncomfortable with how I've rushed him. He checked his binder. Don't worry. Jared will be fine. His wolf is upset, but he's beginning to heal. All he needs is someone who can help stir his inner wolf. I'll go. I snapped before anyone else could. Jasmine stepped forward, glaring intensely at me. I'm his mate. I should go. The doctor, noticing the tense atmosphere, muttered. Everybody come. Most. I clutched to his arm, practically gasping with anxiety. Please be okay. I prayed. Next, said the doctor. Did I stir his wolf? I asked. You'll know at the end. Jasmine stepped forward and placed her lips gently upon Jared's. The monitor began to beep wildly. The doctor stood up and ushered everyone out of the room. Everyone but Jasmine. I watched as it was my mom, but much to my distaste. Amanda walked in, holding a box labeled Jason's stuff. Hey kiddo. She put the box down and went to touch my cheek, but I moved my head away. Don't touch me. She let out a fake laugh. You're so cute. You're like a year older than me. Don't treat me like I'm a kid. Aw. She looked down at me. Sorry kiddo. Why are you here? To pick up some of Jason's stuff. Oh yeah. I forgot you were taking him away. It was his idea, liar. She smiled. You're adorable. By that point I was practically shaking with anger. The urge to shout engulfed me and I wasn't ashamed of how much I wanted to confront her. I stood up, glaring intensely at her and snapped. I grabbed her arm. Not until you admit that I frustrate you. But you don't. Yes, I do, I screamed. You hate me. You pretend to like me so I'll look bad. But you're just as much of a spoiled person. Her eyes turned cold. Listen here, Emmy. I've been trying to look past your hateful comments and accept you unconditionally. But you've made it really hard to do that. And quite frankly, you are becoming a massive problem. Let's forget what I did to you before I met your brother and move on. Can you do that? I glared at her. You made my life hell. All throughout elementary, middle school and almost all my high school years. I could never do anything about it because you were always a year older. You're lucky I didn't tell Jason about you when he first found out that you two are mates. She laughed. 2百32. I could never tell Jared. Not because he would try to protect me, but because he'll tell my parents and I was stupid and scared. I remembered how shocked I was when I found out that the bully who made my life hell is actually my brother's mate. It was in 10th grade. 2 years ago. Jason and Amanda were in 11th grade, and that's when she finally left me alone. I still hated her though. And every time she'd come to our house, pretend like we're best friends in hair, and clutched it to find blood all over my fingers. Amanda didn't give me a second to react. She smashed her fists against my face, straddling me. You brat, she screamed. I've tried so hard to forget what I've done to you. Can't you just let it go? I flipped us over, straddling her, holding onto her shoulders, and knocking her up and down. You ruined my childhood. Ever since 4th, as I grabbed a piece of glass. Emerald. Amanda warned. Stop. Don't do this. You're not rational right now. Drop it. Tears streamed down my face, and I couldn't understand what was happening. Why was I so upset? It was like something had possessed my body. I heard a sudden noise. The front door opened and in walked Jason. He froze in his spot when he took in the scene. What the heck are you doing? Emerald, he shouted. I was. You're crazy. He grabbed me by the shoulders and pushed me into the couch, picking up his mate gently and leading her out the door. He came back after setting her in the car. You listen to me, Emerald. If you ever hurt Amanda again, I'll hurt you. She's done nothing but be nice to you. Jason. You don't understand why I had gotten so angry. Sure, I hated Amanda for making my life hell, but I was over it. I knew I had to apologize and get myself under control quick before I do something worse. The first thing I did this morning was quickly get out of bed, wash my face, and put on some proper clothes. I was at the hospital by about 7 o'clock. Hoping this would be a quick visit. Jasmine saw me in the waiting room. You coming to see Jared? 0, everything's fine. But it's past 7. You can go see him. Yes. But Jasmine is with him. It's one person at a time. So I'm waiting for her to come back. It's not one person at a time. His whole family is in there with him. He's better now. So I'm allowed to go in. Of course. His skin had returned to its normal color, and it was painful knowing it was because of his mate. I felt relaxed to know that he's all better, and walked away towards the exit. In my car, I noticed the visible bruises and scratches on my face from the side view mirror. I sighed, silently cursing Amanda and her nails. The rest of the school day went by agonizingly slow, and I couldn't help but notice that Blade wasn't there. I wondered just how much trouble he must be in against the window. It wasn't a complete lie because the scratch from when that really did happen was still there. I was looking forward to being home and just laying on my comfy bed after school. But when I peeked through the window and saw Jason and Amanda, I headed the other way. I reached the forest in a couple of seconds, stripping as I walked. I leaped into the air, savoring the great feeling of my flesh furring and my senses improving. I ran within the trees. Letting was impossible. I can't expect him to be there for me whenever I needed. That's unrealistic. But then I thought of Jack and Lisa, who were always there for each other. I began to run again, my rapid paws scraping upon the edge of the surface. After about 15 meters, I lost the cliff and found myself deep within the wet trees again. I ran and ran until I saw a house that I remembered from a while ago. I had been broken with no one to turn to. Liu. Whom else could it been? I should have remembered this house from the party he threw. But I had entered from the front, with no idea of how the back looked like. He glanced down at me, immediately catching sight of where I stood, and just stared. His golden eyes shone even from a distance, and I feared he's assumed I was a rogue or an intruder. But somehow I couldn't look away. I stared back, wondering where I've seen those eyes before. 24 intently at Blades for a moment longer, and I realized just how familiar they are. They stared at me with guilt and regret, just as unexplained as my resurfacing hurt. I stood up from where I was crouching and ran towards my house, hoping to leave the pain behind. But it remained with me, and it seemed like the harder I pumped my feet, trying to get away from it, the faster it chased me. It was unexplainable, really. Why I felt like the remaining pieces of my heart, who were beginning to give me the slightest of hope, had my father's face as he learns his daughter is a betrayer. Imagine now I'd ruined their reputation, but I didn't feel guilty. In fact, the opposite, really. I grew angry as I thought of just how messed up my life is. I'm in love with a guy who has a mate. I'm receiving strange feelings for an enemy. And I have a stranger mate who won't show me his identity. Back home, I was, my stomach flipping when she said Blade's name. Is Dad going? She shrugged. I don't know. I haven't heard from him. With that, she exited the room, leaving behind a trail of misery. Suddenly, I felt disgusted with myself. I had been so caught up in my own personal problems to notice that my parents might be on the verge of divorce. Jason hates me, and I probably caused Amanda some real damage. I sighed. I quickly got up and dressed in some jeans, a hoodie and a sweater on top. Lisa and Jack were waiting outside in a car. About time, yelled Jack as I entered. Lisa laughed. We just got here. We drove for about 10 minutes, singing along to the radio. When we pulled up in front of the carnival, I began to jump up and down. Yes, I haven't been here in so long, Lisa and Jack laughed, watching while as we entered the carnival, buying our tickets and cruising around to see what rides to play. Let's get on the veggie knockout, yelled Lisa, bobbing up and down on her heels. Are you kidding? It's for kids, complained Jack. No, it's fun, I said, dragging Lisa with me as we headed towards it. You and Jack get your own car. Me and Lisa are going together. It's too easy, yelled Ben. Girlfriend were probably kissing right now, with me at the last of their thoughts. Yes, I deserve to have fun, even if it's for one night. Lisa swerved the car to the side, trying to knock out a tomato. We missed that one, causing the boys to laugh. We sped past them, knocking down some of their vegetables. Jack stood up and hollered. That's not fair. Lisa shrugged and blew kisses at him. By the end, I've only ever been here once. I laughed. I used to come every fall with my parents. Where are they? At the pack meeting. No kids allowed. Do you know what's gonna happen? Ben suddenly looked uncomfortable. No. I don't. Confused by his strange behavior, I decided to let it go and enjoy a night out with my friends. My mother has called my dad, only to receive no progress. Tells me that he won't pick up even if I call. Jason is gone, careless to whatever is going on here, while being captured by Amanda's hypnotizing allure. Although the shattering pieces of my mother's heart imprison my every thoughts, My worry for Blade lay fresh at the side of my mind. I still wondered what happened at the meeting. Are they running Blade's pack to a different territory? Maybe his pack is our lookout now. Acting as, the sun went up and lit the whole sky. Simple as that, yet more slowly than anything. I got up extra early and put on anything that smelled clean. I washed my face and brushed my teeth, making sure everything was presentable before heading to school. My eyes roamed over the parking lot, scanning every face, passing even Jared's and not hesitating once. I couldn't help but notice the absence of Blade. His pack was here. But where is he? 264. Besides, I have a mate. Lunch rolled around fast and I found myself already in drama, listening to Mrs. Spencer's smooth, wise voice. Today, she was dressed in an odd suit. The colors of soft bamboo striped with creamy white. Fingering an old umbrella, polka, dotted light pink and brown. Her bright orange hair was set in a French braid. Tight and painful. As usual. But with no doubt. Flawless. I watched as two people performed their dialogues. Relieved that it wasn't one of love, two first words. I shot out of my seat. May I please go to the washroom? I shouted out. Ms. Spencer stared at me. Can it wait? No. It really can't. I feel sick. She sighed. If you must. I practically darted out the door, avoiding the annoyed, knowing eyes of the students around me. When I reached the washroom, I made sure to remain frozen until the painful knots eased down in my stomach to make sure you're okay. An image of Blade saying that popped up in my head. I'm fine. I snapped, aware of how uncontrollably angry I was becoming. You don't always have to be checking on me. I'm not yours to worry about anymore. I didn't mean to, I know you didn't. But I can look after myself. You have your mate. And I have mine. 26. He shook his head. It's okay. Emerald. You still have me. Except for I don't. I heard about you attacking Amanda. I know you're angry. But you shouldn't take it out on people. Who told you? Look. We are just trying to protect you. You shouldn't be so reckless. I also heard about your almost car crash. He traced the outline of my scar. Was boiling by this point. Any inch of guilt that once slithered through my veins was wiped away, and I wanted nothing more but to scratch my nails across the clear creamy white skin of her face. Revenge pumped in my system. Anger is an understatement. I was beyond furious, and it must have shown on my face, because Jared grabbed my shoulders and muttered, "Calm down," into my ears. But I didn't register his words. My mind was too busy plotting out Amanda's confrontation. I turned a few corners before deciding it was safe. I leaned against the walls and shut my eyes. Years of hiding in the toilet stalls passed right before my eyes. I hated Amanda with all I had. And Jared was the one person I could go to make my day better. Now, I lost him. And bully Amanda might be back. A sudden noise sent my ears ringing again. I heard people. Boys to be specific, talking. Two most unfaithful. Not only have I thrown myself at the enemy alpha and cried like a weakling, but I'm also developing strange stirrings for him. So I decided to ask Ben about it later and walked away. Back to class. At home, I was both relieved and disappointed at the absence of Amanda. I wanted both to apologize to Jason and confront her face some more. I sat at the dining table, unsure if the silent person that had possessed the woman in front of me was still my mother. I was taken off guard with how angry they looked. They are our new lookouts. They need to inform us of every single secret rogue pack and be our protectors. If not, they will be driven out of the territory. I nodded, nervous all of the sudden. That seems fair. I don't think so. She stood up, leaving her untouched plate of pasta, and left. I sighed and began to clean the table. After 275. I looked away and headed back upstairs. I climbed out the window again and took off, shifting into my furry, four-legged, other self. I searched the endless night, as always, calling out for my mate. It must have worked, because when I reached the cliff, he sat, as if awaiting my arrival. I smiled and felt all my worries melting away. I put aside my remaining worries as I traveled the everlasting forests with my mate. We played near the lakes, ran around, and I awoke to the sound of my ringing phone. I picked it up, my eyes still groggy and blurry. "Hello," I croaked out. "Emerald," said a voice. "Dad," I muttered, not sure whether to be relieved or angry. "Hi. Where are you? Can you meet me somewhere?" "Yeah. Sure. Where?" "You know that little cafe on Earl Street I used to take you to? Over here." My father waved from his seat. I smiled hesitantly and headed over. How do you react with your father when he's been out of the house for a few days now, with no phone calls or anything? I took a seat in front of him. "Hey." It looked me over, confusion taking in his stressed features. "What happened?" "Which part are you referring to?" I asked, raising an eyebrow. "That long scratch on your forehead was there when I left Zero." "But what happens if you know you have a mate, but for some reason you can't be together? What happens to the person?" "Well, both mates will be depressed. They won't be able to sleep without nightmares. They will experience unexplainable anger. Sometimes they even become physically aggressive. They become violent." I nodded. "Do they ever become needy?" His eyes showed that he was confused. "Is that how you felt with Mom?" He looked away. "I can't explain how I feel with your mom." "Then why are you here and not with her?" "I wake up every morning to her smiling, forgiving face and kiss her, hug her and act like I was always faithful. She forgave me so easily. It hurt when she brought it up. I knew she still hurts from it too." I knew I couldn't hurt." Nodded silently. I secretly wondered if that's why Mom had gotten so angry and barely responsive when I asked her about it. When I went home that morning, there was something bugging me. Actually, more than one thing. I wondered why Ben was talking with the enemy pack. I wondered if Dad was gonna come home. And I wondered why did Blade beat up Jared. Sometimes they even become physically furious. They become violent. Dad had said, "Teacher promised." How pathetic. Eminem's voice roared through the car, vibrating it slightly, and it succeeded in blocking my mind for a bit. "I'm gonna make you dance. It's your chance, yeah boy. Shake that backside, oops. I mean girl, girl. 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 Now you know you're my world, now just lose it. Ah. Just lose it. Ah. Go crazy." When the song ended, I didn't give myself the slightest second to think before quickly putting in a new CD. It was foolish how hopeful I'd become whenever I saw the back of a head that looked slightly like his. I caught his face as soon as he entered the school though, and just like magnets, our eyes met. His golden eyes looked intensely into mine like beautiful lasers, hypnotizing me with want. I stared at him for a long time, unable to pull away because of an invisible attractive force. The bond was already created for us, like it was meant to be. But somehow he managed to break it because he sent me dimples. "Hi." I took a bite out of my sandwich and waited until I finished chewing to speak. "I need to ask you about something." "Ask away." "So, I saw you talking with some of the members of the other pack and I was wondering why. I mean, I didn't want to be too quick to judge or anything, but, oh. They missed the meeting, so I filled them in. But you weren't there either. Confusion. She gave me a pointed stare. Is there something going on that I don't know? I know your lying face. Emerald. I sighed. I have no lying face. I'm not lying. Jack popped up from behind her and handed her a Coke and me a lemonade. Yes, you are. I know that face. Stop teaming up against me. I grabbed the lemonade bottle that reminded me too much of Jared and put it to the side, stood by. Snapping. You're crude, before storming off. Jack sighed. The things I put up with. Go after her. You idiot. I muttered. He rolled his eyes again. I'm going. I'm going. I had science next and I sat silently while I tried not to flinch as Mr. Jeff's voice roared at everybody. Partnering them up. Niall, you're with Sam. Eamon. You're with Evan, 29. I enjoyed the view. He was perfect. Too perfect. He was gorgeous. He stood beside me and got to work. I suddenly remembered when I saw him on that balcony with that other girl. Disappointment flared within my insides, and I couldn't help but feel hopeless. I sneaked a look at him with the corner of my eye, even though I knew he didn't know that Wolf was me. I still felt embarrassed, like he did know. 294 the other side. Avoiding the damage to be done. I let out a loud scream when flames began to bounce even higher, burning my science paper that sat on the table. Mr. Jeff appeared with a fire extinguisher and shot a white substance all around, including me and Blade. The class stood in silence for a while, watching the settling beaker, and all of a sudden, the beaker exploded into tiny shreds. Mr. Jeff looked at us. Go. Clean. Up. He shouted every word. We nodded and hurried off to the science sinks. There was only one mirror that Blade and I shared. We washed the chemicals off our clothes and hair. Silent except for the sound of our breathing. Blade looked at me and decided to break the silence. You handed me the wrong chemical. I know. I remembered chemical B being yellow and I saw too, so I just gave you any. I'm really sorry. He stared at me for a moment, seeing the clear grief on my face before shrugging and cracking a smile. Two breathed heavily. Mr. Jeff was so red, he was so mad. And the students, they were so shocked. It's all over my hair. I can't get it out. I'll help. Blade's fingers began to massage my scalp while we both chuckled lightly. Our eyes met in the mirror and slowly our laughing began to fade. We turned to look at each other. His golden eyes gazing deeply into mine. I was taken back by the overwhelmed feeling that took over my body. We should be getting back to class, I said. He nodded, his features confused. Yeah. I felt stupid. More than stupid. I felt hopeless. Like the more I tried to stay away from her, the closer I get. I almost groaned out loud, thinking about what if her lips had touched mine, these what ifs, and imagine what's footsteps and just how much she made me feel. Was it strange that I was vibrating with desire? Just her nearness made me tingle in pleasure and hope with hopelessness. I wanted nothing more but to embrace her into my soul and be her forever protector. I imagined waking up to her beautiful face, and skipping all my daily meals because her sight and beauty had fed me enough. I thought about that night in the forest, when her wolf was calling out to me. I came out on the balcony after wanted to kiss him. It wasn't as if I didn't want to. In fact, the urge had been so strong. It was almost impossible not to. But the tiny bit of common sense I had left showed up and brought me back to reality. I was about to kiss an enemy. The picture of him and that girl popped up in my head, and I just couldn't seem to kiss him anymore. Jared's face screamed no in my mind, and I felt guilt afterwards. But I had no heart. What time? 8. For the next 4.5 hours I studied, showered and ate. By the time it was 8 o'clock, I was all dressed and ready. I settled in the awkward silence as my mother drove to the pack house. You don't look good, she said after a while. I shrugged. I feel sick. It's fine though. The pack house was large. A nude-colored took a seat beside her. Hey. Do you know what the meeting is about? I muttered. She smiled. Hey. And no. I don't. The room slowly grew silent when 2 alphas walked in. Jared's father, followed by Blade. I had to keep from dropping my jaw in shock. What was he doing here? I glanced around the room and saw Marshal Evans from the enemy pack. So this is a meeting with the enemy pack 7. His muscled arms and finally, his gorgeous face. I've never seen someone so beautiful. His golden eyes, identical to my mate's, made me guilty with the hope I grew. It took me a moment to realize I'd been staring for too long. His eyes looked directly into mine and the smirk on his face proved that he was aware of me checking him out. I quickly looked down and blushed, and with the corner of my eye, I saw his smirk widen. The meeting began, and Jared's father, you must have something to report. After all, you did put my son in the hospital. Blade sighed. I understand. And I take full responsibility for my actions, but I can't help that there's nothing to report. A deal is a deal. You shook your hand on it. If you don't have anything to report by the end of this week, then by law, I could take you out of your territory. Where in the law does it say that? I couldn't possibly live without air. I looked up, hoping I didn't look too alarming. Lisa noticed, and gave me a strange look. We know what the rogues are thinking. They're not just gonna attack. That would be too dumb. They are sending each other in human form little by little. How do you know this? Snapped our alpha. It's secret information me and my pack picked up from spying on them. I want all the information. That's my pack's hard work, not yours. Do I need to remind you again of our deal? Blade stood up. I don't mean to be disrespectful. After all, this is your pack house, but you gotta watch who you're talking to. I may be younger than you, but I'm just as powerful. Jared's father stood up. I can't find it in myself to respect the son of a traitor. What happened with my dad and your pack isn't my business. I'm here to make up for my actions only. You want the information? I'll give it to you. But that's it. I'm not about to spill all our other secrets to an enemy. Don't think you're intimidating me just because of your age. Jared's dad shook his head. Like father, like son. That was exactly something your dad would say. Blade looked angry. This isn't about my dad. I can't give you a report by the end of the week because there will be nothing to report, and I can't give you all my pack's hard work. Then it's settled, you're moving. With pride began Blade, but I quickly stood up. I didn't know what I was doing, but it seemed like the only rational thing to do to avoid reality. I struggled to make out words forming in my mouth. Yes, asked our alpha. Blade. He has been protecting us even before the deal. What do you mean? He asked. A couple of weeks ago. A rogue. Or at least I think it was a rogue. He pulled me inside a janitor's closet at school. Blade. He heard me screaming and saved me. Several gasps erupted from the room. Our alpha glanced at Blade. Is it true? Was he a rogue? Blade slowly nodded, his eyes still on me. Yes. He was. Why didn't you report it? I asked not to. I was embarrassed and didn't want anybody to know. Our alpha nodded. I guess that makes up for putting my son in the hospital. Thank you, Blade. For saving a life of our own. Blade nodded. Anytime. Is the deal off? He nodded. Yes. Blade's pack stood up and headed for the doors. Almost immediately, I was rushed by Lisa and Jack. What the heck? Why didn't you tell us? Blade saved you. Was that why he was staring at you? We're such bad friends. We didn't even ask if you're okay. 3, 1, 5, I rolled my eyes again. My vision becoming really blurry. Yeah, Emerald. I looked up and saw Blade standing a couple of feet away. We gotta go, muttered Jack, grabbing Lisa's hand and walking away. Hey, I said. I just wanted to thank you. What you did in there must have been really hard for you. And I mean it when I say that. The whole pack appreciates what you did. I smiled, surprised at how hard it was to do. No problem. We're even now. Are you okay? A concerned look flashed across his face. It blurred slowly until I saw nothing anymore. Emerald, I heard Blade say. Emerald. The last thing I felt was falling but never reaching the hard ground. My fingers twitched as I watched Emerald's still body as she slept on the hospital bed. My wolf urged me to go ahead and clutch her hand like dear life, but I couldn't. Not with all her family around. When she fainted in my arms, it was the most terrifying feeling I've ever felt. Something inside of me triggered and froze in panic. I couldn't seem to move. Concern twisted within my gut and traveled up my system, transforming more deadly by the second. Needless to say, I was stunned, struck with horror and grief. My wolf had wanted to lung out and do something, but my system was temporarily frozen. The screaming of other people was the only thing that brought me back to reality. I forced myself to remain calm and barked orders for someone to call an ambulance. I forced the people in the ambulance to let me carry her in and ride with her. The rest of the ride was a blur, and I remember holding on to her fragile fingers because it was the only thing keeping me calm and made sure to be careful to not break them. Your mate? The guy had questioned. I had swallowed hard and answered. Just a friend. I looked around the room I was currently in. Her parents sat at the 2 plastic chairs at corner, with Jason and Annabelle. Lisa and Jack stood huddled up to the side, and Jasmine. Jared and his dad stood by the door. I felt out of place and awkward, but I didn't want to leave. I couldn't. The doctor finally came in, clutching a useless clipboard. Emerald's parents, he muttered. They immediately stood up. Yes, doctor, she's fine. Nothing life-threatening. Just a lot of stress. Her wolf couldn't handle it. She's a new shifter and all. She probably gonna wake up any second now. Do you know anything specific that may have caused her stress? Well, her mother pursed her lips. Me and my husband had a big fight and he moved out. That may be part of it. Is there more? Everyone remained silent. I glanced at Jared. Will he say something, that he broke her heart? I stared at him while he looked at the ground. He remained quiet. I looked up at the doctor, and just as I was about to speak up, Lisa jumped out. Her and Jared were dating for a couple of years and he found his mate. She was broken-hearted. Could that be part of it? How recent? A bit more than a month. The doctor nodded. Possibly. Where is her mate? She doesn't have one, said her dad. I forced myself not to look down, feeling shame and anger burning in my veins. She does have a mate. I'm her mate. But it says here she's a shifted werewolf. Yeah. She did it alone. The doctor's eyes widened. That's almost impossible. We all glanced at Emerald as she began to shift around. Her eyes opened and I felt myself moving closer without a conscious. Her confused gaze met mine and I almost melted at how beautiful her green eyes were. Where am I? You fainted, I said gently, worried that if I spoke a bit louder, it will hurt her. Her eyes widened. What? Why? The doctor stepped forward. Your wolf was under a lot of stress. She sighed. I'm so weak. No, you're not, I said. Without thinking. Everybody glanced strangely at me, and I cleared my throat and stepped back. Can everybody leave the room, please? I'd like to have a chat with Emerald. What? Why I began but quickly shut my mouth and exited with everybody else. I went around the room, searching for a spot where I can listen, but this was a werewolf hospital. They were smart enough to build each wall thickly so no other werewolf can eavesdrop. But I soon found the other door for that room and leaned between the cracks to listen. Emerald's point of view. The doctor stared at me for a moment. Your parents tell me you shifted with no mate. I swallows loudly and wondered if there was a possible way to tell if I were lying. Yes. That's true. I didn't ask if it was true or not. His gaze bore into mine suspiciously. I was taken off guard and realized he was right. I thought. I mean. You kind of implied. Implied what? That I don't believe you. I remained silent, wondering if this counted as harassment. Emerald. Your wolf is under pressure and stress. A lot of pressure and stress. The result of an overly stressed wolf is depression, and slowly your wolf starts to disconnect from you. What does that mean? You won't be able to shift after that. My heart began to beat loudly. Do I just become human? Not really. You become too depressed and lifeless. You become sort of like a person who's on the verge of dying. But I don't die. Not for a long time. You will wish you would just die. What can I do to stop it? You have to tell me exactly what's going on. You wolf is weak. And was weak when you shifted, considering you weren't exactly healthy, because I'm guessing you let yourself go after the breakup with Jared. The alpha's son. I nodded. That's correct. So I find it hard to believe you shifted alone. Who helped you? My mate. The doctor nodded like he wasn't surprised. And where is he now? I don't even know who he is. Lie. That's a lie. Something inside my body triggered, but I avoided it and tried to focus on the doctor, but all I saw were his moving lips. I couldn't hear anything but the drum rhythm of my heart. Clues. I saw little hints and clues that led to the mystery of who my mate was. The pleasuring tingles that overwhelmed my body. The anger and desire. The black wolf. The green eyes. And the almost kiss. I've always known. I shut my eyes tightly and forced myself not to think about it. To pretend as if I didn't know. It's easier that way. Do you have any suspects? None? This must be what's keeping your wolf so stressed. She knows she's got a mate, but the fact that she can't be with him is killing her. Will it affect my mate too? Yes. Soon your mate will also begin to feel sick and faint. Is there a possibility that he will lose his ability to shift too? The doctor shrugged. It's not a possibility, Emerald. It's a fact. I felt a tear stain the corner of my eye. What do I do? The only thing you can do. Find out who your mate is, and be with him. Mom and Dad helped me into the car, and I refused to even acknowledge a confused-looking Blade. My dad pulled back and walked towards him with the alpha. I couldn't hear what they were saying, but from their grateful faces, I'd assumed they were thanking him. Probably for being there to catch me when I fainted. But who took me to the hospital? Probably Mom and Dad. I watched Blade nod and smile at them from the window and quickly looked away when his eyes drifted to where I was. Dad entered the car about 2 minutes later and we drove home. I went to bed almost immediately. I ran up the stairs, ignoring the slight dizziness of my head, and laid on my bed. I heard the arrival of Jason and Amanda downstairs. The sound of someone going up the stairs annoyed me. Deciding I didn't want to talk to anybody, I buried my head under the pillows and pretended to sleep. The door opened slowly and I heard 2 pairs of feet nearing the foot of my bed. Emmy, said a girl's voice. I groaned internally when I realized it was Amanda and Jason. Emmy. We know you're awake. I heard Jason. Being the stubborn person I am, I ignored him, and made some fake snoring sounds. Emerald. You don't even snore. I know you're lying. I sighed and figured they wouldn't leave me alone, otherwise, so I threw my pillow at him and sat up. What, I'm trying to sleep? Jason rolled his eyes. I don't want to be here any more than you do, but Amanda dragged me here to apologize. I rolled my eyes and resisted the urge to chuckle sarcastically. For what? For leaving us at the wrong moment. For knowing exactly what's been going on between Mom and Dad and not helping me through it. Or maybe I'm being selfish, but I don't want to lose any more people after I lost one of the most important person in my life. Jason remained silent for a moment. Amanda's fake sad eyes looked at me pleadingly. I'm so sorry you've gone through all that alone. If I had known, oh please, save it for someone who might actually believe you. You see, Emerald. You just don't get it. Jason roared. We're all trying, but you don't appreciate it all. Even after what you did to Amanda. She still comes here and tries to talk to you. Why are you so selfish and jealous? I'm not jealous, Jason. She hates me. Ever since we were little, you guys never talked until I mated her. Don't start lying, Emerald, you're hopeless. He stood up and exited the room. Angrily, almost tearing the door's hinges off. Amanda stood up and faced me. Let's pretend the fight never happened, and go back to being friends. She left my room and I shook with anger in my bed. We were never friends. I buried my face in the pillows and heard someone approaching about half an hour later. I felt hands pulling my face up from the pillows. Stop. I groaned and pried their hands off of my face. They flipped me over and I saw that it was Jason. I thought you left. Scratch that. I hoped you left. He rolled his eyes. Emerald, what's going on? Nothing. Don't think I haven't been noticing how you've been lately. Crying so much. Fighting with everybody, and now you end up in the hospital. I want the truth. I sat up further and stared at him. Fine. The truth is, I've joined an underground women fight club. He sighed. Damn it, Emerald. I'm serious. You have no right, Jason. No right to say all those horrible things to me and then barge in here and question me about my problems. I can deal with it. It's my business. Not yours. I'm sorry, Emerald. I really am. But what would have you said if you walked in and saw your mate being physically assaulted by your sister who's holding a glass vase ready to smash it into her face? I signed and imagined the picture. I guess he was right. But you left. You left when you knew Dad and Mom were fighting. He moved out. Did you know that? I'm so sorry for letting you deal with it alone. I really am. That's not what gets me so mad. It's the fact that you're so blinded by your love for Amanda that you won't even pause for a second to question who she was before she met you. I know, Emerald. She told me. She said she wasn't liked very much as a kid, so she took it out on people most of the time. That's an understatement. She took it out on me. I should know. I used to hide every day in the washroom stalls and cross my fingers that she wouldn't check under the doors for my feet. I'd even get up on the toilet and bend down so my head wouldn't show. He stood up, clenching his jaw doubtfully. Get some rest. And he exited the room. Lisa and Jack visited 3 hours later. They sat bouncing everywhere. And talking so much that my ears began to hurt. So, what's going on between you and Blade? Lisa questioned. Nothing. I answered, sipping on my hot chocolate as an attempt to block out pictures of us almost kissing. Oh please. We're not stupid. He didn't even let the paramedics carry you into the stretcher. He did it himself and growled at them. He didn't even wait for your parents. He just sat on the ambulance with you. And left. Whoa, whoa, whoa. What? Blade took me to the hospital. Well, the ambulance, but, yeah. He's the only one who rode with you. Where were you guys? I snapped. My legs feeling weak and wobbly. He wouldn't give us a chance to do anything. He went crazy. So, what is going on with you two, honestly? I have no idea. Lisa gushed. How romantic is it though? Being saved by the enemy. Jack laughed and kissed her cheek. You're in love with the idea. It wasn't romantic at all. I began to laugh when I realized how true that was. He physically assaulted the guy until he was knocked out. Oh, he's so protective. I'm protective, said Jack, staring at her. She rolled her eyes. But you're not an enemy. He scoffed. You say it like it's a bad thing. Do you think that maybe he likes you? Said Lisa. No way. Don't say that, Lisa. I snapped. She giggled. It's romantic. No, it's not. Besides, he's an enemy. I can't even begin to imagine what would happen. I trailed off. Saturday rolled around a couple of days later, and I managed to avoid Blade in school at all times. In science, the teacher made us do textbook work instead of labs as punishment, and I was fine with it because it meant I wouldn't have to talk with Blade. I still felt tired and dizzy all the time. Like I could faint any moment. And I knew that tonight I had to find my mate. But it was only 1 p.m., and I had to do something. I drove to the mall and decided to look for a job. I need something to keep me busy now that Jason moved out and Jared and I are over. I searched a lot of places in the mall. A pet shop. Some fast food restaurants. Even a shoe shop. At the end, only a lingerie shop hired me. When do you want me to start? I asked the manager after I filled out my form. She glanced at the cashier. Would now be good. One of our employees just had an emergency and left. I nodded. Yeah. Sounds good. Okay. You can take her spot then. She was on cash duty and changing room. I figured it would be easy because they were right next to each other. But later on I found out that it's not. A 12-year-old girl came in asking for a Justin Bieber bra in size 36D. I couldn't help but stare at her flat chest as I answered. We don't have Justin Bieber bras. Okay then. I want that one. She pointed to a zebra print. In 36D. Are you sure? Do you want smaller? She shook her head. I'm sure. The little girl ended up buying a lip gloss and that's it. I managed to avoid strange situations for about an hour until a mom walked in with her little son. Hi. Do you need help looking for something? I smiled kindly. She clicked her gum at me. I want a changing room. How many bras? She counted them slowly. 3. I nodded and unlocked a changing room for her. I watched her son that appeared to be about 5 or 6. He stared back and I smiled. Suddenly, he ran into a rack and brought everything down with him. Stop. What are you doing? I screamed and glanced at all the bras on the floor. I began to pick them all up, wondering where the other worker had gone. The little boy raced around the store and threw another rack on the floor. Stop, stupid kid! I ran towards him and slipped on a bra, crashing down to the floor. He laughed and put on a neon link bra, running around like crazy. I stood up, determined to catch the little rat. Come here, you little brat. I chased him around the store, falling multiple times before finally, his mom came out. What happened? She screamed. My boss came out and eyed the mess. Emerald. Can I have a word with you? I signed. Great. Only 3 hours into my first real job, and I'm getting fired. My boss did end up firing me, and I decided it was for the better, because I didn't want to work at a lingerie store anyway. I headed home and realized it was only 5 o'clock. After a shower, some food and a bit of studying, I looked at the clock again. 7:38. I guess it was late enough. I headed up to my room and opened the window. After jumping out, I walked towards the forest and waited until I was surrounded by trees before shifting. The familiar feeling of just letting go overwhelmed my body, and I felt all the pressure and stress evaporate from my system. I ran into the darkness and found strange comfort being cornered by so many trees. The cliff seemed too close and I wanted to run even more, but knowing that I was seconds from seeing my mate lifted my wolf's spirit, and I suddenly felt better than I had in days. I met him by the cliff, wondering how he knew when to meet me every time. I assumed it was the connection, the same one that led me to him at the cliff the first time. He ran towards me and rubbed his snout against my neck affectionately, reminding me of how much he missed me. I smiled slightly and looked even more forward to spending the rest of the night with him. We ran around like usual and I felt free. I loved to spend the rest of my life just being with him. It was easy. Almost too easy, and I soon lost reality and began to live in this pleasuring world. We chased pink butterflies and jumped after light flies that glowed a bright yellow. About 2 hours later, we heard a howl and signaled that he had to leave. I nodded and ran the other way. After about 5 minutes I ran the way he was going, making sure to stay close to the water so it would drift away my scent. His trail led me to the perimeter that the enemy pack was guarding, and I realized he must be from their pack. He must be an enemy. I followed his scent further, and found myself back at the mansion that Blade was in. I looked up and saw the balcony he was on with that girl. I kept walking and realized I entered his backyard. I hid behind the bushes when I saw all the members of the enemy pack having a pack meeting. I saw a black wolf, my mate, heading towards their human figures, and realized that he had to go shift. I followed him into the trees and hid. I had to find out who my mate was. My heart began to beat. Hints and clues shot at my brain, but I ignored them. I tried to pretend like they're not there. I didn't see Blade at the meeting. He's the alpha. Where was he? The black wolf is massive and alpha wolves usually tended to be that big. Blade is an alpha. The almost kiss circled around my head, and I remembered the connection that led me to his house. I remembered the pleasure I feel when near him and how I urge for his touch. I imagined kissing him and being in his embrace. Stop! I screamed mentally and shut my eyes as I waited for my mate to shift. I didn't want to think about who it had to be. All those signs surely must have led to this. It can't be thought. It can't. And so I opened my eyes and saw my mate there, fully dressed and in human form. Blade. The words get screamed in my head multiple times, and before the figure exposes his face, I knew it was Blade. The body structure, the soft brown hair, the shape of head. It was all identical. It made me realize just how closely I observed Blade without noticing. My heart stopped, and I came to conclusion that I was in some kind of shock. Not surprise. Because I wasn't surprised. Not at all. I was shocked, frozen and triggered with fear. An enemy was my mate. Does he know? He must have. He helped me shift. He saw my face. He knew all along. Everything made sense. How protective he is. And he doesn't even know me. His anger and violence towards Jared in particular. He said it was for no reason. Jared was just in his way at the wrong time, but in fact there was a reason. How could I not have seen it? Expect I had seen it. I had known. All along I had known it was Blade. I was just in denial. I didn't want to admit to myself that my mate was my enemy. All along I've been living in some kind of fantasy, hoping I'd wake up any minute and be welcomed with Jared's concerned face that would kiss my moist forehead and assure me that everything was just a dream. All the tugs and pushes from my wolf when Blade was near. It all made sense now. My wolf accepted a long time ago that Blade was my mate. Ever since he saved me from the rogue. Ever since he followed me in the hallways. But my human form was scared. Scared to be the traitor in my pack. Scared of my mate, who's also my enemy. I wasn't that heartbroken about Jared to let it affect everything in my life. Jared was an excuse to keep me living in my little fantasy. I've always known inside. I remembered the almost kiss. His eyes were so identical to my mate's. I knew it was him. Blade began to turn around, and I forced myself to snap out of it. I jumped from the bushes and ran. I didn't know where I was going, but I kept running. My eyes saw nothing but a blur, and I came in contact with about 10 trees every 5 minutes. My paws did all the thinking for me, and I wished I was still locked up in my fantasy. The fact that we could never be together hit me hard, and knowing in just a couple of years I won't even be able to shift depressed me. On the verge of dying. The doctor had said. Like some half-dead, half-living thing. I reached the cliff after half an hour of running, and just collapsed on the hard ground. My fear disgusted my wolf and caused her to pull back. Before I knew it, I was rocking on the heels of my feet. My knees tightly pulled up to touch my chin in human form. I moved behind a boulder to hide my nude body just as a tear slid from the corner of my eye and hit the ground. I watched it like it was in slow motion. I made circles with my finger in the sand as an attempt to block my thoughts. Just as I had done here, at the same spot the night I found out Jared wasn't my mate. I noticed a strip of white cloth under the boulder and pulled it out. A shirt and a pair of shorts. I put on the shirt after realizing they were Blades from the way they smelled. He must have shifted here the nights we would meet. I inhaled his scent with practically no control over myself. My mouth watered as I headed home, dragging my lifeless body as I went. I caught sight of Jason's and Amanda's car still in our driveway and realized they must be staying the night. A slight smile spread across my face when I also saw my dad's car, but the second I entered the living room, it was wiped off my face. There was screaming in the house and from more than 2 people. I passed by Jason and Amanda's room that was booming with their noise. How could you not have told me? Do you realize I almost lost my sister because I was such a stupid fool? Believing your lies. I'm sorry, I really am. I wanted to forget the person I was in the past and make a new person for myself with you. The past matters to me, Amanda. You messed up 6 years of my sister's life. Do you not get that I basically told her I hate her because I thought that I could trust you? You can trust me. I was stupid not to have told you the truth. I was afraid you'd leave me. And what you thought lying to me longer would help your case. I walked by Mom and Dad's room and held my eyes shut when I realized that their fight was about me also. You left us when you knew exactly what was going on with Emerald. There's something going on with her, and she won't tell us. She ended up in the hospital yesterday, Harold, because of stress, and you're not helping at all. You can't really blame me when you've been a damn piece of ice the whole time I was gone. You have no idea what's been going on with her also. At least I'm trying. How? By taking her out to the stupid coffee shop. I'm not an Exton. Idiot. I know that was just a stunt to make me angry and jealous. Listen to yourself. You don't even make sense. I entered my room and fell on my bed. These walls were suddenly string thin, and I could hear everything. I was everybody's problem. I wanted to disappear into thin air. Maybe that would make their lives a bit easier. Jared would be happy to not have to deal with me. And to freely be with Jasmine. Mom and Dad would have nothing to fight about. As would Jason and Amanda. Blade would find a mate in his pack. One that wasn't an enemy. I knew that I couldn't disappear though. But I knew I had to fix what I could. I picked up my cell phone and saw 0 new text messages. I realized just how much I had missed Jared's goodnight texts. Next morning Jason drove me to school because he thought I wasn't fully trusted to drive yet. The car was filled with an awkward atmosphere that we never used to have when he lived with us. I glanced at his face. His jaw was set and his eyes were angry, like he was frustrated at something. I'm sorry, I muttered. He didn't say anything, and I was beginning to think he wouldn't at all. For what? For ruining your relationship? I should have just let it go, instead of being so stuck on the past. He sighed. You should have. But you also should have told me earlier. I nodded. I know. We sat in a silence for a while. What's gonna happen with you and Amanda? He shrugged. We'll work it out. But for now I have to be there for my sister. He stroked my cheek. I smiled. Thanks. I never apologized for treating you like I did. It was unacceptable, and I'm really sorry. It's fine. You tell me what's going on when you're ready. I nodded again. Okay. We reached school about 3 minutes later and Jason pulled up at a spot in the front. And as if fate hadn't had enough. Laughing about my unfortunate life. Blade pulled up right beside us. We opened our car doors and stood up at the same time. He froze when he noticed me and I couldn't seem to look away as usual. My heart began to pound, and I knew why this was happening. The connection. Our wolves won't let us look away. His golden eyes seemed to change color when he stared at me. Instead of a dark golden, they softened and became lighter. Almost amber. They're beautiful and literally took my breath away. I searched inside my body, trying to find out how to breathe again, because I seemed to have forgotten. The beating of my heart was the only thing I could hear in this fantasy I've entered. His eyes were almost hypnotizing. I wanted nothing more, but to grab his face and lay my lips upon his with all my power. I blushed just imagining it. I knew I shouldn't think like this. I couldn't let him have this effect on me. Mate or not, he was still an enemy. But I really couldn't help it. Just staring at him. I've lost my brain. My common sense and ability to breathe. I honestly didn't know how long I've been captured by his alluring gaze. My dissipated brain refused to approach reality. It could have been 1 minute. Maybe 10. I didn't know. I lost track of everything that wasn't Blade. Suddenly, he cleared his throat, and in a head-pounding blink, I was back to reality. Just like that. He smiled hesitatingly at me and walked away. I felt my cheeks turning a scarlet red. Emerald. Emmy. What I turned around and saw Jason still seated in the car. He looked at me suspiciously. What was that about? You guys have been staring at each other for like a minute. Oh. I don't know. I wasn't looking at him. Right. You should probably thank him. He took care of you the most when you fainted. I nodded. Still not fully recovered from my chamber of thoughts, and grabbed my backpack. I will. I shut the door and walked away. Well, acquainted of the bewildered expression on Jason's face, I bustled to class. My eyes blind. Seeing nothing but golden soft. Light golden. Almost amber. My head came in contact with somebody's, and I almost fell back if they hadn't grabbed my shoulders. I looked up and rolled my eyes when I saw John laughing out loud. I just saved your life. I shrugged his arms off and retorted. You almost killed me first. Overdramatic, aren't me this morning? Yes. Physically, too. I warned. He held his hands up in surrender. What's wrong? Nothing. I replied as we headed down the hallway. Just didn't sleep well. Oh, are you sure? Because maybe you're still in daze from staring at Blade for a full minute. I blushed and whipped my head to look at him. What are you talking about? Don't even bother lying. Lisa and I saw the whole thing. You guys couldn't stop staring at each other. Lisa went crazy. She said you guys were having a moment. He made quotation marks in the air. I'm never gonna hear the end off it. Maybe I should just fake sickness. Go home. That still wouldn't save you. So what is going on with you and him? Nothing. It's just awkward because he saved me from the rogue and all. And I saved his pack from being moved somewhere else. And he saved your life again by taking you to the hospital when you fainted. He didn't save my life. It wasn't life-threatening. You're just too stubborn to admit that you like him. But I don't, I snapped as we entered our class. End of discussion. He chuckled and muttered. Why you getting so mad then? But when he saw the murderous look on my face, he back off. Lunch approached imperceptibly and I found each class really hard to focus in. I kept squirming in my seat, restless for the whole period, just prying myself off of thoughts about him. I sat in the cafeteria, munching on my turkey sandwich and sipping on my lemonade, awaiting the alarming arrival of Lisa. She arrived 2 minutes later and squealed out loud when she saw me. "Hey," I muttered, and pretend like everything was causal. "What's up? Don't you even try that emerald. Don't you even try." Because I saw everything. What? I took a bite out of my sandwich. "Are you seeing things?" John hopped up from behind her and placed his hands on her eyes. "Guess who?" She pried his fingers off and snapped. "This is so not the time, Emerald. I'm not stupid. What's going on?" John took a seat beside me. "I don't know. I was just sitting here, eating my food like a normal person, and then your girlfriend just popped up out of nowhere and started obsessing over something that never even happened." "Why you getting so mad then if nothing had happened?" I let out a sigh over just how much her and John were alike. "I don't know what you're talking about. I don't even know Blade." "Aha," she screamed. "I never said Blade. Why would you assume I was talking about Blade?" "Oh right. Because you do know what I'm talking about." My eyes widened and I wondered how I'd let her trick me so easily. "I need to pee." She grabbed my shoulders and shook me. "I don't think so." "You guys had a moment, shh," I hissed, looking around to see who had heard. My heart dropped to my knees when I noticed an amused seeming Blade looking in our direction. He let out a chuckle when he saw my embarrassed face and looked away. "Stop, Lisa. You're embarrassing me." Okay. Sorry. But you really like him, don't you?" "I know how you get when you like someone. It's never been this extreme, I mean." "You guys were staring at each other for a full minute. I heard your brother calling out your name all the way across the parking lot. And you didn't." "I don't like him. He's an enemy, remember. Also, I don't even know him." "All right. Fine. But I'm here when you want to talk." I nodded. "Thank you." The rest of the day passed quickly, and I managed to successfully avoid Blade all throughout science. Jared and Jasmine were all lovey as usual during drama, but it didn't seem to affect me as strongly as it used to. By the time the clock ticked 3 exactly, I was debilitated. I snapped my locker shut, and it wasn't until I reached the parking lot when I realized I had no ride. Jason had driven me here. My car was at home. I pulled out my phone and texted him. He replied a couple of seconds later saying he headed back to his apartment with Amanda. I sighed and remembered that his apartment was half an hour away. "I'll find a ride," I texted back. I searched for Lisa and Jack, but they were already gone. All I had was cash and no change, so I couldn't take the bus. I probably missed it too. This wasn't my day. Regretfully, I began my hour-long walk back home. About 20 minutes into the walk, my legs began to ache. The sky darkened and I knew what was gonna happen before it even did. I had watched too many movies and read too many books to not be able to tell what was gonna happen next. It's going to rain, and maybe if fate really hasn't had enough with me, it will also begin to thunder. I cried out loud when the first raindrop touched my face, and before I knew it, it was pouring thousands. The sky began to thunder loudly, roaring out like an animal and making me jump. My hair and clothes were soaked in under a minute. A shiny black car pulled up beside me and my heart dropped. Is this the part where the girl gets kidnapped by sparkly vampires or something? But the person inside was no vampire. He was Werewolf. He smiled at me, as if to show off his pearly whites, and said, "Need a ride?" I sighed and wondered if I had any other choice. I ignored the majority of me that did want to go into Blade's car and pretended like I didn't want to. "Do I have another choice?" He laughed. Not really. I got into the car and tried not to swoon over how attractive it was and how much it reminded me of his fur color in wolf form. Thanks. I said, breaking the awkward silence. No problem. What were you doing walking in the rain alone? That seemed really movie-ish. My brother was supposed to pick me up, but he forgot. I said, laughing at his comment. Oh. Was that the guy you were with this morning? Yeah. I muttered hesitatingly. I never really got to properly thank you for what you did at the pack meeting. You know. Since you fainted and all. Yeah. I blushed. Sorry about that. I like it when you blush. He seemed to have blurted without realizing it. He quickly muttered. Ear. Sorry, I meant. I laughed. Thanks. He looked at me for a moment before laughing as well. Sorry. Though I had thought it. Not said it out loud. It's fine. Thanks again. For saving my pack. I really don't know what we would have done without you. Well. You did save my life and take me to the hospital when I fainted, so thanks for that. Anytime. I'm used to catching damsels in distress. Clearly. I giggled. Did I just giggle? Was I flirting? I couldn't help it. I don't realize my words until they leave my lips. You don't believe me? No. No. I do, because you totally look like you spend 24/7 chasing damsels that are in need of rescuing. Of course. What did you think these babies were for? He flexed both arms while steering the wheel with his knee. Hands on the wheel, I screamed. Laughing as the car swerved accidentally to the right. Sorry, sir, Blade shouted to the old man that was swearing behind us. Oops. He muttered and took a turn. You're crazy. Hey. That old man shouldn't have reacted so angrily. The blame goes on him. How many tickets do you get in a month? 0 actually, because luckily, the police officers are always damsels in need of a bit of this. He quickly flexed one arm before placing it back on the wheel. I laughed out loud and clutched my stomach, realizing how foreign the sound was. I hadn't laughed like this in so long. It felt so easy to talk to him. Like a big weight has been blown off my chest. Take that turn there. My house is the 4th one to the left. I said as we neared my street. I tried to mask my disappointment when he parked the car. Thank you for driving me here. I really hope you weren't busy. Nah. My damsels can wait. I laughed. Good. See ya tomorrow, I muttered. Yeah. See ya. I exited the car and quickly headed to my door. Trying to avoid the rain. He stayed and watched as I unlocked the door. My hands felt empty, and then I realized I forgot my bag. Wait, I shouted as his car began to move. He stopped rapidly, causing the car to make a loud screech. I ran up the window and opened the door. I forgot my bag. He laughed. It's in the back seat. I got on my knees on the passenger seat and reached back to get the bag. I heard him take an intake of breath, and I realized how close I was to him. I pulled back. My bag in my hands, and I found myself trapped by his intoxicating scent. Our eyes met, and like it always happened, we remained frozen, just staring. I knew that I made up my mind just then, before I lost my brain. I forced it to tell me what I wanted most from Blade. A kiss. I leaned in as he did the same. His nose touched mine, and we remained teasing each other. Our eyes glued together, testing out our resistance. I dropped my bag without taking my eyes off of him. My movements were robotic. Like I wasn't controlling my body at all. I stopped breathing, and all I could see, smell, and sense was Blade. His nose touched mine once more, and he rested his forehead against mine. Breathing softly. He smirked when I gained an impatient look. I rolled my eyes. Just kiss me. The second our lips touched, I felt an indescribable wave of pleasure that shot throughout my whole body, electrocuting every blood cell that it touched. I would have gasped at the enduring force if his lips hadn't captured my voice. I was sure I had never felt anything this pleasing, yet as fulfilling as it was, it also left me desperate for more. I couldn't seem to get enough, and just knowing that I would eventually have to pull back to breath, send my brain in denial. Maybe this once I wouldn't have to breath. I dropped my bag and climbed into his lap, never breaking the kiss. All my thoughts were thrown out the window, and my common sense didn't exist. What was my name again? I didn't know. All I knew was the outline of Blade's lips, his smell, his eyes, his touch. It was like a poem to me. A poem that I knew by heart, mind and soul. Our lips played games together. Games that I never even thought I knew. My arms went around his neck and his gripped my waist. My fingers tangled in his thick brown hair, and it only made the kiss more passionate. My mind refused to believe that this was as close as we can physically possibly get. I needed to be closer. He pulled back to breath for half a second and his lips were back on mine. My back rested on the steering wheel as he worked his magic. We surveyed each other's resistance and need. Our moist bodies now laced with sweat, and we pulled back, breathing hard, and rested our forehead against each other. "You've got talent," he choked out. I smirked. "Then let's not let it go to waste." Soon, I forgot about needing to breath, and focused on moving my lips in sync with his. He bit my bottom lip genitally as if demanding entrance. Without a second thought, I let him through. The kiss became more heated by the minute and I lost track of time. All that was going through my head was how long I've been wanting to do this without even knowing. It seemed impossible to me now, that I've gone so long without feeling this captivating pleasure. My body literally buzzed with enthrall and compulsion. His conjuring lips traveled down my face until reaching their desired destination. His hands grasped my waist with more compressibility and I found myself liking it. It added more to the needy atmosphere. My body, as heated as it already was, grew hotter by the second. I didn't care if being this deprived was healthy or not. Nor did I care. A loud beep startled us and caused us both to jump up. We looked around frantically, searching for the originator that interrupted us. I soon realized it was the steering wheel that I was resting on. It was just the steering wheel, I muttered, regaining my breath. He looked at me as if just waking up. Sorry, I don't know what came over me." He was apologizing for giving me the best kiss I've ever experienced in my life. I would have laughed, but all my energy was drained out. "No need to apologize. I'm serious. I don't even, like you or anything. I don't want you to get the wrong idea. That was a big mistake. It won't be happening again." It was amazing how one sentence can literally break a person's heart. One or two misused words that you didn't want to hear had more power than anything else. It wasn't fair, really. That we were built with strong bones if we ate right. Healthy red blood if you made sure to exercise, but no matter what you do, you can't physically make your heart stronger. It would always be the most fragile thing in your body and the thing most capable of emotional pain. I gazed into Blade's regretful golden eyes and saw that he meant what he had said. It was a mistake to him, something that he did with all girls he probably drove home. Had I forgotten so easily that he was the biggest player in our school? He knew we were mates and still spent time with other girls. I pictured the girl on the balcony and thought of how depressed I had been. Pathetic. I lost my voice somewhere within the chaos of my hurt. Without a word, I got off of Blade's lap, picked up the bag that I had dropped and exited the car. I walked to my door, without looking back at him. Rejection pumped in my veins, and this was worse. Much, much worse than when I witnessed Jared mating with someone else. Someone that wasn't me. They say what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. But what happens when it does kill you? Sleep was beyond expectation. I rolled around and fidgeted as if it would knock me unconscious, but I didn't get so lucky. All I saw was golden. Dark and light golden. Soft golden. Almost amber. I felt his lips still on mine. My whole body tingled with anticipation. I couldn't help but realize how pathetic I was being. While he was out, probably making out with every girl he could get his hands on, I was lying on my bed, crying about it. It hurt even more to know that I meant nothing more to him than a girl he can just kiss. Does the word mate mean nothing to him? Probably not. As much as he's concerned. Having a mate meant one more girl to add to his list of casual relationships. I glanced at time. 1121. I had been trying to sleep for 2 hours now. I had to drag myself to school the next day. It was almost impossible to keep my eyes open. I threw my phone into my bag and caught sight of Blade's shirt on my floor. I picked it up and put it in the bag also. I'd find somewhere to throw it out. I reached school within 20 minutes. Taking longer than I normally would have. I caught sight of Lisa and Jack hanging by the parking lot and tried not to let my eyes accidentally drift to where Blade's pack were standing. "Hey Lisa, Kirpid." "Hey." I answered. "You look like garbage." John commented. "Thanks." I snapped. "Everything all right?" Lisa asked. A concerned look crossing her features. "Yeah. Just not enough sleep." "Good morning." Mark and Steve approached, grinning brightly. "What happened to you?" questioned Steve. "You look like garbage," added Mark. I sighed, and just when I was about to reply, John snapped at them. "Dude. Seriously." "Sorry," they muttered sheepishly. I rolled my eyes. "It's fine." "So did you hear?" "Hear what?" I asked. Lisa glanced at me uncertainly. "Nothing." "Drop it, guys." "Why, it's hilarious," Steve boomed. What? I found myself becoming more curious. "It's stupid and a rumor. We don't even know if it's true." "It's totally true. Everybody knows about it. There's pictures." What? I practically shouted. "You know Tracy Johnson?" Immediately, a picture of the girl on Blade's balcony popped into my head and my shoulders stiffened. "Yeah," I muttered. "Well, last night, Blade Russell was driving and stopped by her house. He called her and told her to come down. They drove to some parking lot near the new food shop and spent time together in the car, eventually falling asleep there. Some kids from our school were walking by the car and recognized it. When they looked inside, there was Blade and Tracy sleeping with cloths all over the car." Steve clutched his stomach laughing. "And they took pictures." My heart dropped to the pit of my stomach and my wolf was in denial immediately. "This couldn't be true." "Show me," I snapped. Lisa looked as if she was ready to object. Mark took out his iPhone and flashed a picture of a sleeping Blade and Tracy curled up together in his car. I glanced at the time it was taken. 1130, where I was trying to get him out of my mind. He clearly had no trouble getting me out of his. Mark and Steve walked away, still booming with laughter. Lisa looked at me. "You okay?" "Why wouldn't I be?" I asked, my voice trembling. "I don't even know him." "It's funny though. The picture. He's such a player." The first 2 periods went by agonizingly slow. My knees shook beneath me every time I tried to walk. I slept twice during math and when Mr. Black caught me the second time, he slapped his meter stick in front of my face. "Do we need to meet up after class?" "Ms. Carson, no." "Mr. Black. Then try to stay awake. And sleep at your own time." I didn't see Blade at all during lunch. Lisa kept shooting me weird looks as if expecting me to break down any moment. "Hey," John shouted as he came up from behind. He rolled a can of lemonade towards me and a Coke towards Lisa. "Thanks." I smiled and opened the lemonade. He shared a kiss with Lisa before answering me. "No problem." "What day is it again?" I asked him. "Day 2. I sighed. "Great. I have science first." I walked as slowly as I could to science, dreading the moment when I'd have to see Blade. I haven't seen him all day. Maybe he won't even be there. But I had no such luck as I entered and saw a tired-looking Blade seated on his chair. His eyes immediately fell on mine until he was congratulated by some guy for scoring with Tracy Johnson in a car. I looked away and sat down. I felt his eyes directed towards mine again, and I couldn't help but look at him. His eyes were guilty. He knew I knew. I rolled my eyes and looked away, pretending like I didn't care. I tried to sustain the scarlet of my cheeks when I remembered his lips last night. About 10 minutes into the period, Mr. Jeff called out for people to go get some racks of test tubes from the first floor. "I need 2 people," he said. I raised my hand, eager to be outside of a room that had Blade in it. "Okay. Emerald. Who else? Come on. Stop being so lazy." Much to my displeasure, Blade raised his hand. "Okay. You too. Go to the first floor and get 2 boxes of test tubes from room 23. We both nodded and headed for the door. I tried to walk faster than him, as an attempt to avoid him, but that was almost impossible with how fast he walked. "Emerald," he spoke up. But I ignored him and walked even faster. "Emerald. Come on. Let me talk," I replied with silence. "You're going the wrong way. The elevators are to the right hallway." I blushed angrily and headed the other way. "If you're trying to outwalk me, it won't work. You're like 5 feet tall. 5 feet. 6 inches, actually." I snapped and kept walking. Finally, a response. We turned a corner and headed for the elevator. "I'm sorry about last night." "What part of last night?" I asked. "When I told you I didn't like you." "I didn't mean it like that." "Really? Because you've been sending me mixed messages for weeks. Why did you kiss me then?" He shrugged. "Got caught up in the moment." We walked into the empty elevator and pressed the number 1 button. "That's what they all say." "It's the truth." I turned to face him. "How could you kiss me and then go spend time with some casual relationship? That's none of your business." "I just wanted to apologize for kissing you, but you seem to love it." "Of course I loved it. What kind of person in their right mind wouldn't have loved it?" He chuckled sarcastically. "I'm so flattered. Why did you kiss me? Give me a real answer." "I already told you I got caught up in the moment." I finally realized what he was doing. He was trying to come up with as many excuses as possible just so he won't have to admit we're mates. I almost forgot that he didn't know that I knew. The elevator opened, and I stepped out. "I'm not stupid, Blade. I know the truth." He ran behind me, a panicked look crossing his features. "What do you mean?" "What do you think I mean?" I headed into room 23. "I don't know. That's why I'm asking you." I opened my bag and threw his shirt at him. He caught it with both hands and looked at me shocked. "Where did you find this?" "By the cliff. You know, where we usually meet at night." "I don't know what you mean," he said. "Don't pull that garbage with me." I picked up 2 boxes of test tubes. He sighed. "How did you find out I followed you and saw you shift?" "Then you understand everything. Even why I kissed you." I nodded. "Yes, I do. But I don't understand how you're able to be intimate with other people." I stormed out of the room and towards the elevators again. "I only spent time with Tracy to get you out of my mind." "Hope it worked," I muttered. He gripped my arm. sending the boxes falling to the ground. We were chest to chest now, so I felt his minty breath on my face when he said, "Well, it didn't." I almost lost my voice again, but I knew I couldn't let him make me so weak. I took a deep breath and muttered, "The first or second time?" "Both times," he snapped. "And I didn't even sleep with Tracy the first time I tried. But you kept popping up in my mind like a freaking addiction." "Last night. I was disgusted with myself, but I tried to forget you. I had to forget you. But I couldn't. I knew you were an enemy, so it was wrong. I couldn't be a traitor to my pack like my father was to yours." I picked up the boxes from the ground, hoping the test tubes weren't broken, and began to walk again. "So you're just gonna ignore me now? I'm gonna do what you wanted me to do. I'm gonna get out of your life. You don't get it. Even if you tried, it won't work." I didn't answer. "You know, even if you weren't an enemy, we still couldn't be together. My mom died when I was 8. I don't even know what she looks like. My dad forced me to become alpha a couple of years later and left when I turned 18 and shifted alone, almost dying in process. I knew I couldn't rely on people anymore, especially my mate who didn't even bother to show up." I stopped walking and shut my eyes. "I didn't know." "Of course, you didn't. You never bothered to consider for a second that maybe Jared isn't your mate and somewhere out there is your real mate, on the verge of dying because of you." "What are you saying? That I wasted all my time on someone who ended up not even being my mate?" "I already know that. You think you have it so bad." He laughed sarcastically. "I heard the doctor talking to you. He said that soon we will both not be able to shift, and that we will both be on the verge of dying. Well, I'd rather be that than be stupid enough to rely on you." With that, he grabbed one of the box of test tubes and headed to science, using the stairs while I used the elevators. The house had been empty a lot recently. The hollow corners and echoing hallways gave me no welcome, and I couldn't help but compare it to before all the sudden trouble. The house hadn't been this cold and shallow for years. I urged for the old times when I was happy. Jason was happy. Even Mom and Dad were happy, and Blade was nobody to me. Nobody other than the player, alpha of the enemy pack, who made me feel nervous when I was near him, only because he was an enemy. I tried to ignore the sadness pumping in my veins, but I couldn't. I've convinced myself I've gone numb, but that's not true. I could still feel the rejection cruising through my body. I felt guilty. Made up images of him shifting in the woods alone. I could only compare to how desperate I was. I had been so hopeless, begging for a hero. And he just appeared and saved me. He was there for me even when I wasn't there for him. The loud knocking of the door jolted me up, and I ran to the door. Lisa stood on the other side, clutching 2 big containers of Ben and Jerry ice cream, a big bag of cheddar popcorn, and 2 chick flicks. "Hey." She smiled. "Surprise." I let her in. "What's up? I thought you needed a girls' night." I laughed. "Yes, I do." She grabbed a bag from behind her. "Nice pajamas." I looked down at my SpongeBob and Patrick pajamas. "Put this on." I looked inside the bag. There were 2 pair of slippers. One of them, a giant Patrick star that you stick your feet in. And the other the same, but of SpongeBob. I picked SpongeBob. I put it on over my socks. She grabbed the Patrick star one. "I got them because we are like Patrick and SpongeBob." I laughed. "Thanks. They're so cute." She put the snacks on the table and pulled out 2 massive ice cream scoopers. I laughed harder. "You're crazy, I know." We both flopped on the leather couch and got comfy, digging into the ice cream and popcorn, watching the beginning of one of the movies she brought. Beastly. We groaned in sync when a shirtless Alex Pettyfer showed on the screen, doing push-ups, sit-ups and other exercises. You're the best, Lisa. I muttered. She nodded. I know. He's so gorgeous. I want him. Dibs. You have a boyfriend, I screeched. So John will understand. Throughout the whole movie, Lisa and I exchanged comments on how good-looking Alex Pettyfer was and how attractive he still was in beast form. When the movie ended, so did our ice cream jugs and chips. I threw my pillow at Lisa. I totally needed that. She threw the pillow back at me. You just needed a good reality check from Mr. Yummy Alex Pettyfer. I laughed and caught it. And Mr. Ben and Jerry, so. She crisscrossed on the sofa. What's really going on? I paused for a minute before signing. Where do you want me to begin? The night you found out that Jared isn't your mate. I still don't know what happened. So as you know, me and Jared were out to dinner. We danced and all that, and then we noticed that it was almost 12, so we called for the waitress and it turned out to be Jasmine. I figured as much. That annoying person, Lisa. It's not like she can help it. She rolled her eyes. Admit it. You hate her. I sighed. No, I don't. Emerald. It's okay to hate someone. Then I hate her guts. I muttered really fast. Anyway. She touched his hands. They found out they were mates. I couldn't stay. So I ran. Did he follow you? No. That person, anyway. So I went home. I said. Deciding to skip the embarrassing truth when I ran into the forest and mourned for hours. A couple of days later. Maybe a week. I was pulled into a closet and it was a rogue. Blade heard me screaming, and he saved you. Lisa swooned. Yeah. And a couple of things happened after that. It became awkward between us. Then of course, I shifted. Alone, of course. I still don't know how you did it. Yeah. What you don't know is that I was actually rescued by my mate. Oh my God, she jumped up and screamed. You have a mate. Who is it? I didn't know. He just saved me and left. What happened after? I went home and I didn't want to tell them my mate left me, so I told them I didn't have one. You're the worst best friend. She shook her head. I know. But this is what happened after. Me and my mate began to have secret meetings. But both in wolf form, so I never really found out who he was. About a week ago, me and Blade were science partners and I accidentally blew up our project. She clutched her stomach. Laughing. Classic. So anyway, I spoke over her laughter. We went to clean up and we almost kissed. What? She screeched. Ow. I held my ear. Well, we didn't, and it got even more awkward. You know the rest. I saved their pack. I fainted and all that. So that's why you fainted, because you were so stressed. Well, the doctor said it's from stress to you guys. Wait a minute. If you have a mate, then why haven't you gone crazy yet? What do you mean? I thought when you have a mate and you can't be with them, you get violent and emotional. Yeah. I forgot to tell you. I fought with Jason about 3 times and beat up Amanda. You beat up Amanda? Yeah. Jason hated me. I take what I said back. You're the best friend ever. I hate that annoying person, anyway. So the reason I fainted was because I can't be with my mate, and if I can't be with him for a long time, then I can't sniff anymore. Do you know who it is yet? Yeah. I found out. Well, she didn't look excited anymore. She had a serious look on her face. I have a feeling I already know. Blade. She gave me a sad look. And you can't be with an enemy. I nodded. Yup. She wrapped her arms around me. I didn't know you had it this hard with your parents fighting. Jason hating you. Jared ditching you, Amanda being the selfish brat she is, and now this. I felt a tear slide from the corner of my eye. I don't know what to do. Blade kissed me, and I can't help but want him. When did he kiss you? 2 days ago. He drove me home, and we kissed. Then he told me he doesn't even like me. Does he know you know your mates? Not when we kissed. We had a fight at school and he told me that he almost died because of me. He shifted and I wasn't there for him. He said that he'd rather never shift again than rely on me. That jerk. How would you have known? Don't you dare blame yourself. But I do blame myself. I didn't take a second to consider that maybe Jared wasn't my mate. Do you realize that if Blade wasn't alpha and wasn't so strong, he would have died? All because of me. This is really serious. What would you do? I feel so torn. Give him time. He's probably really hurt. It all makes sense now. When he hit Jared, it was because he was jealous. Thanks for listening. Please don't tell anybody. Of course not. She embraced me again. We ended up falling asleep on the couch after watching the second chick flick Lisa had brought. The Vow. Blade's point of view. What's going on tonight? Marshall came out of my kitchen holding a plate of pancakes and a syrup bottle. Dude. I snapped. Grabbing the bottle. He rolled his eyes and sat down. Seriously. What doing on tonight? I'm tired. That Ben guy is coming over in about 3 minutes. Said Evan. Did you forget it's Thursday from the other pack? Yeah. He grabbed a pancake from his plate and bit into it. It's like 1 a.m. Why are you eating breakfast at night? He shrugged. It's good. Who the hell invited him? I roared. My blood immediately boiling. All I could think of was that he was the guy that took Emerald out on a date. He comes every Thursday. Said Evan. You okay, boss? We don't need him anymore. It's low. Having an inside person to tell us all the secrets of a pack that hasn't done anything to us. Did you forget about the punishment? Did you forget that I put the Alpha's son in the hospital? And did you forget that a member of their pack saved our butts? They all shifted their gaze and stood silent. Exactly. I snapped. Fire him and get rid of him. Then leave. I'm off to bed. I stormed into my room and collapsed on the bed from tiredness. All I could think about was Emerald. Her eyes. How her body felt in my hands. Her hair. It went on and on. My fingers went up to touch my quivering lips. They began to tingle when I pictured the kiss. My body began to heat just thinking about it. I've never wanted anything as much as I wanted Emerald. My whole life. I've never felt so needy of something, let alone someone. My guilt only increased as I thought of her more. I remembered the way I had shouted at her. She didn't deserve that. There was no way she could have known. I clutched my head in my hands and I only became angrier. I heard the guys telling Ben to leave. And I heard him cursing out loud. I dug my head into the sheets as an attempt to block out all noise. What was this girl doing to me? I felt myself growing weaker every day without her. It was like a type of cancer to be away from her. Like it was serious enough to kill me or destroy me forever. I could barely lift myself. Or even breath. I knew that soon I wouldn't be able to shift. I couldn't be Alpha then. But I also can't be with Emerald. I pulled at my hair. I didn't know what to do. Emerald's point of view. I woke up in the morning only to find Lisa already gone. I got up slowly and pushed the popcorn bowl off of my stomach. I heard my phone ringing. I glanced at the screen. It was a reminder from Lisa that today was a half day at school. With a sigh, I got up and went to change. The ride to school was long and boring as usual. Traffic was tight and the sound of people blaring their horns sent me in an angry mood. I reached school about 15 minutes later and saw John standing my locker. Where is Lisa? She's with some teacher. He answered. Are you okay? You got bags and your face looks blue. I nodded. It's fine. Just tired. I began to head to class when he grabbed my arm. Emerald. It's not fine. You look dead. What's going on? Nothing. Just bad dreams. I shrugged off his fingers and gasped as the bruise. He hadn't even grabbed me that hard. I remembered the doctor telling me I'd be weak. I didn't think my skin would become this sensitive. I tried to hide my arm, but John saw. Whoa. He muttered. Did I do that? No. I turned to go to glass. He didn't grab me again. Instead, he stood in front of me, blocking my path. It wasn't there before I grabbed you. What the hell, Emerald? Your skin was never this sensitive. Is there something going on there? I don't know about. Please, John. Stop. My voice began to tremble, and my eyes watered. I'll tell you when I'm ready. He nodded and let me walk away. Thanks for ditching me, I muttered to Lisa after school by the lockers. She laughed. I had to go meet John. Whatever. I yawned. So, how are you? What do you mean I mean? Are you tired? John told me what happened. He was so confused. You didn't tell him. Did you know? Don't worry. So, are you okay? I rolled my eyes. Don't worry about me. Yeah. 'Cause it's not like you're gonna die or anything, she snapped sarcastically. Shh. You have to figure out a way to be with Blade, she whispered. It's the only thing that will help you. Jared's point of view, I need to go check on Emerald. I haven't seen her since she was in the hospital, I said to Jasmine, as I planted a kiss on her cheek. I'm sure she's fine. Let's go eat breakfast. She looked at me with puppy eyes. I smiled. I'll meet you there. She sighed. Fine. See ya. She walked away, and I paused to watch her go. I headed to Emerald's locker. I blamed myself for her being in the hospital. The doctor said it was because of stress. I'm the one who's causing her most stress right now. I was about to turn the corner when I heard Lisa's loud voice. Yeah. 'Cause it's not like you're gonna die or anything, she said almost in a sarcastic tone. Suspense began to flood my body and I leaned forward a bit and pressed my ear closer. Shh, snapped Emerald. You have to figure out a way to be with Blade, she whispered. It's the only thing that will help you. What? I felt confused. Blade, as in Blade Russell, the enemy? No, I don't. He's an enemy. Remember. But he's your mate. Without your mate, you won't be able to shift. I can't let you do that to yourself. My eyes widened and I thought of how much so many things made sense. So that's why Blade beat me up. I tried to push away the disgust. Emerald can't possibly be with him. He's an enemy, he can't be trusted. If they even think about being together, this can cause war. I stormed away from the lockers and headed to my car. Blade's house was only a couple of minutes away, for it didn't take long to reach it. Jared's point of view, I stormed out of my car feeling the anger as it pulsed throughout my whole body. I had no explanation for the madness that cruised my soul. All I wanted to do was grab onto Blade Russell's throat and threaten him. I heard noises in his backyard. I walked around the back and caught sight of him working out. What the hell? He began, but I didn't give him time to talk. I felt my fist connect with the side of his jaw, sending him flying back. He clutched his bleeding face. Are you insane? What the hell was that? For I stormed over to where he was lying on the ground. So you're Emerald's mate? Huh, what business is it to you? You left her like dirt on the end of your shoes. Don't, I growled, lifting him by the top of his shirt. Don't act like you even give a care about her. Because you don't. How you're feeling right now is how she felt when you dumped her. Expect 10 times worse because she was alone. You have your own mate, you have no right to tell me how she felt because I know, you're nothing but some player. You're a damn enemy. But like father like son. Huh, Willing to be a traitor to your own pack, I would never. He stood up and pushed me away. Then stay away from Emerald, or what he challenged. I brought my fist up to punch him, but he grabbed it with his hands and twisted my arm. Or what he repeated. I shrugged him off. Or I'll kill you. Is that a threat? Consider it a promise. I brought my other fist up and connected it with his nose. Blade's point of view, I would have fought back for my pride, dignity and respect, but I didn't have the power. My bones felt limp. Like jelly. I could barely lift up a hand to block a punch. My power was drained out of me. It was happening. The separation between me and my wolf. All because of not being able to be with my damn mate. So I let Jared beat the crud out of me, deciding that I want him to because I deserved it. I heard him yelling, screaming swear words at me, but when Emerald's name escaped between the flesh of his lips, I felt a strange anger that electrified inside of me. My arm went up to block out another punch, and threw him off of me. How can you stand there? Asking me not to hurt her when you've caused her the most pain? Jared stopped. His brown eyes pierced into my golden ones. She doesn't deserve more pain. You being with her will only complicate things. Are you sure? Because I think you're not ready to let her go. I have a mate, then why aren't you with her? Why are you here? Fighting me for a girl that's not yours, because... Sweat began to pour down his face as he repeated angrily. Because... Because what? I snapped, holding on to his arm. He pushed me away. Stay away from her. He turned around and headed back to his car. I stood there for a moment or two, sweat pouring down my face, feeling the impacts of all those punches from Jared. My weakness draped over me like bed sheets and without control. My legs collapsed beneath me. Emerald's point of view. I sat on my favorite leather couch in the living room, watching some stupid show called Toddlers and Tiaras. This had to be the most boring Saturday ever. I shouted at the screen and flung a raw, half-bitten broccoli at it when I saw a 4-year-old getting a spray tan. I heard the door being knocked and shouted, "Come in," then muttered lowly to myself, "Join my eventful Saturday." Jason walked in, and when I saw Amanda trailing behind him, I groaned and dug my face into the pillow. Great. My weekend just got worse. Jason shot me a look when I looked up and hissed, "Be nice." Amanda flopped down on the couch besides me. I love toddlers and tiaras. I fake laughed over enthusiastically. Me too. Great, you two have something in common. I gotta go pick up some things. Amanda. I'll be back in an hour or so. Okay. See, ya, honey. She planted a kiss on his lips. Whoa. Whoa. I stood up. An hour alone with her. Stop, Emerald. Did you forget what we talked about? No. I remember. But being alone with her for an hour is not worth your love. Wow, Em. Seriously. That hurts. I sigh. Fine. 1 hour, Jason. I mean it. 1 hour. He promised and headed for the door. Maybe more. He shouted before running away. But wipe, I yelled and headed back to the couch. So. Amanda began. Do you have popcorn? Yes. I answered and stared at the screen. I saw her watching me patiently with the corner of my eye. What she sighed and stood up. Where is it? Third cupboard. I giggled to myself when she disappeared into the kitchen. Jared's point of view the next day. Saturday. I got into my car, not knowing where to go. I drove around town mindlessly, hardly concerned with the fact that I was supposed to meet Jasmine at her house 20 minutes ago. Blade's words circled around my head. It can't be right though. I had a mate. My mind flashed back to when Emerald told me she shifted with no mate. Was my shock covering the relief I felt? Was I relived? Is it selfish? Of course it is. I had to right to wish for her to be alone. Just because I couldn't let her go. I looked up to where I was driving now. I was pulling into Emerald Street. Without a brain. I stopped at her drive-through and exited my car. Remembering to grab the velvet box under the seat. I knocked on her door and waited for an answer. Amanda answered a few minutes later, surprised. I muttered. Hi. Ooh, Amanda. Is Em around? Hey Jared. She answered. Long time no see, yeah. Emmy is inside. I stepped in and saw Emerald seated on her favorite leather couch. It was the exact same as the other two around it, but she always claimed it was built differently. Somehow more comfortable. I used to sit on each couch and notice no difference. What are you doing here? She muttered when she saw me. I just wanted to see how you're doing. I haven't seen you since the hospital. Oh. She stood up and headed to the stairs. I'm good. Are you sure? You have bags under your eyes. You look dead. Nope. I'm fine. Just not enough street. But I knew her too well to believe her. Whenever she would pop the end of her words, it meant she was lying. I remembered what Lisa had said to her. Without her mate, she won't be able to shift again. She'll be almost dead. It was clearly beginning. Emmy. I know you're lying. What's that? She asked when she saw the box in my hand. Is that? Yeah. It is. It was the birthday present she got me the day I took her out to that restaurant. The night I found out Jasmine was my mate. I couldn't follow her because I was on the verge of shifting. I needed to be with my mate. But I managed to snatch the present she got me before Jasmine dragged me to the garden out the back. Where did you get it? She asked. Her voice breaking. I could tell she was on the verge of tears. You forgot it. Did you open it? Yeah. The day after I shifted. She sat on the staircase. I opened the box slowly. Music began to play right when the lid was off. Our favorite instrumental. She always said it reminded her or Jamaica. I had promised myself that someday I'd take her there. The first flower I'd ever given to her was there. A plastic white tulip because she told me it was her favorite. I gave it to her when I was 7. I searched in every store for hours, looking for white tulips. Finally, the lady told me they don't have them in town, so I bought her a plastic one. I remembered also. She hated roses because she was allergic. I took the flower out and laughed to myself. Now I know the only place within 2 hours that sold white tulips, and I used to drive there before every date to buy her a bouquet of them. She giggled also. And blushed. I remembered how much I loved those scarlet cheeks of hers. I took out the first bracelet I made her. A friendship bracelet that said best friends forever, with forever spelled wrong. A picture frame of me and her chasing a couple of ducks when we were 8. She was on the ground. Her yellow dress stained with mud. Holding out a black feather which she had ripped from a poor duck. I was in the middle of falling forward. My arms stretched. Trying to catch a duck. I laughed harder and gave it to her. She put it down and muttered. That's so embarrassing. I pushed past all the confetti inside and found the coupon book I had made her for her 10th birthday. I flipped through it. 1 free foot massage. 1 free toy. 1 free hug. 1 free cheese stick. She laughed. We used to love those, I know. We used to shred it, so it looks like a person, or something. I took out the book we made when we decided, we authors. It was called The Scary House. I flipped through the first couple of pages and gave it to her. She laughed and put it down. Finally, I pulled out the plastic 25-cent ring I had gotten her when we were little. It was from those little machines at Walmart, and I asked her to marry me in front of everyone. She had cried and claimed she had no more clean white dresses. I told her I'd lend her my mom's nightgown because it was white. Emerald buried her face in her hands. Did you come here to embarrass me? I laughed. No. I came to say it was the best present you've ever given me. Even better than the musical frog I gave you when I was 10, I laughed. Yup. Even better. I think my mom still has that frog in the basement somewhere. My phone suddenly began to ring, and I picked it up. It was Jasmine. Yes, babe, I answered. Where are you? You were supposed to meet me here an hour ago. I'm sorry I lost track of time. I'll be right there. You better. She screeched and hung up. I gotta. Yeah. I know. She smiled uncomfortably. I picked up all the things quickly and put them in the box. Get some sleep. Emerald. She rolled her eyes. I know. I know. I exited the house and headed to Jasmine's house. Emerald's point of view, I remained seated on the stairs for the longest time, wondering what the real reason was for Jared's sudden visit. Surely he didn't drive all the way here to show me what I had gotten him for his birthday. I heard a popping sound and sat up with a start. Amanda exited the kitchen, holding a bag of popcorn. She gave me a knowing look. What? I snapped. That must suck. She said. I feel so bad for you. Yeah, right. You're probably laughing in joy. Aw. She gave me a fake sad look. Don't worry, Emmy. You'll find someone to love you. I decided to go up to my room before I punched her face in. Monday rolled around too slowly and I found myself dragging my body to school. The bags under my eyes were now purple, and the bones on my arms were becoming visible. I had about 3 bruises around my body from accidentally falling down or knocking into something. I was heading to math class when I bumped into somebody. Sore, I began, but I looked up to see a bruised, tired-looking Blade. What happened to you? We both asked at the same time. I asked first. I said quickly. It was at the same time, Emerald. What happened to you? Nothing. Just tired. You need to see a doctor. Nope. I'm fine. You're lying. Why do you care? I snapped. I don't. What happened to your face? I remembered the doctor saying we will both become on the verge of dying, but he looked like he was in a fight. Ask your friend Jared. What? I snapped. He pushed past me and headed to class. I was angry. That was for sure. But I wasn't crushed. No. Crunched was when lunch rolled around, and I looked for Blade for further explanation. And I heard an ambulance and wondered what happened. Probably a teacher, I had thought. But then I saw Blade's pack members standing around the stretcher as Blade's faint body laid in it. It's his turn now. I don't think I was thinking when I ran. I didn't think of the consequences of my actions. I just ran, and when I was out of breath, I didn't stop. I reached my car and jumped in, shoving the key in the hole and bringing the engine to life. The car roared and sprung forward, my feet pressing on the gas pedal with as much force as possible. Ignorant to the obvious cameras hung by the traffic signs, I reached the usually 15 minutes ride to the hospital in less than 10 minutes and parked the car carelessly to the side. My feet did all the thinking for me. With every step I grew closer and closer until I slammed into the service area. Blade Russell. I choked out, breathlessly. Family visitors on, I'm his sister. I interrupted. She raised her eyebrows at me. Second floor. Room 28. I didn't follow the yellow tiles too, but I was already gone. I reached the elevator and shoved my body in before the doors closed. I ignored the people inside and pushed on the number 2 button, shaking anxiously as the doors closed. When they reopened again, I sprung forward and ran around, searching for room 28, but I became more confused when the hallways became slimmer and stranger. I looked at the sign besides the elevators that read basement and cried out loud in frustration. I ran towards the stairs and flung open the door to floor 2. Coming face to face with room 28. I went to turn the knob, but the door opened and the same doctor that talked to me last time stepped out. Emerald. Right, he began and closed the door. I paused halfway on my tippy toes, attempting to steal a quick glance at Blade inside and sigh. Can you move please, I began to snap, but he stepped forward, pushing me back with him. Emerald. Emerald. Relax. He grabbed my shaking hands. He'll be fine. Nothing serious. It's the same thing that happened to you last time. Nothing serious except the fact that his wolf is separating from him, I snapped. This is all my fault. It's not your fault only. It's both your faults. I finally managed to get back my bruised hand and looked at him. This is not the time to confront me about this. He needs me, he does need you. But you need to know this more. If you two don't find a way to be together, you'll both be fainting all the time for your whole life, it'll be hell. But the packs, find a way. Emerald, I know I don't know you much. But from what I've seen, you only look at the obvious. You don't look at the possibility of life that might just possibly save your life. Like what I yelled. Like become a traitor to my own damn pack and form some type of secret relationship with him. That's one idea, he said. No, it's not. I can't just betray my pack. Would you rather you become a blob of flesh? I became silenced. My eyes trailed down to my stained shoes. I gotta go see him. Go see him. But don't let him suffer because you can't handle breaking a few rules. You think I don't suffer, but he was already gone, leaving the air of tension and regret slither with unsaid words of misery. I entered Blade's room. Not as anxious as before. Uncertain with the way I'd greet him now. I stood back with intimidation when I saw his bed circled with the members of his pack. What the? Marshall began. What the hell is she doing here? Someone snapped. Sorry, I muttered through my tear-stained lips. Wrong room. As I walked away, I heard their drifting voices through the closing gap mutter about how messed up I looked. I sat in the waiting area for who knows how long, watching the door that never opened. They all stayed there, and the phone calls I'd missed remind me every so often of the time. That it's only been an hour or so. That I still sat in the same waiting area. In the same slippery chairs. And I wasn't seated on a cloud of depression. I'd drift away. My vision blurring. My ears ringing with noises I don't want to hear. Sometimes I made out words. Words that startled me. I thought of what I'd do after this. Would I keep on going? Pretending like we aren't mates? I had to find a way. Somehow, to fool our wolves. But how do you fool something that became part of your conscience? I woke up 3 hours later to the sound of heavy rain splashing down on pavement. I caught myself before I slipped down fully from the plastic hospital chair and opened my blurred eyes to see the window beside me opened. I closed it, shivering from the cold winter breeze, and checked the time. 4:30. School must have ended an hour ago. I got up and stretched, walking around to Blade's room. I opened the door a bit and risked the chances of his pack members still being there, but there was no one. I walked in, distracting myself with the sound of my shoes, and stood awkwardly beside him. I wanted to hold his hand. Should I? Nobody was around. And so I did. My fingers circled around his own. They tangled themselves and rubbed together with his. Enjoying the limited pleasure. He woke up about 2 minutes later. His eyes bore into my own. And we spoke no words. We drifted in the silence and let out gazes communicate. He broke the silence 10 minutes later to say, "Come here." I let myself go just this once and lay next to him. We held our weak bruised bodies together and fell asleep, tangled in each other's arms. The loud sound of beeps jolted me awake. I fell off the bed and landed on the hard ground. I moaned in pain and stood up. Memories flooded my brain and my eyes drifted to where Blade was still asleep. I searched for the sound. It came from a small black machine that had green lines on it. I pressed the off button and fell on the chair besides the bed, almost slipping down in process. Stupid rubber chairs. The sound of my fail must have woken Blade up because he lay on the bed, a noticeable smirk on his tired but handsome face. What? I snapped, holding on to the arms of the chairs. He shrugged. Nothing. We sit in silence until he broke it with the same words as yesterday. Come here. I stood up and walked to where he was. He sat up and pulled me down on his lap. He began to play with my hair and I shivered at the comfort. You're an idiot. I felt his chest vibrate as he laughed. Why? I shrugged. I need someone to be mad at. I'll sacrifice myself. You don't have a choice. We stayed silent for a moment. What now? He spoke. I don't know. What do we do next? I don't know. Do you think it will get better? I don't know. You're helpful. I know. I smirked lightly towards him. That's the only thing you know I don't know. We drifted in silence until I muttered with a shaky voice. I don't want to lose my wolf. And be some half-dead, half-alive thing. I don't want to be a traitor either though. I glared at him before he finished. He chuckled. I understand. I don't know what to do. His hands fell from my hair and held me tightly and close. Suddenly, we were jolted up by a screaming Asian nurse. You're not supposed to be here. Who let you in? Are you family? No visitors until 10 o'clock. Sorry. Sorry. I got up and shrugged my sweater on. It's fine, Blade said. I want her here. No. No, you need rest. No visitors allowed. All right. I'm leaving. I snapped just to shut her up. I'm leaving too, said Blade, standing up. No. No, you're still not well. I'm fine, he said, surprisingly politely. Your friend is picking you up in 3 hours. His name was Marshall. It's fine. I'll drive him, I offered. She hesitated. Let me check you first. Okay, he said, and sat on the bed again. She turned and scowled at him. Did you turn off the machine? He pointed at me. She did, when she fell off the bed. Wha, Blade? No. I didn't. I snapped and scowled at him. You can't close it. This machine detects him bodily behavior. I didn't close it. Okay. Okay. Just check my bodily behavior. She plugged some wires onto his chest and opened the machine. After a couple of seconds, she turned the machine off. Okay. You are good to go. Blade hopped off the bed and smiled at the nurse. Thank you. No problem. Make sure to rest. Blade nodded and headed towards the door. I followed behind quickly, not wanting to be alone with the nurse that wanted to kill me. We headed outside to where my car had been parked since yesterday and unlocked it. My phone rang as I sat on the driver's seat, and I took it out to see Jason's name. I disconnected it and saw that I had missed 10 text messages and 7 calls. I shut the phone and pulled out of the parking lot. Me and Blade sat in silence for the whole ride, listening to depressing Adele music. Finally, I pulled by his house. Does it get lonely? I asked. Living alone. I got used to it. I nodded. We'll find a way to fix everything. He nodded. As long as it doesn't make me a traitor like my father was. He exited the car and headed to his door. I pulled out of his driveway and headed home to where Mom Dad and Jason will be ready to bite my head off. I was right. They all stood by the window when I reached home. The door was flung open before I even knocked on it. Mom stood there, with crossed arms and an angry look on her face. Inside. Now, she said. I would have said something sarcastic or fun, but decided against it. Jason and Dad sat on the couch, and to my disbelief, Amanda was there. Great. The person I hate the most was about to witness me getting yelled at by my parents. Where were you? Mom began, obviously attempting to contain her anger. Blah, I began, but remembered I couldn't tell them. A friend of mine fainted and went to the hospital. So you stayed with whomever this was for a whole day without calling or anything. Do you realize how worried we were? We called the police. Emerald, but they said you're 18, so it didn't count. I'm sore. No, you're not. Your behavior is unacceptable. You had some sort of sleepover at a hospital with some sick friend we don't even know about, and I know you say sorry now, but I believe with every inch of my body you'd repeat it with hesitation. And I would. For Blade. I knew I would. Do you realize that your father has been searching for you ever since 6 o'clock yesterday, and you show up now? Like you didn't give us all the biggest panic of our life. We thought Rouges had kidnapped you. We were ready to call the enemy pack and ask them about it. That's how desperate we were. I thought about what would have happened if they did. Then they'd find out Blade was in the hospital, and I was probably with him. I sighed. I'm sorry. I don't know what else to say. Go upstairs. You're grounded. 2 weeks. I nodded and obeyed. As I was heading to my room, I leaned against the wall and listened to them talk. There's something going on with her. Did you see all those bruises? Her eyes have purple bags underneath, and her bones are showing. I'm scared. Maybe she's doing drugs now. You guys should go to a family therapist. What do you think is wrong with her? It can't all be because of Jared. Her skin is as pale as a ghost. I don't know. But whatever it is, it looks like it's killing her. I ran into my room and dialed Lisa's number. She answered before the first ring. You horrible. Ungrateful. Worst best friend Ulysse. Do you know how worried, how panicked, and how scared I was? Me and John spent all last night looking for you. Where the hell were you? I just got crap from my mom. I don't need it from you. I was with Blade. Oh. Blade. Huh, he fainted at school and I went after him. I couldn't go in his room, so I waited and went after a couple of hours. I ended up falling asleep. Oh. She muttered. That changes things. I'm so sorry. Are you okay? Yeah. I don't think he is though. I don't know what to do. You'll figure it out. Just don't give me a scare again. Okay. And when situations like this occur, text me or something, please. It only takes like 2 seconds. We talked for about 20 more minutes before we hung up. She had to go because lunch ended at school, and she had to go back to class. I spend the rest of my Tuesdays studying because I wasn't at school. I took a shower, did some chores to make it up to Mom, and slept for about 2 hours. By 8 o'clock, the sun was down, and it was pitch black outside. Jason and Amanda were gone and Mom and Dad decided to go to sleep early. I waited about 30 minutes just to make sure they were asleep before sneaking out. As if it was planned. I met Blade at the cliff. It was the first time we ran together in wolf form. Knowing exactly who the other person was, for me, I thought. Because he always knew that I was his mate. We ran and ran until our worries disappeared, and everything we ever stressed out about was gone. I was sick of it. Sick of lying to myself. Forcing to pretend I had no feelings for Emerald. I tried pretending in the hospital when I saw her. planning on acting as if I was confused on why she was there, but instead I had weakly given in to the feeling that wrapped itself around my body in an unavoidable manner. This was the same feeling I had today when I felt that sudden pull towards the forest. The feeling of her wolf near me just instantly stirred my separating wolf alive. We didn't even know each other that well. I couldn't help but run off into the woods, letting my wolf take over my thoughts and do all the thinking for me. Emerald and I ran for hours, losing track of time, but ended up back at the cliff. We each shifted behind a tree, and I loaned her one of my shirts to wear. My wolf growled in lust when I took her body in, wearing my shirt. It made my heart skip traumatically, and I wanted nothing more than to bury my lips on her sweet soft skin and caress her like I had done in the car. I was so stupid to tell her I didn't want her, and I wanted nothing more than to take it all back. We sat side by side, leaning on the biggest boulder, unsure how to contact physically with each other. Were we friends? I didn't know. But I was sure she was thinking the same thing. A sudden fear hit me with a startling force. Was I developing feelings for this girl? Would I grow to love her? I wouldn't. I can't. I've promised myself I'd never love again. Not after the most painful type of betrayal. Family betrayal. Though I was glued to where I was, planted by the nature of mates. I looked Emerald in the eyes, the moon reflecting her stunning emeralds. I can't seem to stay away from you, I decided to truthfully tell her. She chuckled. Ditto, she answered, though I couldn't see her blush due to the fact it was dark. I wasn't going to show up tonight. I didn't like losing my common sense when I was near you, but at the same time, I loved it. That's kinda what mates do, she said. From her voice I couldn't make out if she was being sarcastic or not. I don't like it. I frowned. She weakly smiled. But at the same time you can't get enough. I blew out a huge breath of air. Exactly. We stayed silent for a moment, just listening to the hooting of owls and staring off into the distance. Tell me something, she muttered, breaking the silence and resting her head on my shoulders. Yawning. Like what I asked surprised all of a sudden. I focused on remembering to breathe, and silently prayed in my head that my voice wasn't shaky as I spoke. She shrugged. A secret. Something you've never told anyone before. My first reaction was to refuse, push her away, and close up my walls. But I found myself wanting to tell her about my past. I was curious for some reason. I wanted to just talk to him like we were talking now. I didn't want this side of Blade to disappear. I didn't want him to suddenly wake up the next morning and be the usual jerk-off like every other day. It felt nice pretending the world was perfect and we could be together with Pac involved. I wanted to hear his voice stir me awake all night. Well, he began like he didn't know where to start. When I was little, my mom ran away because after my dad his own Pac, he became completely crazy. I stayed silent and frozen, not wanting him to change his mind out of the blues and lock me out of his walls again. He had some of his men go after her. I remember. Because I was 8 and underneath his office table, I was stupid and thought we were still playing hide and seek. It turns out that he forgot about me after 10 minutes. I watched as Blade tightened his mouth. He told his men to not kill her, but to make her life a living hell. A month or 2 later, she died and they didn't kill her. She killed herself because she couldn't stand it anymore. I tried not to gasp, but a small sound still managed to escape my parted lips. He pushed me away, but I held on to him, refusing to let him shove me into the coldness. I held onto his shoulders and enveloped my arms around him tightly. Tell me more, I whispered in his ear. I felt him swallow a gulp. The worst thing is, I never knew what they did to her that drove her into suicide. She had always been strong if she resisted my father for so long. She had to be. I try not to imagine it, but sometimes I wish they could have just killed her instead of torturing her for so long. Sometimes I feel like my dad. I sighed and pulled my arms loosely from around him. How can you possibly feel like your dad if you're this sweet? He chuckled sarcastically. Sweet, I kissed you then told you I don't want you, and to add on, I slept with some other girl the next morning. You're nothing like your dad, Blade. Everyone makes mistakes. That doesn't make them monsters, I explained. The thing is, after that I was too afraid to hate him, and when he was killed by a rogue, I didn't cry. It was after he died when I was 12 when I finally admitted I hated him. I was always too afraid to ever think it. He's gone now and your mom is probably in someplace better, I told him. I miss her, he said. I can't even remember her face. You don't have to remember her face to know that she's happy now. How do you know that she's in someplace better, he asked. I retrieved my arms from around him, and looked him square in the eyes. Because she gave birth to you. Which makes her the best mother ever. He stared back. His golden eyes confused and shocked. I'd never guess you would say anything like that. I never thought I'd ever stop hurting. It will stop. Trust me. Chubby. My pet hamster died when I was 3, and I cried for weeks, but now I'm over it, I said jokingly. He laughed and pressed his forehead against mine. Thank you, he whispered. I feel much better. I smiled up at him. Good. He kept his eyes gazing into mine and mine into his. What do we do about us, he asked. Like he didn't know where to go from here. I truthfully didn't know the answer to that. I wish every day can be like this. I haven't felt this healthy in weeks, I stated. Yeah. My wolf is reconnecting with me. Mine as well, I answered back instantly. What if someday someone found us like this, he asked this time. His breath heating up my face. I pursed my lips. Then I guess they would tell. We'll think of something. In the meantime, we keep meeting up like this, to keep our wolves connected. As much as I couldn't wait to see him again. I agreed, deal. The next day I drove to school, like usual. Tired from the lack of sleep, but other than that I was happy and the smile on my face never left. Well, that is until the car behind me kept coming too close to my rear. Get off my butt, I yelled, glancing through my review mirror at the man behind me, though he just smirked and turned to the next street. I hate people, I yelled to myself. Frustrated. As usual. Lisa and John were kissing as I arrived to school. Hey, they yelled simultaneously, when they heard my car and broke apart. I exited my car and shut the door. Hey guys. Whoa. You look much better. John commented. I laughed. Yeah. Well, I finally got some sleep. Lisa eyed me up and down knowingly, like she knew I had more to spill. John nodded his head and instantly turned into mother mode. What the hell happened to you last night? Lisa and I spent hours looking for you. Yeah. One of my cousins went to the hospital and I went with them. What the hell? So you couldn't call us, he asked. I'm sorry, I whined. And if it makes you feel any better, I'm grounded for 3 weeks. Good, he snapped. You deserve it. Imagine if John gave birth to me. Wait, that's just wrong. Cut her some slack, Lisa said. Jumping in. She really loves her cousin, she said, batting her eyelashes at me. She was so going to get it. Thanks, Lisa, shut up please. John grimaced and looked between Lisa and I. Girls are so creepy. But next time you give me a scare like that, I'll lock you up with Lisa's dad in a golf shop. His arms wrapped around me as we embraced in a big hug. From the corner of my eye I could see Blade staring in our direction with an annoyed look. I giggled lightly and pulled away from John, who gave me a kiss on my forehead, which therefore caused Blade to scowl even more. As we all walked away, Lisa hit John in the arm. My dad isn't that bad, John covered his arm in defense. Well, you've obviously never been golfing with him on Sundays. Blade and I ignored each other the whole day. frightened that someone from one of our packs might become suspicious and start to ask questions. During second period, I got called down to the office. "Ooh," someone said from the back of the classroom. "You're in trouble." I looked up to see Mark and rolled my eyes. Really mature. I headed to the office, but I was getting nervous as I took a step closer. Why would they need me? I thought to myself. I haven't done anything. Unless the glass beakers that Blade and I were asked to get all broke. Then they should have called Blade out too. When I reached the office, Ms. McMillan told me that there was someone waiting for me outside. I headed outdoors and caught sight of Jason's car. "Hey," I greeted when he exited his car. "What's up?" I asked, curiously. "Is there something that you'd like to tell me?" he began. Panic bubbled inside my body as I thought of everything that I could have possibly done wrong. Sneaking out when I was grounded. Meeting with an enemy. Spending a night in the hospital with an enemy. Kissing an enemy. Meeting with him secretly every night. Lying about everything else. If none of these were bad enough, then I don't know what was. "Nope." "Why?" I asked, trying to sound as casual as possible. "Emerald, I'm going to ask you a question, and I want you to be honest with me." "Okay," I muttered, drawing out the word. "Where were you really, last night?" I asked. A little too quickly. At home. Sleeping." "No," he shook his head. "No. The night before that. The hospital." I already told you this, remember? I got grounded." "Who were you with?" he cut in. "What are you?" "A detective," I taunted with my arms crossed. "Answer me." "Emerald," he demanded. I opened my mouth to spill out more lies. "I was with a friend. She got sick." "She? What was her name?" "Lauren," I spluttered. "I've never heard of this friend named Lauren," he said. "We recently became friends." "If you're so recent, then why did you stay the whole night with her?" "Because." When I had nothing else to say, I turned the questions on him. "What do you want, Jason?" He stared at me hard. "I went to the hospital this morning, and they said there was nobody there the time you were in except for an old man. Some toddler and Blade Russell." "So what?" I shrugged. "So, there was nobody there by the name of Lauren, so who were you really with?" "I doubt it's the toddler or the old man," he mocked. "What the hell are you suggesting?" I raged. He took 3 steps towards me. "Who were you with, Emerald?" he snapped right in my face. I looked him straight in the eye. "Seems like you already know," I spat. He tensed his jaw. "But I don't want to believe it." "So who were you with?" he asked again. "Do you want the truth or another lie?" "I want to hear the lie first." I licked my lips. "I wasn't with Blade Russell." He nodded, his palms coming up to his chin. "Why?" "You said I can tell you when I'm ready." "I'm not ready to tell you." "I'm done waiting, Emerald," he roared. "I'm done. You think I'm stupid? You look like hell right after you shifted with no mate, and you get worse and worse, and then all of a sudden you spend the night with Blade Russell." He spat his name out. "In the hospital, and you look healthy again. Better. And not to mention you visited the hospital too, and he took care of you like you were some sort of fairy or something. I saw the way you two looked at each other when I dropped you off. Remember, I was there. What do you think is going on?" I just had to ask him to see if he could connect the dots. "I don't care what I think. I don't want to believe any of this is happening," he screamed. "My enemy is my freaking mate." "You happy?" I finally blurted out. I looked at his face, which didn't change. He knew already. "My mate is the enemy of the Alpha Pack. I've been looking like a ghost because my wolf wants to be with him but can't. Our wolves are separating, and that's why we both went to the hospital. Without me there, his wolf would have fully separated from him," I silently said. He stayed silent for the longest time, and like a click. It was like his brain had finished registering all that, and he just nodded. "All I can say is don't betray your pack. Not even for your mate." With that he left me stranded there while he drove away. Tears began to stream down my face just like the night Jared broke my heart. I was alone. I ran towards the bleachers and cried until my face began to sting, and when my tears were all wasted and I had nothing more to give, I stared blindly across to where a group of red tulips surrounded a white lily. I hopped in my car right after the last period, unable to remain at school any longer. The resurfacing tension of Jason's words haunted my every thought and kept me from paying the least bit of attention. Even Mr. Jeff's roaring voice didn't break me out of the phase. I kept seeing Jason's disappointment and couldn't help picturing how furious he'd be if he found out the whole truth. How would he react if he knew Blade and I kissed? How would he react if he knew we'd been meeting secretly? I tried to shake the thoughts away, but they just kept coming back as if attracted by an invisible magnetic force. He really had no right to be too angry at me. Though I couldn't help that I'd been destined to be with Blade. If I could, I'd change it. I'd change it all. Jared would be my mate and Mom and Dad would be happy. Jason wouldn't hate me so much all the time and just for the sake of happiness. I'd learned to maybe possibly not hate Amanda so much. But I couldn't change anything. Hell, I can't even control my feelings, let alone change life. I let my head rest on the steering wheel despite the risk and drove using my knee to steer. When I reached home, my stomach began to twist. An unsettling feeling drooped over me and I walked slowly inside. Mom was there, watching the blank TV screen while biting nervously at her nails. She jumped up when she saw me. Emerald, I didn't see you. Mom, are you okay? No. Emerald, I'm not. Sit down, please. Nervous. I obeyed and took a seat. She placed her hands on top of mine and I cringed when I saw that she had bitten her nails until the skin. They were a blotchy pink color, some of it oozing red with blood. We need to talk, she said. Her green eyes bored directly into my identical ones. About what I think you already know. I stayed silent. Where were you last night? Home. Where else? I stuttered. Her face turned a bright red with anger. Don't, she yelled, then fought to control her angry. Just don't lie to me anymore. What's going on? Emerald, talk to me. Nothing. She shut her eyes and stood up. She paced around the room. First, you go into this depression phase after Jared. And you don't talk to anybody. Then you shift with no mate and start disappearing at night. Don't think we haven't been noticing. You slowly start to go back into depression, right after we thought it was over, and you start to look all pale and sick. We find out you've been attacked by a rogue, and you didn't even tell us. We had to find out at the meeting with the enemy pack. I couldn't stop talking. It's my turn, you faint right after, and the doctor says it's from stress. You come home with bruises and you're so damn pale. And not once have you bothered to explain. It's complica, and you rebel even more. You sneak out at night, you spend a whole night at a hospital with some mysterious friend that we don't even know, and you can't bother to call or text. And right after I ground you, you sneak out again. And suddenly you're not so pale anymore. And you don't have bruises or anything. What is going on? Emerald, tears began to pool out of the corner of my eyes and I realized I wanted to tell her. So badly. I wanted to be her little girl again and cry into her shoulder whenever some mean girl would pick on me or steal my lunch, because nothing is as comforting as the embrace of a mother. I want to tell you, Mom. I really do. She dropped in front of me. Then tell me. You know, whatever it is. I'll only help you. But I can't help if I don't know what's going on. It's not something I can help, Mom. I can't control it. And it can ruin everything. Her face twisted into horror and sadness. Is it drugs, alcohol? I shook my head. No, Mom. It's not. She stared at me. Emerald. I'm your mother. I nursed you. I fed you. I've been there for every little thing that happened in your life. I was there when you took your first breath of the real world, whatever it is. You can tell me. Your dad has been going crazy out of his mind trying to figure out what's going on. Her last sentence was filled with so much desperation. It killed me even more. Just tell me. But I couldn't, and for the first time, I realized just how much this was tearing me apart, because it wasn't only affecting me, but everyone around me too. So I decided on lying. It would keep them from wondering for a while, and it isn't as bad as the truth. Alcohol. I muttered through salty lips. I've been addicted since Jared broke up with me. As I sprinted upstairs despite my wobbly knees, I heard her whisper, "We'll get you the help you need, sweetie." I shut my eyes and landed face first into the pillow. I tried to focus on my homework, but I couldn't. Not with the sound of Mom going through every Yellow Pages book, searching for the best therapists widely. I grabbed my backpack and headed downstairs. I knew she'd be too focused to notice my absence, but I left a note anyway on the fridge saying where I'd be and headed to my car. I drove blindly for what seemed to be about half an hour before pulling up at the cafe Dad had taken me to. I grabbed my bag and made my way inside. I sat at the furthest table, beside some teenage girl. After ordering a coffee, I opened up my science homework and tried to study for the next test. My mind kept swirling with images of Mom's damaged fingernails and her sad green eyes, Jason's disappointment, and how I just lied to my mother to cover up the worst truth. I sipped on my slightly burned coffee and tugged on a loose strand from my hair. "Rough day," said a voice from beside me. Startled, I turned to see the teenage girl. I nodded. "Yup." She nodded also. "Same here. What brought you here then?" She shrugged, tugging her blonde hair behind her ear and revealing a bit more of her beautiful face. "It's the only peaceful place I could think of with burned but good coffee. I don't know what you're drinking, but this coffee sucks." She laughed. "You're right. I'm Diana. Emerald. Like the eyes." "Yup. So Emerald. What brought you here?" "It's the only white place I could think of. Rough parents, I wish. Well, I'm here for my ex-boyfriend. I drove 2 hours to get here, just to have him reject me." Why I said it and wondered it. She was too pretty to be turned down. Her big gray eyes could win any guy over. "Well, we were dating when I found I found a guy I really loved, your mate, so you're a werewolf." "Yup." "Which pack silver reflections?" "Oh. Anyways, I found my mate, and after a while, I realized that maybe I don't have to be with my mate. We were two different people, and sure, our bodies needed each other, but only because of our wolves. If my wolf did separate from me, then I wouldn't want my mate anymore. So I'm here to tell my ex that. But he said it wouldn't work, and he's already found his mate." "Wow." I muttered. "That must be hard to take in." She nodded. "It was. When I asked him where was she, he said that it's complicated, so I don't want to give up." "Don't. You're the first person I've met who's even thought about cheating destiny." She smiled. "I won't give up." "So what about you?" I shrugged. "My mate is my enemy." She smiled sadly. "Fate is so twisted." "It is. And I had a fight with my mom because she's been worried about me. I lied and said I was addicted to alcohol so she'd get off my back. Now she's searching through every phone book looking for therapists. No offense, but your life sucks." "I know." We talked for 2 more hours before I had to leave. We wished each other good luck and headed our separate ways. When I reached my house, I saw that Dad's car was inside. They were both seated on the couch. "I read your note, honey," said Mom. "How was the studying?" Good." She smiled. "Good. Dinner is on the table." I nodded and picked up a plate. I went to sleep at 10. And right before I shut my phone, I got a text from Jared. I suddenly was hit with the sudden memory of what Blade told me 2 or 3 days ago. I asked him about his bruised face and he said to ask Jared. I read his text. We need to talk. Angrily, I replied. Yes. We do. Meet me at the cherry blossom tree by the back field tomorrow at lunch. Okay. I wrote and fell asleep. Next day at school, Lisa and John were arguing. Guys. What's going on? You never fight, I asked. There's this girl who keeps calling and texting him and he won't even tell me who she is, Lisa began but was cut off by John's angry voice. Because I don't even know her. You must know her enough for her to send you that text message. Lisa turned to me. Do you know what she told him? She was like, I love that thong that you got me. It matches your eyes. I never got anybody a thong. That girl probably has the wrong number. She said she loves your blonde hair and blue eyes. You have blonde hair and blue eyes, so do about 5 trillion other guys. Then why does she have your number? I don't know. Go ask her. Tell me where she lives. Lisa smashed her hands angrily on the hood of his car. I don't know where, John screamed. Larry sighed as they continued at it. I knew John would never cheat on Lisa though. That girl must have the wrong number. First and second period passed by slowly and I made my way to the place I'd told Jared I'd meet him. I sat alone. Legs criss-crossed by the cherry blossom tree where we used to eat lunch together. Why did he choose to meet here? Why this place of all places? There are too many memories here. I used to sit between his legs and we'd lean on the tree trunk. He used to play with my hair as I ate my lunch and sipped on my favorite drink. Lemonade. Jared finally came about 10 minutes later. His hand held by none other than Jasmine. They approached slowly and I scowled. Thought this would be private. I muttered. It is. Jasmine is gonna go. She just wanted to make sure I wouldn't steal you away. Don't worry. I don't want him. Jasmine rolled her eyes. Whatever. She captured Jared's face between both her hands and kissed him long and hard on the lips. I felt a jolt inside of me but ignored it and looked anywhere but them. When she was done, she smiled at him seductively and purred. See ya later. He smiled, revealing his deep dimples. See ya. I coughed and waited for him to avert his attention back to me. I tried hard to ignore the hurt that still conceded my being. I guess knowing that she's his mate will always affect me. So, I muttered, forgetting completely why I was mad at him. We need to talk. I nodded and looked everywhere but his chocolate eyes. I heard you and Lisa talking the other day. Blade Russell. Is he your mate? My head shot up so fast. I was sure I'd broke something. What, when, where? So he is. No. What, when did you hear this? His fist hit the tree above me. Damn it. Emerald. You're like a magnet for danger. You get attacked, my rogue, and your mate is our biggest enemy, all in a span of a month or 2. I can't help it. I can't freaking help that my mate is an enemy. Why can't anyone understand? You told me you didn't have a mate. You lied. What was I supposed to say? Hey Jared. What's up? Oh. By the freaking way. My mate is our biggest enemy. That would have helped. Really. Because when you found out, you rushed and beat the crap out of him. How do you know? He snapped. His face angry and red. I asked him about his bruises. He said to ask you, so you talked to him. Seriously. He's my mate. I threw my hands up in the air. You plan on being with him? If I don't want to lose my wolf. Then yeah. You can't love him. What about me? I remained silent. What the hell did that mean? He left me like dirt. Don't I deserve to do the same to him? He sighed and sat down. His arms came around my waist and sat me between his legs like we used to. I'm sorry for freaking out. I nodded and rested my head on his shoulder. I let myself relax and enjoy this moment while I've got it. He's the only one I felt comfortable enough with right now to rest myself upon. I wanted nothing more than to flash back to when life was perfect. I missed you, I whispered all of the sudden. Despite us fighting just a second ago. He kissed the side of my head. I missed you too. Sometimes I wish we can just go back to being us. He stayed silent and I wondered if he felt the same. Finally, he answered. Me too. I know it's wrong now that I have a mate. But life was just so much easier before. I guess fate couldn't let us be happy any longer. I'm happy. I really am. I love Jasmine. It's hard because I love you too. You love me. But you're in love with Jasmine. He sighed. I don't know anything anymore. I don't know what to do, Jared. Mom thinks I'm addicted to alcohol because I told her, so she would stop asking about what's going on. Jason hates me because he thinks I'm gonna betray the pack and I don't want to love Blade, but I keep feeling things for him. You know what, I'm not gonna yell at you like I was doing a second ago. But you have to follow your heart. Don't let other people influence your actions. If you want to be with Blade, then so be it. Either way, both decisions are so hard. That's life. But time will tell. Don't hurt yourself over this. I nodded and rested my eyes. Can we be friends now? I want you in my life from now on. Please. I felt him smiling against the back of my head. I love you. I love you too. The drive back home was surprisingly calming after school despite yet another argument from Lisa and John. I kept thinking of the way Jared had held me as we agreed to be nothing more than friends from now on. Something inside of me gnawed at my stomach though. Something that kept getting stronger and stronger. Blade. Where was he? I didn't see him at school. Should we meet up today, go for a run? After all, it is for our wolves. Not ourselves. The other soul in me laughed. Just for our wolves. Yeah, right. I loved being around him, and I had to learn to admit it. His calming presence and golden eyes let me down a trail of light whenever I saw them. I couldn't help but wonder if he felt the same. It was sad, knowing that our relationship only exists because of our connection. There's no love in it. No knowledge in each other. It wasn't like Lisa and John. Despite their current rough patch, their love for each other was greater than their love for themselves. Blade and I's relationship consisted of nothing more than a bunch of uncontrollable stirrings. I didn't know him enough to love him, and I'm pretty sure I didn't like him before I found out we were mates. He was always known as the son of the traitor. The player and the party guy with no life. I never thought I'd grow to like his personality. But that's it. He was merely another messed up soul who lets it out in anger and sleeping around. I don't think I could grow to love him because I'm not the one who has feelings for him. My wolf does, and it frustrated me. If it weren't for our wolves, none of this would have happened. And Jared and I would have been able to be together. There I go again. With my thoughts of Jared. I needed a tattoo or something to always remind me that we can't be together. We both had mates. I arrived home 10 minutes later, and I immediately wished I hadn't. There sat Mom on my favorite black leather couch. Legs crossed together as if awaiting my return. Hello, Emerald. She greeted as I dropped my bag. A weird greeting. Too formal, as if for a stranger. Little did I concern myself with the slow transformation of her knowledge of me. To her, it felt like we're strangers now. Hey, Mom. I replied brightly, as an attempt to brighten up the room. She studied my face as I grew closer. Don't change your clothes, she said slowly. You have an appointment in 15 minutes. Confused, I asked. With who? It's an alcoholics help clinic in downtown. It's got really good reviews, so I booked you in. You didn't even ask me, I snapped. Suddenly nervous with newborn panic. I shouldn't have lied, but I did, and now I'm paying for it. As much as people tell you and remind you that lying gets you nowhere, people still do it. You need help. Emerald, she stood up. This disgusting addictions has to be stopped, but Mom. It's not even that serious. It's serious enough that you're sneaking out to drink. 5 minutes later I found myself in the passenger seat of my mom's minivan. She talked and talked as we drove to this place, and she didn't once stop to give herself a break. Jason's birthday is soon, and you know that special cake that he likes. I thought of buying him and making him his favorite lamb stew with some mashed potato and gravy on the side. Maybe some corn. He likes corn, but he likes cooked broccoli too. That's good. Because you never really liked broccoli. Only when it's raw, and that's strange but healthy. At least I got one kid that likes it cooked. Because I like it cooked. Raw tastes bad. I hope Amanda likes lamb stew. Jason told me she also likes salads, so I'll make a really big salad. Maybe with some dipping sauce. Should I make garlic bread also? Nah. That's too much work. When we reached the clinic, she parked the car and exited. I let out a sigh but did the same. We made our way inside and towards the office. Hi. How can I help you? Said the over-chirpy, too much makeup wearing women that sat behind the desk. We have an appointment here for 3:30. My mom smiled. Yes. For Emerald. Right. Yup. My mom proudly placed her hands on my shoulders. You're her mother. Correct. Yes. You can't be with her. This is strictly help without any parents around. But, my mom began to protest. I'm sorry. Those are the rules. Teens feels pressured when their parents are around. But I need my mom with me. I said. I wouldn't feel pressured at all. I don't make the rules. My heart dropped to the pit of my stomach. Despite the fight my mom and I had had, I needed her here with me. Who knows what type of things I wouldn't be able to handle here without her. You need this, Em. My mom said. I'll pick you up at 5. 5, I snapped. See ya, honey. She planted a kiss on my forehead and left. I sighed and turned back to the woman. Where do I go? She smiled, seeming satisfied. Next door to the right. Whore. I muttered under my breath and left. I hated the room as soon as I entered. The walls were dull and gray, and in the middle was a circle of chairs with about 4 or 5 people already seated. Hello. Stood up a guy about 25 years old. You must me. Emerald. Like the eyes, he joked. Yup. Hi, Emerald. I'm Tony. He shook my moist hands. You seem nervous. I've never been to one of these. Well, you'll love it. I sat in the circle of chairs and waited for all the other people to show up. Most were in their 20s, and only a couple were my age. Finally, Tony stood up. All right. Now that everybody is here, let's begin with introducing ourselves. I'll begin. My name is Tony. Hi, Tony. Everybody chorused. I am 25 years old. And I am a recovered alcoholic. Next, I'm Mark. Hi, Mark. I'm 24 years old, and I am an alcoholic. Said a deep-voiced guy with messy blonde hair and stained cloths. The circle continued until it reached me. I swallowed. Hi. I am Emerald. Hi, Emerald. I'm 18 years old and I'm an alcoholic. Tony nodded and moves on to the next person. After everyone's name and age was said, Tony began to explain the tough challenges and patches you face that can make you an alcoholic. By the end of his speech, I knew I'd never want to become one. At break time, I went to the snack bar and nibbled on some cheese. A man I recognized as Steve in his late 20s approached the table. He looked around and then reached into the inner pocket of his jacket and pulled out a can of beer. He chugged it quickly and threw it in the garbage. He looked at me. "What the hell are you looking at? You know the whole point of this is to get people to stop drinking." "Look. I'm only doing this for my fiancé. I don't give a crap about this at all, and you know what, honey, I bet you don't either." With that, he strutted away, swaying on his 2 feet and humming. Confused, I only wished harder to go home. Mom picked me up at 5 as she promised and smothered me with questions. I figured the only way to avoid going to another one of these meetings was if I told her it helped, and that's exactly what I did. She seemed pleased, and I hoped she'd forget the whole thing soon. When we got home, I waited at 1 o'clock before sneaking out. I made sure to stuff my bed with pillows, making it seem I'm sleeping, and grabbed a prop wig similar to my hair color and set it under with a few strands loose for sight. I hopped out the window and shifted, heading straight for the cliff where I know he'll be. My insides felt refreshed just thinking about him. I reached the cliff 3 minutes later, and let out a mental sigh when I caught sight of his beautiful wolf standing proudly and fearlessly at the edge of the cliff. When he sensed my arrival, he turned around. Just like that, the stress we've been carrying just floated away. It was as if his simple presence sent hormones of relaxation into my body. We ran and ran that night, and we got tired. We laid beside each other, leaning on the biggest boulder there is. We both shifted behind a tree, and I borrowed one of his shirts again. I looked at his eyes. They were reflecting the moon's bright color. My stomach began to tie in knots, and I reminded myself that it was my wolf, not me. "My mom thinks I'm an alcoholic," I blurted out. He glanced at me. "Why?" She cried and begged me to tell her what's wrong, so I lied to get her off my back. "What happened?" "She made me an appointment with some alcoholic help clinic today, and I went." "How did it go?" I shut my eyes. It was weird. I didn't know alcohol can affect people's life like it does. "Does your mom still think you're addicted?" "I hope not. I don't know what to tell the guys. They see that I'm getting weak. They are still wondering why I fainted. I don't even have a lie figured out. You know that meeting like this in private will only keep our wolves going for a little while. Right, sooner or later, they will want more. They will want something we can't give them, and meeting like this wouldn't help anymore." "I know. They'd want a mate." I blushed and looked away. "Are you ready to lose your wolf forever? And your health and energy?" "No. And I don't think I'll ever be." I used to hear stories about people who couldn't be with their mate. I thought they weren't real though. They all said they'd rather be dead than some half-alive thing. I would too. What's a life for a werewolf with no wolf? Our wolves are like organs for humans. If one organ is gone, you can't function properly. Expect our wolf if just one big organ. Without. We are just a body with barely any blood in it. I sighed and rested my head on his shoulder. I wish I can have what Lisa and John have. Love and easy love. We don't have that. Why did destiny or whoever does this put us two together? I used to hate you. His head jerked in my direction. Why? Well, I didn't hate you. I just heard so many bad things that I just disliked you. He nodded. I know my reputation. Player. Sleeps around. No parents. Messed up, and that's exactly how I was. Yes. We have no feelings for each other. Blade. It's our wolves that are attracted to each other. If you think about it. Without our wolves, I wouldn't even be here. He stared at me. What the hell are you trying to say? I shrugged. Nothing. It's just, We don't love each other, and I don't think we can. Our humans aren't in love. Love like what Lisa and John, Jared and Jasmine. I gulped and licked my dry lips nervously. Or maybe you and Jared, we don't, really, because I saw you guys at lunch today. You sitting on his lap. Forgetting that you have a mate while he kisses your head and plays with your hair. We were just talking. Did you know he fought me while my wolf was separating? I was too weak to do anything. He was just in shock. You say that we have no feelings for each other. It's just our wolves. What if I told you that I used to sleep around with a lot of girls, and after I found out you were my mate? I only slept with one and I hated myself for it. I'm still disgusted. I can't even find a girl interesting anymore. Anytime I see a decent-looking girl, I compare her to you mentally and automatically, and suddenly she's ugly, and you're the queen of my mind. Blade. When I saw you with Jared, it wasn't just my wolf that felt the jealousy, anger, and hurt. He stood up. It was my human too. He checked his watch. I gotta go. I didn't stop him. I watched as he disappeared into the forest and heard the growling sound of him shifting. Afterwards, I picked up the sloppy blob of confusion that I called myself and headed home. The drive to school took about 10 minutes this morning, and I reached school just in time to witness another fight breaking out between Lisa and John. I rolled my eyes and parked my car. Are you guys still at this? I asked as soon as I exited the car. Do you know what she said now? She said that she can't wait to meet him today. I'll be with you and you'll see that I'm not lying, John yelled. Come on, Lisa. John would never cheat on you. I said. How am I supposed to believe him when she said his name? She wrote John. There are thousands of Johns, he screamed, with the same phone number. Hair color, and eye color. John let out a sigh. I honestly don't know how to explain that. Suddenly, laughter erupted from the side. Mark and Steve step out, clutching their stomachs. Steve held a new phone in his hand. I sighed, suddenly realizing what's been going on. John's face turned red with anger. Have you guys been? Did you guys? Lisa stuttered her words. Steve and Mark both nodded, incapable of words. Lisa turned to John, her eyes wide and sad. John ignored her and turned to the boys. Ho, muttered Steve. You guys better run, I advised. Mark and Steve stumbled over each other, trying to get away, but John was already on their tail, trying to grab onto their shirts. Lisa turned towards me. Do you think he's mad? Hell yeah, I muttered. I mean at me. For not trusting him, I shrugged. Maybe for a little while. She sighed. Let's get to class. My eyes glanced all over the place, searching for two golden suns, and when I finally caught sight of them, they looked angry. Blade was leaned up against a locker, speaking angrily on his phone. Lisa noticed the worried look on my face and followed my eyes. What happened? I shrugged. I don't know. Lunch arrived slowly after my 2 morning periods, and I found myself seated at one of the lunch tables, searching eagerly for Blade. Lisa shoved my shoulder. Ow. I snapped, rubbing it. I've been talking for 2 minutes and you probably haven't heard a thing. Sorry, I muttered and bit my sandwich. What's wrong? I don't know. Blade was mad at me the other night. I don't know why though. What did you say? Just that it was sad that we don't have love, just connections between our wolves. What did he say? He asked if I meant love like Jared and I, and he said he saw us talking. Everybody saw that. By the cherry blossom tree, yeah, and he thinks I like Jared. He said when he saw us together. He felt angry. Not just his wolf but his human too. And then he just left. She shook her head. He's growing feelings for you, Emmy. And I can tell that you are too. I can't though. Lisa. I don't want to. You can't help it. I sighed for the millionth time today. Lisa sat up. How about we go to a party together Friday at about 8? Everybody is gonna be there. Whose party is it? Some guy named Marshall. It's his birthday. Like enemy pack Marshall, are we even allowed? On parties. Everyone is allowed. Even enemies. Remember, you used to go to Blade's parties, even when you didn't know you were mates. With Jared. Yeah. But I was always nervous. And nothing bad happens. Right, I sighed. Fine. John suddenly pops out of nowhere and throws me a can of lemonade. After handing Lisa Coke. Did you convince her to go to the party? Lisa nods. Proudly. Yup, I did. After lunch. I found myself running late. The bell rang 2 minutes ago and I was now running to class. I almost slipped when I heard a roaring voice coming from the lockers nearby. I stepped around to see Blade on the phone. Not anymore, he was yelling. That was over a long time ago. I approached him slowly and wondered if he was still mad at me. I've never seen his angry though. It was sort of intimidating. I blushed when I noticed I also liked it. The angry look suited him. Made him even more masculine and attractive. Leave now, he yelled all of the sudden and almost crushed the phone. I felt shivers of excitement traveling up my body. He pressed the end button and shoved the phone into his pocket. When he saw me, he ignored me and walked away. Just like that. I felt the pain inside of me swell up and multiply. The sadness that overwhelmed me was almost choking me. It grasped a hold of my lungs and caught my breath. Disappointment pulsed through my veins, and I wondered if Lisa was right. If I was developing feelings for him. Real feelings. Not just within my wolf. But my human also. I held back my tears like a big girl should and headed to class. At home. I was annoyed to see that Jason's car was pulled up in our driveway, which meant Amanda was here also. I sighed and remembered that it was Jason's birthday this weekend, and they were getting half a week off of school, so they were staying at our house. Which meant more time with Amanda. Inside. They were all seated in the living room, and to my anger, Amanda and Jason were curled up on my favorite black couch. Jason glanced at me nervously. Looking all guilty, but I just rolled my eyes. I was in no mood or shape for a pity party right now. What are they doing here? I complained to Mom. Be nice. She snapped. Hi, Em. Amanda yelled out. Long time no see. It's been a week. I muttered to myself. Hi, Amanda. You don't know how glad I am to see your face right after a tiring day at school with no warning whatsoever that you'll be here, I greeted. She laughed. No need for the sarcasm, silly. Is someone having a bad day? Yeah, and you're making it worse. Do you need a hug? Do you? Not from me though. Maybe from someone like the Hulk, for example. I'd love that. He seems like a hugger. She knew exactly how to push my buttons. Just like always. She knows exactly what I meant and pretends she doesn't, just to seem innocent and to awaken newborn anger inside of me. Oh, Amanda. You piss me off just like the sister I never wanted. Emerald, Mom screamed from the kitchen. I rolled my eyes and stomped upstairs. After completing my homework and going through the agonizing task of eating dinner with an extra chirpy Amanda and Jason who looked everywhere but me, I ran upstairs and took a shower. Then, I watched TV for 2 hours until everybody was either sleeping or in their rooms before stuffing my blankets with pillows and placing a wig under with a few loose strands like last time. I opened my window and jumped into the air, transforming into my wolf in process. I barely felt my wolf now. I knew I was losing her. With the pressure of her mate being mad at her and not being able to be with her. She's began the separation. I needed to see Blade now. And discuss what we will do next. Our wolves won't survive for long if we're just meeting with each other. They want more. And maybe that's exactly what we can't give them. It hurt to admit it, but when is the truth ever easy to face? I reached the cliff about 5 minutes later, and to my shock, he wasn't there. Why wasn't he there? He should have felt the pull as soon as I shifted. Is he that upset that he won't even meet me for our wolves' benefits? My wolf refused to admit it though. The feeling of anticipation she had received when she knew she was gonna meet him was too strong still to believe that he's not here. I searched all around the cliff, howling and making sounds of depression. About 20 minutes later, I knew he was nowhere around the cliff. I fell to my knees in disappointment. Rain began to flutter down. I looked up towards the moon and remembered how his eyes glistened when he had told me how he felt about me. I got up and grabbed an extra shirt that he hid under a boulder. I held it in my mouth and ran as hard as I could until I reached a large wooden house. Blade's house. I quickly shifted behind some tree and put on his shirt. My eyes searched for a way in, and when I caught sight of an open door, I ran in. The door led to the living room. I stared at it, amazed at how much thought and creativity was put into it. The walls were all a stainless white and his couches were long and bright red. His carpet was furry and black. I wanted nothing more but to run my fingers through it. The plasma screen TV hung high up on the wall, taking up almost half of the space. Whoever Blade's father was, he must have been rich. I never seen him, but I've heard many stories about when he betrayed us. I realized that if it wasn't for that little fact, Blade's pack would be our friends. Maybe even partners. And we could be together. I ran past the living room, past the jaw-dropping kitchen and dining room and upstairs. I called his name as I went, but he never answered. Finally, I reached a blue-colored door and rested my ears upon it. I heard shuffling. I twisted the knob and entered. My eyes widened and my breathing stopped. Dressed in red lingerie stood Diana from the coffee shop, showing off all her glory. But Blade was nowhere to be seen. "Emerald, right?" she asked, looking shocked. She picked up her long jacket from the floor. What are you doing here? What are you?" "I'm here to win back my love. The guy I told you about. Blade. He's your ex." She nodded. "Yeah. How do you know him?" He's my Emerald." Blade stepped out from the bathroom, clutching a t-shirt in his hands. "What are you doing here?" My heart froze. It didn't beat fast as I would have guessed it would in a situation like this. Instead, it froze and didn't beat. I knew I couldn't run away though. I couldn't let the tears flow down my face like I wanted them to. And I couldn't be that little weak girl that I was when I found out Jared wasn't my mate, because how did that end up for me? And so I took a deep breath and forced my heart to come alive again. I already felt my wolf dissolving into nothingness, and I wasn't about to let that happen to my heart too. I put my right hand on my hip and let my right leg bend. My eyes trailed over to where Diana was. "Have fun with my dirty leftovers." With that, I strut out of the room, not crying or running away, making sure I didn't drop any pieces from my heart on the way. I heard footsteps behind me, and that's when I shifted and exited the house. But Blade was an alpha. He was fast, and he caught up to me still in human form. "I'm sorry," he muttered. "But it's not how it looks like." I ignored him and ran back home, feeling betrayal pumping in my veins like blood. It wasn't until my head hit the pillow that I let the bursting tube of tears explode and stream down my face like rivers. My heart began to pound loudly, recovering from its temporary shock. I tried to feel my wolf, but she wasn't there. The other soul inside of me has finally had enough. I felt my feelings dissolving into a small puddle and eventually becoming nothing but a shine on my heart. My thoughts became nothing but a blurry mess. Who would have ever guessed that a random person you meet in some coffee shop would turn out to be a part of the agony in my life? She had told me he refused her. And he had told her he had a mate. Did he change his mind? Was he finally sick of what I couldn't give him? I wouldn't blame him. But I also wouldn't blame myself. And so I blamed reality, and I cried even harder because if reality had been a living, breathing soul, I'd be able to get even. But reality wasn't a soul, and revenge was out of the question. Next day at school, I tried to avoid Blade as much as possible, and when he tried to catch my eyes for a couple of seconds in the morning, I turned away, pretending I hadn't seen, and talked to Lisa and John. During first period, the teacher was late. John turned towards me. "Do I get to know what's going on now?" "What do you mean?" I muttered. He shrugged. "Lisa has been looking out for you non-stop, and you always seem so distracted. Something tells me that Lisa knows what's going on with you." "There's nothing going on, John. Me and Lisa are just being girls." "Really? Then why did I see your car outside of the alcohol help center?" "Of course," I thought to myself. "My mom needed to pick something up for work." "Really? She dropped you off? And picked you up a couple of hours later?" "What? Did you stay there the whole time and watch us? You know my dad's work is near there. I saw from the window." "What are you saying?" "John, you know this is not the time and place for a fight." "I'm not fighting," he snapped. "I just feel like it's a bit unfair that I knew you years before Lisa did, and she gets to know everything and I don't. You know I care about you too." "Thank you, John. I care about you too. We're best friends." "But it's a girl thing, look. I've heard about so many girl things." "Did you forget who my girlfriend is?" "I've heard it all. Literally. Periods. PMS. Unsuccessful diets. Fantasies. Top best leg shavers. Best lipstick brand. Everything. It's not that type of girl things. You wouldn't understand. Besides, it's not that big of a deal. You're pregnant, aren't you, Ag?" I groaned out loud. "No. You know what, there's a reason that we're best friends. We didn't just happen. We trusted each other." "What happened?" Justin, the teacher, walked in and began to apologize for her absence. Saved by the teacher, I thought, and turned away. I sighed when I realized I just added another problem to my plate. During lunch, I was seated beside a talkative Lisa who was rambling on and on about the party tonight. Against my will, my eyes darted to where Blade was seated, and to my shock, he was staring right at me. I quickly looked away. I sighed. Why was I mad again? Was it really because he supposedly cheated on me? Does it even count as cheating? We're not in a relationship. In fact, I told him myself there were no real feelings in this relationship. I had no right to be so angry. He can sleep with other people. That's his business. As long as my wolf doesn't find out. I only needed him to remain in contact with my wolf. It wasn't as if I actually felt things for him. Right? No. It couldn't be. But why was I so stunned and so hurt? I knew those feelings definitely weren't from my wolf. As soon as I saw Blade, she dissolved. I was only able to bring her back when I ran away and shifted. My head began to hurt. I remembered the shock perfectly, but I knew I couldn't lose myself again as I had with Jared. Boys suck, and there was nobody who knew more about that than me. I went back to listening to Lisa's ramble. I smiled and nodded. Blade's point of view, I watched as people got up and left the cafeteria, never taking my eyes off of Emerald. I messed up and I knew it. But she wouldn't let me explain. It wasn't fair that my past relationships before I even knew she existed come back to haunt me at times like this. My wolf had been so hurt by the cold shoulder she'd been giving me that it's dissolved away. My attention was averted back to her when I caught sight of her exiting the cafeteria. I immediately got up and prepared myself to run after her when Marshall grabbed my arm. "Where are you going?" "Man, I gotta pee," I muttered quickly and ran. I caught up to her quickly in the halls and followed her until we reached somewhere where there were no people. I made sure to remain quiet, and I thought I'd been doing a good job until she spoke with her back still to me. "Are we back to this?" she asked. Her voice calm and confused. "To what?" I asked, attempting to keep my voice as assured as hers. "Walking around the halls with you following me around like a creep." I just wanted to apologize. "For what?" she asked, surprising me again. "For last night." "What happened again last night?" She finally turned. Shocked. My mouth widened as if to speak, but the words came out stuttered. When you saw me and Diana in my room." "Oh yeah," she said, as if finally remembering. I wondered if she actually did remember but was acting as if she doesn't, just to annoy me. If so, then well played. I tried to hide my smirk. "It wasn't what it looked like. You don't have to explain yourself, Blade. It's fine." I realized that since I'm the one who said we have no feelings for each other, I have no right to be hurt or jealous. "You were jealous?" I wanted to ask. But instead, I said, "What?" "But we didn't. I mean me and Diana. She was just an ex, I know. She has a mate, but felt as if that shouldn't keep her away from you. So she came here trying to win back your love." "How did you know all that?" I muttered, stunned. She shrugged. "We met before. I just didn't know she was talking about you, Em. I know you care even though you're pretending not to. I know you do. You're my mate. But nothing happened last night. I swear." "You expect me to believe you?" "Yes," I answered without hesitation. "Blade, think about it. You walk into my room. You see me dressed in red lingerie," I swallowed at the image, "and some shirtless guy comes out of my bathroom. What would you think?" I frowned at the new-formed image and understood where she was coming from. "Would you believe me if I told you nothing happened? He was just visiting?" "No," I thought. "Would you listen to my explanation?" "No," I thought. "Because I'd be too busy attacking the guy's face." "I see where you're coming from and I understand." Boo. Suddenly, M's arm was grabbed by some guy I recognized as Mark from rugby season. My wolf growled, taking this guy as a threat. I forced myself to calm down. It wasn't as if he'd hurt M in front of me. "What are you doing talking to him?" he mumbled as an attempt at whisper. "Nothing. We weren't talking." "Let's go," he said and walked away, dragging her after him. My fists clutched together, and I relaxed my wolf before it went after that guy. Despite my anger, I was hurt. Hurt that Emerald had this effect on me, and hurt because I could never be able to talk to her in front of everyone and kiss her and show her off like I would love to do. I wrapped my arms around my head, finally accepting that I was growing real human feelings for her. At home, I told Mom I'd be going to a party at 7. Immediately she refused. "Absolutely not," she snapped. "A party is the last thing you need right now. Mom, please, I've been so locked up lately ever since you grounded me. I've learned my lesson. Please, Mom. That's not why I won't let you go. Emerald. There's too much pressure." "For what?" I snapped. "Drinking. There will be alcohol, no doubt. I know these parties." "Oh," I thought. I forgot about my alcohol addiction. I haven't drank ever since you took me to that clinic thing. They even said if a child feels too locked up, it will pressure them to drink. You can even smell my breath when I come back." She sighed. "Will Jared be there?" "Yes. And Lisa and John." "And when will you be back?" "One," I asked. "Hopefully 12. She ordered. "If I smell even a bit of alcohol on you, you're going back to that clinic." "Thank you." Thank you. Thank you. I kissed her cheek and ran upstairs to change. I got dressed in a plain white dress that went up to my mid-thigh and paired it with a pair of black heels. As for my hair, I quickly curled it and kept my makeup light and natural. I drove to the party after another 10 minutes of swearing to Mom that I'll be okay. When I reached my car, Jason was there. I'd assumed he'd ignore me as he had been doing for the last day he'd been here, but instead, he muttered, "Do you need me to give you a ride?" "No." I answered and got into the car, without a back glance. I drove away. I reached the party 20 minutes later, after getting lost 2 times. About 20 cars were already parked at the mansion along with a couple of motorcycles. I headed inside and was blinded by the rainbow lights and deafened by the booming music. People danced on the dance floor, grinding and kissing wildly. I searched for Lisa and John and spotted them in the middle of the dance floor. Suddenly, fingers wrapped around my hand and spun me around. "What are you doing here?" snapped Jared. "What do you mean I can't be here?" I snapped back. "No, without me I'm not a child, I know. But you have to be careful, Em. I used to go to these parties all the time, Jared. Because we were still together. Now people know we aren't together and they're not afraid to try things." "Like what?" "Why do you care anyway? Remember, we decided to be friends." "I know, but that doesn't mean I care any less for you." "Stop messing with my feelings, Jared." I yanked my hand out of his grasp. He sighed. "I'm sorry, Em. Just stay close. Don't drink anything. Even water, and don't do anything inappropriate." I rolled my eyes. "Yes, Dad." And walked away. I later on joined Lisa and John on the dance floor. We sang out loud and danced to our favorite songs until our voices were sore. "Can you blow my whistle, baby? Whistle, baby. Let me know. Girl. I'm gonna show you how you do it," and you start real close. We kept on going for about 4 more songs before I got thirsty and went to get a drink. I caught sight of Jared, who glared at me and mouthed, "Don't drink anything." I nodded, ignorant to his warning, and poured myself some lemonade. It tasted a bit weird and it burned my throat, but I didn't put it down. I drank it until it was empty and headed back to the dance floor. I danced and sang even louder than before. This time completely losing myself. I went back to the tables and poured myself another drink. Jared approached after I was done. "Did you drink anything?" he snapped. "Nope." I shook my head. He sighed. "You always pop your words when you lie." "Nope. I never." My eyesight became a bit blurry, and I heard our song playing. "Remember this, Jared, our song?" He smiled. "Yeah, I do." I dragged him to the dance floor. Legs slightly wobbly, and we slow danced. "I miss this." I sighed and rested my head on his shoulders. I lost myself in the feeling of being in his arms again. A flashback to the restaurant popped into my head, and I remembered the cloud we claimed as ours. Will anything be better than the feeling of being home? Suddenly, he pushed me away. "I gotta get back to Jasmine." I nodded, my eyes tearing up. "Okay. Looks like somebody isn't happy we danced together. Don't drink anything, Em." "Whatever," I snapped and walked away. I looked up, wondering what he meant, and caught sight of an angry Blade standing on the stair steps watching me. I poured myself a lemonade and smiled sarcastically as I chugged it in front of him. My vision became even more blurry, and I felt my legs getting even wobblier. I ran up to the washroom, pushing past people, and kicked the door open. I locked it quickly and puked into the toilet bowl. Tears poured out of my eyes and I mentally screamed at myself for getting sick off of lemonade. I leaned against the wall and heard 2 girls chatting. Spiked the grape juice and the lemonade. Marshall dared him to do it as a senior prank. My eyes widened. Well, that explains it. That also explained why Jared didn't want me to drink anything so much. How did he know though? I sighed and picked myself up. It wasn't even 12 and I was already drunk off of freaking spiked lemonade. I decided to head home. I stumbled down the stairs and fell at the second last step only to be caught by none other than Blade. His golden eyes stood out in the blurry mess. Strangely, they were the only thing that wasn't blurry. And so I let him carry me into my car and drive me home. I felt myself being lifted and then rested down. Lifted and then rested down again until the moving sensation stopped. I looked up from the car's window and caught sight of my house. I groaned. My mom is gonna kill me. Blade got out of the car and lifted me up. Ah. I groaned again. Do you want me to go through the front door? No. No, I snapped immediately. My window is open. Take me through there. I pointed to it with my finger. He began to walk forwards and then stopped. What? I muttered. Why do you keep your window open at night? Do you know that anybody can just walk in and kidnap you? Like who? You're the only stalker I have. He rolled his eyes and climbed up the tree, balancing me on the branch. I'm gonna die, I groaned. Remind me to never get you intoxicated again. He muttered. I'm not intoxicated. Somebody spiked the lemonade. He lifted me up again and balanced me on the windowsill. He climbed in through and lifted me in. His eyes widened when he saw my room. Wow. He muttered. You're messy. I rolled my eyes and climbed out of his arms, immediately falling down. If it weren't for his arms that caught me, I would have smashed my nose on the high heel on the ground. I finally realized what was going on and blinked a couple of times. I think you should leave, I muttered, taking my shoes off. Not before you listen to what I have to say. I know, Blade. I stood up and opened the air conditioner. You're sorry. Everybody is always sorry. But nothing happened, Em. I know you say you don't care, but I know you do. You have to. Your jealousy has got you in denial. Wait. Hold up. Did you say jealousy? I wasn't jealous. Yes, you were. How do you know? Because I get jealous. I go crazy when I see you being talked to by some guy or held by him, or dancing with him. I immediately understood what he meant. That dance with Jared. He was watching from the top steps. Fine, I snapped, stumbling to the side. I was jealous. So, what? Do you like it that I was hurt? Did you feel like you've accomplished something in your life? Having me admit that I went crazy after I saw you and that person Diana. Will you let me explain what happened? Go ahead. I hiccuped. I don't care. Diana and I, we dated before I found out we were mates. Only for 2 months. Maybe a bit more. She found her mate and left me. Now she's back because she believes she doesn't need to be with her mate. I told her I have a mate, but she won't listen. So you decided why not spend time with her? I hiccuped again. That's where you're wrong. I was home, and she came. She was wearing a really long jacket. She took it off and she was wearing nothing but intimate clothing. I told her to leave, but she cried and said she loves me. I went up to my room to get her a shirt and she followed me and tried to seduce me. I pushed her away and went to get her some clothes when you walked in. I shrugged. Whatever, I mumbled. Why didn't you just tell me you were jealous? I couldn't just do that. After what happened with Jared. I let out a hiccup. I couldn't go back to being that weak little girl. He rested his forehead upon mine. Is it wrong that I like it that you were crazy jealous? I rolled my eyes. Yes. And just like that. His lips neared, and what was about to come next was predicted. Our lips fought through the constant clouds of shame and bitterness until touching each other as gently as rain-kissed leaves. We broke past the barrier of discord and connected physically and mentally. I felt him all over my body, his fingers moving down my waist, I felt my feelings intensify with great urgency. My heart beating in sync with his. I let my fingers explore. His lips tickled my neck, kissing the outline of my jaw. I let the string of stress float down my body, until disappearing into the ground temporarily. My being urged for a sense of his taste, a sensation of his touch. I needed it more than the fire in my lungs that urged for air. I pushed myself more into him, never breaking contact with his face. My lips moved down to his neck. His hands came up to slant my head back, and I took the opportunity to breath. He planted little kisses that traveled from my jaw down to my shoulder blade. I tangled my fingers in his hair, pulling gently every couple of seconds. His hands clamped on my waist, moving toward my lower back and clutching me forcefully against him. I felt as if I had lost all my sanity. I kissed him intensely and until my lungs felt pressured. My need, hunger and compulsion all intensified. The taste of his lips danced on my tongue, teasing me, testing my patience, which flew out the window. My brain cells were consumed by the moment. I let out a gasp when I needed air to the point where I was desperate, but I didn't want to let go. His fingers that were clutching my lower back traveled down to my covered thighs and scraped gently, transforming the intense connection in the air into a thick cloud of feeling. Everything was blurred in my mind. I could no longer focus on the obvious facts. My head began to spin round and round. But I found myself liking it. I craved this newborn freedom that I realized I've never felt before with anybody. Not even Jared. We've never kissed and had been afraid to go too far. We've never felt that little spark of excitement when we touched because we knew it was dangerous and wrong. But how could something that feels so right be so wrong? I let my thoughts and concerns slither away, and I let Blade's muscular arms lead me to the center of my bed. He threw me in as if I waited nothing more than a rag doll and climbed in. I felt my wolf coming back to life, groaning in approval. He kissed me between my right shoulder and my neck. My fingers held a tight grasp on his head, never willing to let him go. His hands squeezed gently on my hips, causing me to arch backwards, and I remembered the way he had kissed me in his car. Suddenly, all my source of pleasure stopped and Blade froze. He held my hands in his and placed his knees between mine. "Shh," he whispered. He climbed under the sheets until he was beyond visibility and froze. "What are you? Pretend you're asleep." "Why?" Suddenly, there was a slight knock on the door. I shut my eyes and laid my head down on the pillows. I felt the door opening and footsteps made their way towards my bed. I opened my eyes the tiniest bit and saw Jason. I began to panic because throughout my whole life, he'd always somehow known when I'd be sleeping or not. So I added a few snores here and there to make it realistic. After a minute or so, he left, shutting the door gently behind him. Blade climbed out from under the covers. "How did you hear?" He shrugged. "I'm an alpha." Even though it was dark, I still saw his golden crests and I couldn't help but touch my lips upon his, and just like that, we were at it again. We went no further than kissing and fell asleep. Legs tangled, arms desperately clinging onto each other, savoring the moment where we can express our true feelings through physical actions. I woke up at about 9 a.m. with the biggest urge to use the bathroom, although my head was hurting. Last night was still one of the best sleeps I've ever had. I tried to untangle myself from a sleeping Blade, but soon realized that it was impossible to do so without waking him up. I tried to pull my legs from underneath his, but only succeeded in causing him to groan with protest and hold me even tighter. I sighed. As much as I loved this position, I had to use the bathroom, really badly. I quickly thought of a plan and ducked my head from underneath his arms. "Okay," I thought. "One thing freed. All that's left is the rest of my body." I managed to shake one leg out of his and feeling exhausted, I just pulled the rest of my body. That didn't end well because although I was free, I rolled away from the bed and hit the ground with a loud thud. Ow! I muttered, standing up. And I was still in my dress from last night. I wondered how I managed to sleep in it. Oh yes, I thought. Blade. I was about to take my first step into the washroom when I felt arms circling around me and lifting me back into the bed. I screamed out loud as Blade lay me on my back and began to tickle me wildly. Stop, Blade, I need to use the bathroom. I managed to tell out, but I was laughing and squirming uncontrollably. Stop. His lips found their way up to my neck, and my wriggling body relaxed. I let the feel of his gentle lips tickle me even more without a fight. Suddenly, he pulled back and his golden eyes shone mischievously as he said, "Okay. You can go use the bathroom." What? I muttered. He was letting me go after teasing me like that. He smirked. You said you needed to use the bathroom. I sighed and got up. Tease. I muttered. You love it. He answered back. I couldn't help but let out a small giggle as I entered the washroom. Stop laughing with yourself, Mom screamed from downstairs. I laughed even harder and stripped of my dress. After the quickest shower of my life, I put on the clothes that I grabbed on the way and exited. Blade was seated on my bed, shirtless and gorgeous. I let out a mental swoon and walked over. His arms grabbed me by the waist and laid me down beside him. He stroked my hair, providing me with relaxation and pleasure. How do you feel? He questioned. I shrugged. I have a huge hangover, but my wolf is satisfied. He turned his head to look into my eyes. What about your human? I looked away, catching up on what he meant. My human is once more. I muttered, blushing. I didn't have to look to see that he was already smirking. I rolled my eyes and turned back to stare into his tawny jewels. My human wants more too. He smirked. And my wolf also hasn't had enough. I blushed but didn't avert my eyes away. Suddenly, he got up and put his shirt on. I fought the urge to groan in disappointment. I forgot we have a pack meeting today, he said. Oh. I muttered. Meet me at the cliff tomorrow night. I smiled faintly. See ya there. As he was leaving out of the window, I muttered. Blade. Yeah. He turned his head towards me. I placed my lips on his, kissing him long and hard. He put his hands around my waist as an attempt to deepen the kiss, but I pulled away right when I knew he was getting intense. Wah, he muttered, almost tripping out the window. See ya tomorrow. I smirked. He smirked back. Tease. He muttered and jumped out. I headed downstairs afterwards only to be met face to face with Amanda. You. I muttered. Not a nice way to start my morning. Good morning, she greeted. Help us prepare Jason's birthday breakfast. No thanks, I thought, picturing his face as he told me I was a traitor. Mom pulled me to the side. What's going on? What do you mean? Jason has been here for 2 days and you two hadn't talked once. That's not true. He offered to drive me too. You know what I mean, Emerald. Are you two fighting? No. We aren't. What time did you come from the party last night? Early actually. About 11. Are you sure you didn't drink? I heard a lot of noises coming from your room last night. I blushed. Yup. Only lemonade. She sighed. Go make the pancake mix. Aye aye, Captain. The annoying sound of everyone enjoying themselves downstairs, singing and eating the mouth-watering breakfast brought an ache to my head. It annoyed me even more that Amanda was also enjoying herself, singing the loudest and most off-key. How do you get happy birthday off-key? Happy birthday to Jason. Happy birthday to you, they all completed in a loud shout. My stomach rumbled as I imaged the food Mom had made one more time. Strawberry pancakes. Vanilla ice cream waffles and Pops, chocolate cereal. No. I thought. Stop, focus on your homework. You can't go there. Jason and Amanda are down there. I went back to doing my work and realized I'd been reading question 5. But writing the answer on question 6. Ugh, I groaned and erased it all. I began to work again and suddenly I remembered Blade's arms holding me tightly and his lips on mine. I blushed. No one was around and still I blushed. Pathetic. I dropped my homework and lay on my back with my head dangling backwards from the bed. It's impossible to focus with Jason's birthday breakfast going on downstairs and the fact that less than an hour ago, me and Blade had been tangled up on this very bed. Our lips intensely connected. Getting my homework done was out of the question because no doubt I was not about to forget what happened. I let out a sigh and wished some more for Blade to be right next to me. My body urged for him in a way it never has for anybody. With Jared, I urged for his lips, but with Blade, I urged for everything. His presence, his touch, his body, especially his body. I blushed harder and turned around to yell into my pillow. After about 10 minutes of fantasizing about Blade and Mom's food, I finally had enough. I jumped off of the bed and headed out into the hallway. My shoulder bumped into somebody as I went to turn the corner. Oh. I muttered when I saw that it was Jason and stepped around him, but he grabbed my arm and pulled me back. Wait. He said. What do you want? I said without turning around. I'm hungry. I know about last night. I rolled my eyes and turned around. What do you mean? Don't play stupid with me. Emerald. Maybe if you stopped beating around the bush, I wouldn't have to. You know exactly what I'm talking about. You're acting like a dumb person about it to avoid it. Wow, Jason. Your apology is so sincere. Muttered sarcastically. I have nothing to be sorry for. I know who was in your room last night. I nodded and pretended to look as if I was thinking hard. Oh, yeah. A lot of people. There was me. Myself and even I came. You're the hardest person to confront. You know that I smelled another wolf inside your room last night. I wasn't born yesterday. You're right. You were born the day before. Stop it, Emerald. Stop treating this like it's a joke, because it is a joke. Even if I did have a werewolf in my room, it could have been Lisa, John, or anybody else. I sensed a male scent. A very strong male scent, and when males are intensely affected, you can sense them meters away. I tried to stifle my blush. So what, you didn't used to care when Jared was here. He never slept in your bed for the night. Who do you think it is? I placed my hands on my hips. I sensed an alpha, and there's only 2 alphas in our town. Jared's father and Blade. And I'm pretty sure you wouldn't have Jared's father in your bed. Then I guess it's pretty obvious who was in my bed. Isn't it? I raised my eyebrows. I stepped away from him and headed down the stairs. I paused halfway when I heard something break, but then kept going. Sunday arrived slowly afterwards, and I found myself feeling refreshed as I waved goodbye to Amanda. Jason, who was done hugging Mom and Dad, came towards me. His arms stretched wide, as if aiming for a hug. Hell no. I thought, but was forced to hug him back due to the fire in Mom's eyes. Before he pulled away though, he whispered in my ear, "Don't be a traitor like his father." I'd rather be a traitor than some half-dead, half-alive thing. I whispered back and pulled away. Amanda came to hug me as if she'd really miss me, but I backed up. "What are you doing?" "Hugging you, silly." She laughed and spread her arms wider. "I don't think so." I turned to go back inside the house when I caught sight of Mom's face. "Get back here, Emerald," I sighed. Turned around and planted the biggest, most fake smile I could muster. "Bring it in." I yelled sarcastically. Amanda smiled as if she'd gotten what she wanted and hugged me back. I'm gonna miss you, you guys visit every month. I mumbled and pulled back. Her piercing giggle sent me in a frenzy. It's too easy. Shut up. I groaned loudly. It's 12 o'clock, Mom mumbled and hugged. Finally. After some more hugging and sarcastic remarks from myself. They left. Only to be back in a month or so. Ugh. I thought. Too early. I was about to book it upstairs, when Mom's voice stopped me. Where are you going? Come back. Ugh. I groaned and walked back. Yeah, we both have all next week off of work, so we're going on a little trip until next Sunday. When are you leaving? I was jumping with joy inside and tried not to let it seem as if. Tonight. They said in union. What? I snapped. Tonight? Then why didn't you tell me earlier? Because we knew you'd object. Said Dad. Object? I'm jumping with joy actually on the inside. Then that makes us kind of suspicious. Maybe we shouldn't leave. No. Please leave. Tonight or even now, I hurriedly said. They began to chuckle. Okay. We'll pack up. Yes, I mumbled and ran upstairs. I did my remaining homework. Showered and ate. Gazing at the clock occasionally. Hoping it's been an hour every time so that I'm a bit closer to seeing Blade. Mom and Dad were standing by the door when they called me downstairs to say goodbye. We hugged and said our goodbyes for about 10 minutes. Okay. Emergency and food money on the counter. We'll call and check up every day. Call if you need anything. Said Mom with one last kiss on the forehead. Okay, Mom. Just because we won't be here doesn't mean you get a break from chores. Okay, Mom. In fact, the laundry still needs to be done. Okay, Mom. And no parties or boys in the house. Got it, yeah, right. Laughed, Dad. I punched him in the arm. Whatever. They finally left. Mom waving frantically until their car fully disappeared, and when it did, I jumped inside the house and did a little dance. Finally, I thought, and ran into the kitchen to look for the money they left me. A break from Jason. Amanda, Mom and Dad was just what I needed. Finally. A week to be the adult I know I am. I searched for the money for about 5 minutes before giving up. Where the hell was it? I saw a plate of cookies on the table and munched on them while calling Mom and Dad. Yes, Mom answered. It's been 5 minutes, Em. Yeah, I know. Where's the money? Did you check the kitchen table? Yes. I snapped. Did you really check? Or did you get distracted by the oatmeal cookies? How did she know? Both. Did you check under the plate? Oh. That's why it's placed strangely. I muttered and grabbed the money from underneath. Bye, Emerald. She said, and I could imagine her perfectly rolling her eyes. Bye, Mommy. I said in my sweetest voice. Finally. Now I can start being the adult I know I am. After about 3 hours of watching Gossip Girl reruns. I checked the time. Ealing RT. SH times T. I muttered and ran upstairs to get ready. It took me about 25 minutes to get ready, and when I finished, I realized I had 5 minutes to get there. And so I ran through my open window and shifted in the air. The cold night breeze hit my furry face with force, but I found myself liking it. All day I've been awaiting this moment of so much eagerness and anxiety that I just ran as fast as I could and reached the cliff in less than 3 minutes after stopping by a nearby tree and shifting into my human. Wearing a spare t-shirt I had of Blade's. Blade was there. Standing by the edge in all of his human-formed glory. Bare-chested and attractive. I wanted nothing more than to explore his sculptured body. Feeling every patch of skin that must have been made with a little bit more attention. Was it fair for someone to look so majestic and beautiful? I stood there. awestruck like an idiot, fumbling over my intense thoughts, trying to keep myself from rushing him. I tried to tie a mental leash around my overexcited feelings as I planned my first words. Maybe I should start with something dramatic, like they do in the movies. Something like, "I see you have been awaiting my marvelous arrival, and I hope I am not disappointing with my appearance." Nah. Too over the top. We are after all in the 21st century. Okay. Maybe something a bit more like what I'm feeling. "I see you're bare-chested. Let's see if I can get you completely bare and then embrace you." I blushed just thinking about saying that. Suddenly, I heard him chuckle. "You've been standing there for 10 minutes. Just staring at my back." He turned around, his eyes shining like the golden skies I see during dawn. I realized that I was always comparing his eyes to something when in reality there was nothing in comparison. I was trying to figure out something to say. I didn't think this would be my first line. He laughed gently. Something about it was off though. Like it was forced. My wolf immediately deducted something, but I shrugged it off. I was simply looking for something wrong since last time I saw Blade was too good to be true. We sat against the biggest boulder, like usual, and talked. No intense intimacy was involved this time for me to realize that I was truly developing real feelings for him. Feelings that I haven't felt in a long time. Not even with Jared. It was a desperate sort of feeling. One that made me want to hold on to something amazing and indescribable, because one wrong move can result in an end to all this. With Jared, I knew I'd always have him. He was always there. I never had to worry. With Blade, it was a hungry and demanding feeling. I always wanted him near, and I wasn't afraid to admit it to myself. Although I was afraid of it all in general. Was it really good for me to develop feelings for him at a time like this? I gave a mental shrug and held his icy hands. That seemed to snap him out of the zone he was in and turned to smile at me. "My wolf has been feeling refreshed ever since the, yesterday." He nodded like he wasn't quite paying attention. "Me too. I really hope it lasts. I know for a fact that it will with my human." I blushed madly. I was expecting him to smirk cockily and tell me the same, but instead, his eyes were glued to the reflection of the water, as if his thoughts were somewhere else. I left about half an hour later, disappointed. After he said he had to get back to his pack, I honestly didn't know what I was expecting to explain the large amount of disappointment that piled beneath my remaining organs. Maybe I was secretly hoping for another long and sweet intense moment, or maybe a deep, personal conversation. His head seemed nowhere near me tonight, and I couldn't stop thinking about it. The rest of the week passed by as slowly as it possibly can. Each day felt like 10 and Blade seemed nowhere to be found, and I realized other than going to his house, there's no other way to contact him. Does he have an email, or even a phone? He had a phone. I remembered him talking to Diana on it, but I didn't even know the number. Friday night, my wolf was overly upset, and the strings she was holding on to were letting go. I ran into the woods, hoping he'd sense me, but he was nowhere near the cliff. A sense of déjà vu hit me, and I ran to where his house was located, only to find his pack and the leader of mine in a deep, heated discussion in his backyard. Now, I knew he was definitely keeping a secret. After a long night filled with no sleep, it was finally Saturday, and I realized Mom and Dad were coming home tonight. Relief filled the inside of my body and later portrayed on my face. I was tired of doing the chores for the past week, despite the fact that it was just me in the house, and I was anxious for their arrival. Also, I was excited to see what they had gotten me. Not that I had high expectations or anything. Another reason I couldn't wait for their arrival was the fact that I hadn't eaten a proper home-cooked meal in days. My attempt with the BBQ didn't go so well, and let's just say we're now short 2 cooking spatulas, and a whole bag of coal, and a whole patch of grass on our lawn that is now either ashes or a crispy brown. Thinking this much about it, I realized I really missed my parents. The rest of the day I spent thinking about the meeting in Blade's backyard that had both of the alphas in this town. They're absolute enemies to the point where they can't even sit in a room together for 30 minutes. So what would they be doing attending each other's meetings like pack members? I couldn't get the subject out of my head for the whole day. Another thing poking into my brain was Blade's behavior. He'd been so strange the night we met. And he suddenly disappeared for a whole week. I realized that I was becoming obsessed with his presence. The knowledge of his doings and everything else about him. It was exciting me in a way that was also frightening. Mom and Dad arrive earlier than they planned at 8 o'clock. Mom, Dad, I yelled as they unlocked the door. They only managed to drop their bags before I tackled them both. I miss you guys so much, I yelled, jumping up and down. Mom was laughing, but Dad was complaining about his back. I pulled back and was immediately attacked with, "What did you break?" "Nothing. What did you get me?" "First of all." They both sat down and unzipped their luggage. "Look at what we got ourselves." Dad pulled out a full-body apron, with a guy's body on it from neck to toe. He was wearing only underwear and was bulking with muscles. "Wow, Dad. Looks like you a lot," I muttered sarcastically. Mom pulled out hers, which was also a full-body apron, with a bikini model's body on it. "Gorgeous, Mom," I muttered. "Don't you love them? We've been wanting them for years, but you and Jason were too young. It would have been inappropriate." "It's fine now," I laughed out loud. "Yes, it is," they answered together. "So what did you get me?" I asked. "Is that the only reason you were excited to see us?" "Of course not. I burned Dad's BBQ. That's why." "Anyways, where is my gift?" "What?" boomed Dad. I'm kidding. I lied. "You almost gave me a heart attack. SAH times T. I thought. So where's my gift?" Mom threw a huge box into my lap. "This is so big, but it's so light." "Is it empty? Just open it." I opened the box. Only to be met with another box. A bit smaller. I opened that one. Only to be met with another one. Seriously, guys. Just keep going. I kept on opening the boxes, and I was getting more excited after each one. Finally, 15 or 16 boxes later, I was met with the most beautiful peacock iPhone case. So Mom studied my face. I was expecting a diamond. But emerald. I'm joking. Thank you. I love it. You better. We got Amanda a matching one. What? I snapped. Seriously. Why? So, what did you cook for us? Give me a second. I ran into the kitchen and threw the cold pizza into the microwave. After a couple of minutes, I placed it on the dining table and yelled, "Dinner's done." Mom rolled her eyes when she saw the food but ate it nevertheless. "So do you guys know if there's a pack meeting soon?" I asked. "Yeah. There's one tomorrow, in the morning," Mom answered. "Do you know what's it about?" "Nope. Should be important. We haven't had one in a while." Next day I had my speech memorized and ready. I was planning on confronting Jared's father and demanding answers to as what he was doing in the enemy's house. Part of me hoped they were developing some type of partnership. So the idea of me and Blade being mates wouldn't be shunned immediately, but I doubted it since my own brother thinks I'm a traitor. We got to the pack house and caught sight of Amanda and Jason already there. My mother ran towards her clutching the matching peacock cell phone case she got for me and her. I sighed and followed, my eyes searching for Jared. I haven't talked to him since the party last week. I also hardly saw him during school. "Oh my God, aren't you so happy that your mom got us these matching peacock iPhone cases?" Amanda's squeaky voice slapped me back to reality. "Yeah, totally," I muttered sarcastically. "We should also get matching intimate clothing." "Really? Name your time and place." I was joking. "Relax. Emerald. Behave. Snapped Mom. Whatever. I saw Jason peeking at me through his lashes and rolled my eyes. Don't be a stranger. I walked away and took a seat inside the house on one of the chairs. The meeting began 15 minutes later, which means I spent 15 minutes texting so I wouldn't look like a loner. I wasn't really texting. Just looking through my old texts and tapping the screen wildly. Finally. The room was full with a couple hundred people and Jared's father stepped up on stage and began. Good morning everyone. I hope you've had a good weekend so far. Everybody mumbled their yeses or nos. One guy from behind whistled loudly, causing a few people to laugh. Okay. Okay. Said Jared's father. You all have been probably wondering why we haven't had a meeting in so long. Well. It's simply. There was nothing going on. But we have received some information a couple of nights ago that a new rogue pack has moved near and they keep heading closer. It's nothing serious I'm sure, but we just want to make sure it's safe. This is it. I thought. This is where I stand up and ask what he was doing with the enemies. Any second now. I thought. I'll stand up and shout it. But that never happened, and when the meeting ended 25 minutes later, I knew it was too late. After the meeting I caught sight of Jared's father speaking with a bunch of little kids. You know what? You guys keep eating those broccoli and when you're older, you can help fight off rogues. But they taste so bad. Whines a little girl. But they're good for you. Any more questions? I have one. I finally gained courage and stepped forward. Emerald. Hello. Long time, no see. What's your question? What were you doing 2 nights ago at the enemy's pack meeting? His face turned red and he pulled me aside. How did you find out I saw? I pulled my arm out of his grasp. He sighed. I had no choice. It isn't just a small rogue pack nearing. It's the rogue pack. They've been known for destroying packs. Wiping them from town to town. I needed their help because they had inside information that could help. So, what? You're suddenly in partnership with them, just for a little while. You can't tell anybody. So you've been lying to everybody here. To keep them from freaking out, it's the only way. Fine. I won't tell. Thank you. The ride home was silent and I focused my thoughts mainly on what the Alpha had said. If he's only building a partnership with them for a little while, I had to tell them soon. I was also nervous about this new rogue pack. Hopefully they're not dangerous. I knew that I had to see Blade tonight. It was urgent. I left my house and ran into the woods. Shifting into a human behind some tree and meeting him at the cliff. As always. It was refreshing to be with him. Blade. I muttered and waited for him to turn. When he did, he showed no expression. We walked together into the trees, and I decided to get straight to the point. Can I ask you a question? I asked. Not letting my eyes meet his. You already did. He said. I would have rolled my eyes and laughed if it weren't for the way he had said it. Like a complete yerk. I meant another one. Go ahead. Why was our Alpha at your pack meeting? How did you know that I was out for a run and I saw, more like stalk? Can you blame me? You practically disappear right after that night. Why are you making such a big deal out of it? All we did was share a kiss. You're still a virgin, right? Well, for me, intimate moments are normal. Why are you such a jerk all of a sudden? What happened? Did I do something? You're so pathetic sometimes. Always blaming yourself. Are you gonna tell me what's going on with our packs? You seem to already know. Jared's dad told me about the rogue pack attacking. Aren't you the least bit nervous? Yeah. Sure. He muttered. Playing with a tree branch. You don't look nervous. What do you want me to do? Burst out in tears. I was getting extremely frustrated with his behavior. Had I honestly done something, why did he turn into the jerk he used to be all of a sudden? Do you need a little extra strength for your wolf? I asked softly. I decided if my words can't put him to his right mind, maybe my affection will. He knew what I was suggesting. Yet he scrunched up his face. What do you mean? I stepped closer and leaned my lips in. Suddenly, he pushed me away. What are you doing? He snapped. My face heated in rejection and embarrassment, and I looked up at him angrily. I felt my wolf getting hurt and sliding back into her shell. Why are you acting so strange? Look who's talking. You tried to kiss me. Because we're mates and you need strength for the rogues, I'd rather take a few trips to the gym. No thank you. Why are you suddenly such a jerk? Honestly, I'm sick of this. I'm sick of sneaking around with you. Never able to be with you. But never able to just leave you. You're like a huge weight on my shoulders that's always there. Never leaving. I studied his face, letting his words trickle upon me like bombs. I didn't know you felt that way. Where is this coming from? I decided that I'm never gonna have you anyway. So, why not let my wolf dance? As soon as he does, I won't want you anymore. I can have other girls. Even if I'll be half dead, half alive, I'll probably still have my good looks. I don't believe you. You're a liar. You said yourself you feel things for me. As a human. Not just as a wolf. It's ironic how you've been believing every lie I tell you. But this one thing I decide to be truthful to you about. You don't believe. It was the sudden shock of hearing the words escape his lips that paralyzed me. It wasn't much the meaning that froze every running cell in my body, but rather how he said it. With confidence and no pain whatsoever. He was crouched, leaning on the tree so carelessly, unaware of the impact of his words. There was no trait, no clue at all that shows maybe he's faking for the good of us. He was smiling, almost mockingly, his amused eyes never leaving mine. I searched for a glint, a hidden trace of the soft golden I used to love. But these new eyes belonged to a different person. They burned amber with pupils as black as a moonless night. I wanted to call out for the blade I knew. The one that was rock hard on the outside, but soft and caring on the inside. This new thing that possessed him was a rock. Inside and out. I knew I seemed pathetic. Standing there. Not breathing. Afraid of triggering the moment. And afraid that if I make a move, he'd continue on talking and break the shreds of my heart to a million more pieces. Just like delicate glass. I carried the moment on my shoulders. I wanted nothing more but to drop it and shatter this haunting glass, but I was afraid. Too afraid to move, talk, or even breath. Life seemed to have frozen, but from the corners of my eyes I saw the wind still rustling the tree leaves, and with my ears I heard the birds still singing. Life seemed to have frozen just for me. I managed to nod my head and turn away. I held back my tears with every muscle in my face with as much strength as I could possibly muster. I took a step forward and awaited his voice that will call out to me to come back. Maybe it's an April Fool's joke, maybe it's all a prank. Is it even April? I didn't know. Everything that was there scattered out of my brain and left me bare. Stripped with nothing to cover myself with except pain. But as I walked away, disappearing further and further into the forest, nothing held me back. Not even the usual crowds of trees slowed down my pace. I let my head turn back to look at the tree he was leaning against, but he wasn't there. Gone already. Careless to the newborn pain breaking out inside of me. I almost laughed at the irony. With Jared, I couldn't stop crying, but with Blade, I couldn't cry. I didn't need to use my face muscles to muster the tears anymore. Maybe this pain has exceeded crying, then what is there for me to shed if it isn't tears? Blade's point of view, it had to be done. I had to do it. I kept reminding myself as I ran home. ignoring the angry gnawing of the other soul inside of me. It was urgent. Either be with her, therefore putting her in danger, or let her go. I chose the one best for her. It was certain the rogues would attack. Any day actually, and some of them already know who my mate is. They were smart enough to find out, and the first thing they'll do to avert my attention from the attack is to kill her, just so I wouldn't be as strong and I'll lack any will to carry on. I couldn't put her in that kind of danger. Not again. It was hard. No doubt. Almost impossible, pretending like I never cared for her. My whole life I've never cared about somebody as I care for her. Not even myself. I hated knowing that I'd jump off a bridge for her. Or even take a bullet. My mind didn't think twice with the answer. I'll have to pretend that I was mateless. A mateless. Shifted alpha. That's a first. I knew I couldn't stop there with Emerald though. I had to hurt her enough that she hated me. She probably already does. But I had to make her loathe me in a way that she wouldn't care if I died. That way, if I did get hurt in the attack, she wouldn't come after me, risking herself and putting herself so recklessly in danger. I tried not to think about how much pain I've caused her. Leaning against the tree. Her innocent face looking so vulnerable. So confused. I wanted nothing more than to break down and beg for her forgiveness. The hardest part was when she went to give me a kiss. I wanted to. So badly to just grab her face and touch my lips upon hers. Her emerald eyes lit up like lanterns in the night. They remained blocking my vision. And I saw nothing more than her. It was strange. Spending all my life hating girls. Using them for brief connections. I realized how Emerald has changed me in ways I didn't even know. I also realized how much of a disappointment I would have been to my mother if she was still around. Using women as distractions to relieve my anger. Would she be proud of me to see that I've changed? I've fallen for a girl that made me see women as so much more. Proper women. Of course, and not the ones who want to spend time around like Tracy and Stella. I sighed as I entered my empty house and took a seat at one of the sofas. My lips were quivering. I shut my eyes tightly and dreamed of a world where Emerald and I could be together. Emerald's point of view. The weekend went by surprisingly fast, which is weird considering the fact I'd spent all my time in my room. I'd days off. Forgetting myself and losing myself in my thoughts. Before I knew it, I was in my car and heading to school. Mindless to the fact that Blade would be there. How would I react to his presence and the fact that he's in the same building as me? How could I remain calm as my brain tells me to? When there's chaos inside my brain, the second I stepped out of my car though, my eyes immediately darted side to side searching for none other than Blade. I sighed. I wouldn't last the day. His harsh words still echoed in my brain like bells. I guess it's true what they say. People always remember the most hurtful things, but never the nicest things. I headed to math class already a couple of minutes late, but the teacher still hasn't arrived when I took a seat. "Hey," muttered John. "What's up?" "Nothing much. You look like you haven't slept for days." "Thanks for pointing that out." I muttered. "You okay? You can talk to me about it if you want." "Nope. Just want my space." He smiled. "No problem." "Oh. Lisa wanted me to mention this party to you. Next Friday, I think." "Hell no. No more parties with me." I muttered, blushing at the thought of how that night ended for me. Lunch arrived 2 hours later and I eagerly entered the cafeteria. Munching on my food before I was even seated. My eyes darted around. Already in search for Blade, but he was nowhere to be seen. Lisa looked up at me confused. "What's wrong?" "Nothing." I muttered. "Yeah, right. What's wrong, Em?" "Your eyes are purple. It's a new makeup I'm trying out. Sucks really bad. You're the worst liar I've ever met." "Do we need to have the cheesy friendship talk again?" she asked. "No, we don't. Then, what's wrong? I thought we're past old secrets. But new ones developed. I muttered. And they suck 10 times as bad. Is it? Yup. Mr. Alpha. Boys suck. I know, but it's all good. My voice went higher at the end. My eyes teared up, but I quickly blinked the wetness away. You'll be okay? Asked Lisa, placing her hand on mine. Yup. I smiled and looked away. What are we talking about? Mumbled John from behind, throwing me a lemonade and a Coke to Lisa. The tragic weather in Mexico, I replied. Who? That's how I know you're lying. Suddenly, a girl from student council popped up from behind. Hey, Emerald. Hey Lisa, hey. We both said. I recognized the girl as Emily from science. She was more of Lisa's friend and was known as the gossip update of the school. Guess who's the school's newest couple? Romania and Evan, asked Lisa. I always hoped they'd date. They both love drama so much. They fit together perfectly. But no, not them. Then, who? She didn't have to say anything else because I got my answer as soon as I tilted my head back to look at the cafeteria doors. Walking in was Blade and Tracy hand in hand, and many gasped because Blade, the biggest player, was finally settling down. And for none other than Tracy Hawthorne, the school's biggest. Well, let's just say she spends time with many boys. Every curse word I could think of jumbled up into my brain, and I felt as if a vessel just exploded. My vision was blocked for a couple of seconds and my heart began to pound widely. Emerald, mumbled Lisa. I wasn't thinking as I darted up and knocked back my chair, as everyone's eyes averted towards me. The only logical thing seemed to just flee the scene. The pressure of having Blade's eyes on me. Probably amused with the whiplash I've developed. It was too much. I needed to leave, and that's exactly what I did. I stumbled to get away, shaking off Lisa's grasp. I heard her get up, trying to run after me when John's voice told her I needed to be alone. I ran out of the cafeteria, my tears streaming down my face like rivers. I realized I was just another teen girl who cries over every guy. Maybe it's because I haven't had enough experience with the whole dating thing. I've only ever dated Jared and I didn't know what the hell me and Blade were. My brain seemed to have melted away throughout time as I searched for a bathroom, cursing the amount of people in the hallways. My heart throbbed. It didn't exactly beat loudly. It throbbed with pain, like bruises or a burn. My knees shook and wobbled beneath me. I feared that I'd collapse any moment. I couldn't even sense my wolf. There were no strings anymore, connecting me to her. She's finally had enough. My hands shook with hurry as I urged for a cover. I wanted to hide away from this terrible reality and mask myself within my fantasies. I urged for a disguise. Something that will seal my pain until I could bear with it. My attention was averted to my grief when I turned the corner and bumped into something hard. Or rather, someone. Immediately I was having a déjà vu moment of when I ran into Blade. The person's drink spilled over both of us and I shouted my apologies as I attempted to clean the soda from his clothing with my bare hands. I'm sorry. I wasn't watching where I was going. I didn't see you. I'm really sorry. I made sure to keep my face hidden and away from his view. Spilling his drink was already embarrassing enough. The last thing I needed was for him to see the streams of mascara running down my face with tears. He grabbed my wrists that were moving rapidly, wiping soda from his clothing, and stopped them. He cut off my apologies with his own. It's fine. I wasn't looking where I was going either. When I replied with silence, he attempted to cool down the mood by cracking a joke. It's my fault. Teenage girls and open soda is really dangerous, so I should have known. Right, I looked up at him for the first time, and realized he had the prettiest ocean green eyes that sparked with humor. His brown hair looked messy and uncombed in a way that gave him a rugged look. It went really well with him. "Are you okay?" he asked, his face transforming into one of concern. He pulled out a napkin from his pocket and handed it to me. I wiped the tears from my eyes and nodded. "Yeah. I'm fine. Sorry again about the soda. I gotta go." "Wait." He grabbed my arm as I went to leave. "You don't look okay. Can I help?" "No. It's fine. I'm fine." "Are you sure?" "Yeah, positive. Just allergies. Probably to this stupid mascara." "Well, I'm Jace. I just moved here." "I'm Emerald," I muttered as he released his grip on my wrist. Like the eyes, I nodded and walked away. I thought about skipping next period because I was in no shape or form to be around Blade. I knew it was wrong, but in all my school days I've only skipped twice, and both times were personal problems. I think it would be alright if I skipped just one more class. So I decided to skip. And I was almost out of the school when I heard Mr. Jeff's roaring voice as he called me back. "What do you think you're doing?" "Ugh," I thought. I forgot that Mr. Jeff always haunts down skippers. I was getting something from my car and going straight to class. "Oh really? And what was that?" I thought about the one thing that could possibly end this conversation and not get me in trouble, and as embarrassing as it was, I still said it. "A feminine hygiene product." He blushed scarlet red. "Go to class." I sighed and obeyed. We reached the classroom and he made me do what he does with all his skippers. He made me stand in front of the class and he gave me one of his shame on you speeches. This class was an attempted skip. But I caught her. Haha. He laughed. I caught her. I felt Blade's amused eyes on me, but I didn't dare turn my head. After a whole minute of that torture, he sat me down. "Since everybody already has a partner, you'll be with Jace." My eyes darted back to where he sat at the end of the classroom, recognizing him as the guy I bumped into in the hallways. He sent me a smile and I looked away. Embarrassed. "Okay. Everybody go to your stations." I stood up and followed Jace to our station. And as if irony and misery had mated, our station was right next to Blade's. "Hey. Emerald, right? I remember you from earlier today," said Jace. I felt eyes on me and I knew it was Blade. His gaze filled me up with so much heat and desire. It was hard not to look back at him. "Yeah. I don't usually look like that." I forced a smile. "It's fine. High school sucks, so it's normal." I smiled, relieved at how easygoing and non-pushy he was. "So," he muttered, while mixing two chemicals together, turning them blue. "Is Mr. Jeff always so?" "Yup," I muttered. He laughed. "You know what I mean. Who wouldn't?" It was hard to focus on the conversation when all I really wanted to do was push Jace aside and turn to face Blade. I wanted the same Blade that kissed me that night in my room. The one that planted small little kisses on the edge of my neck, feeding me so much desire but always leaving me hungry for more. I realized that Jace had been talking to me, but I wasn't listening. In my old school, he was almost as intimidating as Mr. Jeff. I was always so afraid of him, but I'm afraid of Mr. Jeff more now. My old teacher doesn't seem so scary now. I smiled despite missing half of what he was saying just to make it seem as if I was paying attention. And so for the next couple of minutes I just smiled and muttered, "Yeah. You're totally zoned out. Aren't you?" He chuckled after 5 minutes. "What makes you say that?" I asked. "Because I just said you look like Mr. Jeff and you said, yeah." I slapped him hard on the arm. "Ew, I do not." He laughed. Finally, a reaction. "You're terrible," I snapped, but couldn't help the laugh that escaped my lips. I felt the heat of Blade's eyes becoming more intense and dug my nails to table. "You have a really cute smile," said Jace. Before I had a chance to reply, I heard a growl that sent my wolf in a frenzy. "What the hell was that?" muttered all the human kids in the class. "Probably some class watching TV," answered Mr. Jeff. "Or a werewolf," winked Jace. "You're a..." I muttered. "Yup. New member of your pack. Welcome then." "Thanks. I was hoping you'd show me around the school though. Maybe tomorrow. Then go for a coffee or something." I never got the chance to answer because Blade appeared out of nowhere and bumped into Jace, spilling all of his boiled water on him. "Holy sh times T," shouted Jace, holding his shirt out. "Oh, my God, take your shirt off," I screamed. "Sorry dude. I didn't mean that," muttered Blade, not looking sorry at all. "It's fine. It was an accident," choked out Jace, with hardly any ability to talk. I glared at Blade, but he just shrugged his shoulders as if it was honestly an accident. Mr. Jeff appeared with some sort of cloth and waited for Jace to take off his shirt. His skin was oozing already and was as red as a tomato. Mr. Jeff placed the cloth on his chest and led him out of the classroom. Within a couple of seconds, everybody went back to work. I glanced at Blade. "I don't get it. You go and become Tracy's boyfriend, and then you spill boiled water on Jace just because he asked me to show him around. It was an accident," he muttered simply. My eyes widened and I honestly didn't know how to react. And so I reacted in the safest way and snapped, "You're a yerk." Before going back to my station, I headed home that day after the incident with Blade, my insides flaring with anger and confusion. It wasn't fair really. How he gets to make all the shots. He decides exactly when to break my heart, and then goes on and hurts the chest of some guy who was simply talking to me. Something inside of me told me he was jealous, but I couldn't believe it. Not when he decided to run over my feelings with a damn four-wheeler. Jealousy couldn't be it. I thought back to what he had told me. The thing that broke my heart the most. "It's ironic how you've been believing every lie I tell you, but this one thing I decide to be truthful to you about you don't believe." So the whole thing has been a lie to him. A game that he possessed where he played with my emotions like a movie script. But what could he have possibly gained out of it all? What was the purpose? The newborn feeling of what success? Being the punisher of the punished, I was clearly the punished, but for what? Suddenly, it all seemed clear to me. He was making me pay. Just as I had caused him to. I left him to shift alone. And he decided on a little revenge. Tears coursed my eyes and I blinked as an attempt to discard them. He must have known I had no idea. I admit. I was blinded by the risky thought that my mate would be Jared. I should have taken a look around and stopped being so damn stupid, but I'm not perfect and I apologized thousands of times. Maybe I deserved it. I remembered the pain of shifting. I felt paralyzed despite everything in my body moving. The pain of my bones collapsing on each other. My limbs breaking and reforming. It was the most hardest thing, and I think I would have died if Blade hadn't showed up. I honestly couldn't believe how he survived it alone. I guess the pain stuck with him and his anger still pulsed with him as he led me on. He hated me all that time. My heart thudded, and I thought of how much I deserved and didn't deserve it. Well, I thought, what does it matter, whether I deserved it or not? He won, didn't he? He had me wrapped around his pinky. Falling deeper and deeper for him. Unaware of the pit of lava awaiting me below. I didn't find it in me to be angry anymore. This cloud is shameful sadness that's overcame me held me hostage. I felt tired. Was it always within his plans to lose his ability to shift? Did he not care? Maybe he was sick of being a werewolf. Perhaps he wanted to be some half-living, half-dead thing. As he said, he'll probably still have his good looks. I tried to sense my wolf, but she was nowhere to be found. How can she? When her mate turned out to be her biggest traitor. My fingers trembled as I fought to finish the last bit of my homework. Just one more question, I thought. A knock on the door interrupted my attempt. Come in, I answered. Mom popped her head. There's a pack meeting tonight. I think your father said it was about a new member or something. I don't know. What time? I asked, assuming the meeting was to welcome Jace and his family. 6 o'clock. I looked up at the time. I only had half an hour to get dressed. You could have told me earlier. Sorry. Forgot. She shut the door, leaving me to get dressed. I put on anything clean, which consisted of black jeans, a nude-colored tank top, and a red cardigan. We left the house about 10 minutes later, arriving at the pack house in less than 15. My eyes darted around and recognized some faces. Lisa and John stood by Lisa's dad, who was no doubt talking about golf because John looked ready to shoot himself. Jared and Jasmine were there, seated on the sofas, talking. Jason and Amanda were kissing, which brought a look of disgust on my face. Gross, I thought as I whipped my sight away. Finally, I spotted Jace, smiling brightly, talking to some of our members. I noticed his chest seemed a bit too puffed out. I remembered the injury Blade had given him. He probably put some sort of cooler patch on there. When he caught me staring at him, he sent me a friendly wink. I smiled back and turned to my mother, who was comforting Dad about his broken BBQ, promising she'd get him a better one. Oh yeah, I thought. I broke it. The meeting began a couple of minutes later, and Jared's father took the stage to welcome Jace. So please help me welcome the new member of Silver Reflections, Jace Heatherston. We all clapped as he took the stage and bowed. Thank you, everyone. I'm really proud to be a member of the Silver Reflections pack. You've done a great job making me feel welcomed. I promise to be as loyal as I can and to always protect my pack. After the new member pledge, Jace was officially a member of the Silver Reflections pack. Everybody clapped, and I realized he was alone. He didn't join with any parents or family. He approached me afterwards, smiling in a friendly manner. What's up? He asked. You tell me. How's it feel being the new member of Silver Reflections? I smiled back. Honestly, it feels great. I haven't felt this welcomed in a long time and I love it. That's cool. I just remembered I didn't apologize for the incident during school today. Is your chest okay? Yeah, I put some cloth on it. I thought it seemed puffier. Who was that guy that bumped into me? That was Blade Russell, Alpha of the enemy pack. Oh yeah, I've heard of him. Yeah, he's a jerk. I'm pretty sure he didn't mean to spill that water on me, so it's all cool. So are you alone? Yeah, he muttered, seeming uncomfortable. Ever since I turned 18, I got used to being just me. So you've shifted. Where's your mate? Dead? I'm so sorry, I immediately said. Great job, Em. I thought. A way to ruin the conversation. I honestly didn't mean it. I went on. It's cool. Happened about a year ago, so I'm fine. My pack got attacked by some pack who thought we were rogues. They killed my parents and my mate. I couldn't really stay there anymore, so I kept traveling to different places. This is my third. Well, you know what they say. I smiled, trying to ease the mood. Third time is the charm, so hopefully you'll stay. He flashed me his pearly whites, revealing dimples as deep as his pain. You're the first one to respond that way. What can I say? I'm one of a kind. I yoked. I've realized, he said. Do you know what I just realized? I said. staring into his eyes. What we has matching green eyes. But yours are prettier. I blushed. Aren't you a gentleman? Well, I have to be since my other job consists of making people blush. My smile dimmed when I remembered Blade saying something like that. I wasn't blushing. I yoked. Hey. I was meaning to ask you something today during science. You know. Before I got my chest injured. Oh yeah. I laughed. Do you think we can meet up after school or something? I really need somebody to show me around, and since I'm alone, I really need somebody to show me around town. My first impression was to refuse, but my heart clenched when he mentioned that he was alone. Come on, Emerald. He's been through a lot. Sure. I finally said. Why not meet you at the school's main entrance at 3 o'clock tomorrow? Awesome. See ya there. Next morning arrived quickly, and I found myself even more tired and even more depressed. My reflection in the mirror was hardly recognizable anymore. I had purple bags under my eyes and enough eye puffiness to scare away anybody. I got dressed in some jeans and a top. Heading downstairs slowly. The smell of breakfast made me want to be sick, and I decided to skip it. Mom's voice stopped me from leaving the house. Yeah, I croaked. Why aren't you eating? I'm not hungry. You didn't eat dinner also. What's wrong? I'm just not hungry. She finally turned the corner and saw me. Did you get any sleep at all last night? The bags under your eyes are huge. Yeah, Mom. I'm gonna be late. You aren't leaving until you eat something. Are you serious? Damn right. You look terrible. She led me to the kitchen table and placed a plate of waffles in front of me that I'd usually drool over. Today, I wanted nothing more but to push them away and be sick. Come on. She snapped. Eat. I forced the waffle into my mouth and chewed each bite regretfully. Finally, after eating one whole one, she let me go. My stomach made strange noises as I left the house, but I ignored it. Hoping I won't vomit at school today. My intentions were to avoid everybody in the morning and hopefully the bags and the eye puffiness would fade. I knew the real separation between me and my wolf was beginning, but I refused to acknowledge it anymore. I ducked my head low when I heard somebody calling my name, and hurriedly walked off to my first class. Not watching where I was going, and bumped into something hard. The person dropped his books everywhere, and I immediately began to apologize. This is the second time this week. I thought. Suddenly, I felt a bit of a trigger inside of me. A bit of movement from my wolf. I looked up and saw Blade. His eyes just as red and puffy as mine. Emerald. He muttered. I forced my gaze away from his and walked away, heading to the direction of my classroom. I sat away from John that morning and pretended it was an accident. Lunch arrived too soon and I found myself walking into the cafeteria, feeling truly like the living dead. I saw that Lisa had invited Jace to sit with us and headed over there. Slightly nauseated at the sight of food, my stomach began to hurt even more. And I thought it was because of the smells of food around me, but I knew it was those waffles coming back. I ignored it and went to sit by them. Hey. I muttered. Hey, said Lisa. You, okay? Yeah, just sleepy. What up? Asked Jace. Nothing much. You, same. Why didn't you sit next to me at math? Asked John. I had to suffer the wild imagination of drama. Evan. I forced a smile. Sorry. It was an accident. Are we still on after school? Asked Jace. Yup. 3 o'clock. Are you sure you're okay though? We can make it some other time if you want. No. It's fine. I'm fine. We can do it today. I felt a heated gaze upon me and looked up to be met with Blade's intense glare. Except it wasn't pointed on me. It was pointed right at Jace. His eyes darted to look at mine and their anger told me he heard what we just said. Don't. He mouthed. Don't what? Don't anger his wolf. Or don't anger him. I looked away and went back to talking to Jace. Suddenly, I felt my stomach intensifying in pain. My hurt must have mirrored my expression because Jace grew a concerned look. You okay? He asked. Yeah. No you're not. Your face is green. I couldn't sit still anymore. I darted up and ran out of the cafeteria, running towards the washroom that seemed to have moved 10 miles further. Blade's point of view. As soon as she darted up, so did I, and I ran after her. My thoughts being none other than concerned about her. I saw Jace also follow her and was determined to beat him, but I couldn't. Not when all my power and energy was draining out of me like water. He reached the bathroom first and was about to go in there when I pulled him back. Go back, I barked at him. I'll handle this. What are you talking about? She's sick. I need to see her, he snapped, standing up at full height, challenging my authority. You don't know her. It's my responsibility to take care of her. Now go back. No, I need to help her. She won't want you inside of there. You're an enemy. Now stop wasting my time. Why don't you be useful and get her some Advil from the nurse? He sighed. Tell her, I'll be right back. I opened the washroom door and caught sight of her throwing up at one of the toilets. I ran to hold her hair away from her face, angling her body so she wouldn't hurt herself on the rim. What the hell did you eat? I asked when she was done. Waffles. She croaked out. I cleaned her mouth with some napkins and tied her hair up with an elastic that was on her wrist. Thanks. She muttered. I still hate your freaking guts. I'd say I hate your guts too, but I think you threw them all out. She smacked my chest and laid her head against it. I sighed. I shouldn't be doing this. This wasn't part of the plan. But as soon as Jace arrived, I shoved her off and helped her stand up. Hey, said Jace. She cracked him a smile that sent vibes of anger through me. Hey, she said. You okay? Does she look okay? I snapped, stepping forward. Stop. She snapped at me. She took the Advil from Jace's hands and swallowed them. Thank you, she said to him. No problem. What did you eat? Some bad waffles. You should go home, I said to her. Yeah, said Jace, annoying me again. We can reschedule our plans. Reschedule them to never, I thought, furiously. What was she thinking? Hanging out with him? Yeah. Sorry, Jace, she said. No problem. I'll drive you, I said. I can drive myself. She snapped. No you can't. I can drive her, said Jace. I got it, I snapped. You should head to class. We entered the parking lot. I can drive myself. I'm fine, snapped Emerald. No you're not. Fine. But I want Jace to drive me, she said. I looked at her, my gaze filled with pain, no doubt. She wanted him. Some loser guy she just met. My hate from him drizzled through my body like hot gasoline. What I muttered. You heard me. I want Jace to drive me. Fine, I muttered. I watched as she got into his car. He bid me a friendly goodbye and then drove away, unaware of my urge to hurt him. My pain and anger collided and my hands began to shake. My fists swept past, too fast for my vision to capture, and connected to the wall beside me. Blood pooled around me in about 2 seconds. I sighed and looked at my damaged fist, then headed to my car. Jace stopped right by my house, smiling lightly as an attempt to lighten the tense atmosphere. Sorry, I began. For what happened today. You really didn't have to miss lunch to get me some pills. It's cool. The important thing is that you're okay. Thanks for the ride. I probably made you miss next period. A break from Mr. Jeff. I should be thanking you. I laughed. No problem then. Can I ask you something? Yeah. I muttered nervously, already knowing what the question will be. The tensing of the atmosphere became as noticeable as it grew thicker. Why was Blade Russell so concerned for you? Isn't he an enemy? It's complicated. He smiled. It's all right if you'd rather not talk about it. I was just curious. I breathed a sigh of relief. Thanks. No problem. So do you want to meet tomorrow at the school's main entrance? At 3. Will you be all right? Probably. Are you sure? Yeah. There's no need to worry. I'll just get tons of sleep tonight and try to get rid of the ugly bags underneath my eyes. I look gross. Make sure to eat waffles that aren't expired, okay? I laughed as I exited the car. I'll try. See ya tomorrow. See ya. I replied, turning to leave until his voice stopped me. Oh. By the way, he said. I think you're pretty even with all those bags. He drove off, leaving me standing there, blushing like an idiot. I headed inside a minute later to the realization that no one was home. I ran upstairs feeling a bit dizzy afterwards and stumbled into my room. Ding! I checked my phone to see a text from Jared. Hey. What happened? Are you okay? Feeling too tired to answer. I threw the phone at my dresser and fell face first into my bed. After a restless night of sleep, filled with nightmares and frightening images, I welcomed the new day with screaming. What's going on? Dad yelled, running into my room. I awoke, jolted by his screaming. Sorry, Dad. I muttered tiredly. Just another nightmare. He sighed and exited the room. I wouldn't blame him for being so annoyed. I'd no doubt woke them up 3 times while sleeping. I stood up only to collapse on the bed again. After my bathroom routine and getting dressed, I exited the house careful with avoiding Mom and Dad, but at the last minute Mom shouted from upstairs. Emerald, eat your damn breakfast. I sighed and yelled back. Okay. I headed to the kitchen and picked up my plate full of eggs and bacon. I resumed on to throw it in the garbage, as if I had eaten it and left. I was expecting to walk to school considering Jace drove me home yesterday and my car was still at school, but I was surprised to see it right there. Jace must have brought it back. I smiled gratefully. At school, I ran into the washroom before anyone had a chance to see me. I caught Blade's concerned eyes on the way and acted as if I hadn't seen him. In the washroom, I took out my makeup bag and attempted to cover up my purple bags and redness. I only succeed in covering less than half. I caught sight of Jasmine watching me from the mirror and turned to face her. Can I help you with something? I snapped. Help yourself first. She sneered and left. Ugh. I growled under my breath and resumed. Lunch arrived slowly after that and I walked into the cafeteria only to be faced with Jared. Where were you yesterday during drama? He snapped. I went home. Why? Lisa just said you ran out of the caf yesterday. Are you okay? Yeah. Just had some bad waffles. I muttered, eager to get away. It's fine. You drove yourself. While sick, I rolled my eyes. No, Dad. Jace drove me. I was about to leave when he grabbed my arm. Who the hell is Jace? I sighed. My friend. I shoved his hands away, covering my arm quickly, hoping a bruise hadn't formed. Like the new pack member Jace. Yeah. I snapped. Problem? Yes. I don't think he's a good influence. Stay out of my personal life, Jared. At least introduce me to him, he said. Right after you put your girlfriend on a leash. I snapped and walked off. Lunch went by slowly. Blade didn't seem to be anywhere around. Not that I checked every 5 seconds. I forced my curiosity away and pretended to take relief in his hardly noticeable absence. Hardly noticeable, my butt, I thought, and grumpily munched on my turkey sandwich, forcing myself to enjoy it. After school, I threw everything into my locker and took out the list of fun things in this town. I read it over quickly and grabbed my phone before heading towards the school's main entrance. When I got there, I saw Blade, who just happened to be standing right where Jace and I will meet. I rolled my eyes when I saw that he was pretending to talk on the phone and sat at the bench. I couldn't help the constant peeks I'd take when he wouldn't be looking. It looked different. Tired. Like he hadn't slept in days. Like me. I looked away quickly when he turned and pretended to be occupied with the black screen on my phone. I saw him smirk teasingly from the corner of my eyes. Jace arrived 5 minutes later, smiling brightly. Hey. Sorry, I'm late. Got lost in the halls again. I laughed. It's fine. Ready to go. Yup. Let's roll. We walked past Blade and Jace. Being the over-friendly person he is, smiled and said, Hey. Man. Blade rolled his eyes, growling lowly under his breath, and stomped away. Jace's smile faded. I get the feeling he doesn't like me. He doesn't like anybody, I said. We got into his car and he started the engine. I forgot to thank you for bringing my car yesterday. That wasn't me. What, I muttered. I didn't bring it. I went home. Oh. Must have been Lisa or John. Yeah. Where to first? First thing on my list is downtown. I gave him direction to downtown, and from there, showed him the mall, the movie theaters, and some coffee shops that I liked. We then headed to the second mall located near some park, and I showed him all the beaches and rivers. We drove around town for about 2 hours until he said, Can I show you something now? Sure. It's a place near my house. It's amazing. We reached his house 10 minutes later, and he parked the car. From here we walk. He led me behind his house and into the forest. Is this the part where you murder me? I asked. He laughed. Yup. We reached a swamp about 5 minutes of walking later. I gasped at the sight. It smelled freshly like oranges and cherries. The swamp was a reflective green color with a million swans everywhere. There were cherry blossom trees that surrounded the swamp in all gracefulness. I discovered this place while I was out for a run. Jace said. It's so pretty. I have a boat. Seriously? Yup. Come on. He led me to his small wooden boat and let me go first. I almost fell off, screaming lightly before he grabbed my arm and steadied me. I got you. I smiled. Thanks. He got in afterwards and sat down. He began to row the boat slowly, leading us deeper into the swamp. I noticed a small waterfall later on. The swans moved out of the way, letting us pass. I looked up to see that the sky was covered with branches and trees. I couldn't see a glimpse of blue. I want to show you something I like to do. He stopped the boat in the middle of the swamp and laid on his back. What are you doing? I laughed. Try it. I did as he did and laid beside him on my back. Now, listen to all the noises. Close your eyes and imagine a perfect world. I watched as he closed his eyes and held a faint smile on his face. I turned to look at the sky. I wondered what he was thinking about. Probably his dead parents and mate, and what it would be like to have them back. What's a perfect world for me? I closed my eyes and listened to the waterfall. I thought I'd imagine clouds and blue skies, and maybe Jared and I sharing a kiss. Or maybe me and everybody I love living happily with no worries. I thought I'd see a clear river that I floated on until the end, where I was welcomed by Jared's wide arms, inviting me home with his warm embrace. But I didn't see any of those things. Instead, I saw Blade. The everlasting strong feeling in my heart was in a continuous thundering as he grew closer. I saw the shapes of his features, each one constructed with a bit more engrossment than others. I saw his full, gentle lips that made my breath escape. They parted slowly. My body swam into his two tawny seas, and there it floated in escape of reality. His eyes that I fell in love with held me hostage. In my mind, I traced the edge of his cheekbones, trailing my finger down to his jawline. I let my head lay on his chest, feeling the continuous beating of his heart. Was it strange that it sounded like a song to me, a tuneful poem in beautiful harmony? His beauty spoke words as sharp as knives to me. His seemingly innocent face transformed into a wolf's. An angry, sick, revenge-seeking beast that wanted me. I saw myself. My mouth was wide open in a gap, screaming a blood-curdling sound, with my eyes as terrified as seeing a monster in front of me. And it was a monster, nonetheless. The beast that had possessed my mate snarled loudly. I didn't feel terrified though. I just looked terrified. I felt like a mirror, witnessing everything that's happening, even my own reflection. But I didn't feel any emotions. Blade's golden eyes transformed into a fiery amber, similar to the color of ashes. Although they still held their beauty, the innocence was gone, leaving behind thick traces of anger and insanity. It was still inviting, but in a wrong, dangerous way that terrified and excited me at the same time. I saw myself shiver in intensity and fear as Jace drove me to get my car that night. Images of the blade I imagined flickered in my vision. His snarling lips, those claw-bared teeth, and that evil look in his eyes. It reminded me of a dream I had a couple of nights ago. "You okay?" Jace would ask. "Yup," I'd always say. The next day was Saturday and I awoke to loud noises and shouting. "Ugh!" I screamed into my pillow. I got up, wobbly on my feet, and headed towards my washroom, scrubbing my face as an attempt to get rid of the throbbing bags. Emerald Mom screamed from downstairs. "Wake up!" "I'm awake," I croaked. "Then get dressed. There's an emergency pack meeting." "Perfect," I mumbled, brushing my teeth. I got dressed in anything clean and stumbled downstairs. The ride to the pack house was long and slow, and finally, I escaped the constant air of that miserable car and unleashed into freshness. "You seem a bit weird today, Em," said Mom. "'Cause I got throbbing bags and red eyes," I snapped. We made our way inside of the already full pack house and I noticed it had more people than usual. At least double. "What's going on?" I asked Dad. He shrugged. "I don't know. I think it's both packs." We headed to the meeting room where people stood by the stage because there were no more chairs left. We went to look for a spot when the meeting began. On the stage stood both alphas, Jared's dad and Blade. I took a long intake of breath and focused on listening to their talking rather than staring at his face. I found myself dozing off and just staring at him. Suddenly, I heard sounds of gasps and saw jaws dropping. "It's unfortunate but very necessary," Jared's father was saying. "This partnership I've developed with this pack consists of nothing but safety, importance, and more information." So he finally decided to tell them he's been betraying them behind their backs. I thought, rogues are coming in either small groups or alone. "They never come in packs," said Blade, taking over. "Their wolves are usually a dirty brown color, and their eyes always turn red when they shift. They've been coming in more recently now. We've already had 2 attacks reported since last week. Both victims were injured. Nothing too bad, but the rogues managed to escape. They are coming in weakest first. They're saving their best fighters for last, so the longer it takes to find their leader, the more dangerous it gets. For now we suggest you don't leave the area." said Jared's father. Don't take runs too deep into the woods. Especially when you're alone. Don't hang out around property lines. That's where they're coming from. Somebody from the crowd raised their hand. Yes, asked Blade. How do we know who is a rogue if they're in their human form? Asked a tall, thin guy with wobbly glasses. That's the hard part. There is no way to tell they're a rogue in human form. Look for any claw marks around the arms. Not all the rogues have them, but some do. Also, if they're not from Silver Reflections pack or mine, they must be reported to either Alpha immediately. For now, we are not accepting any new members to either pack because rogues have been known to join packs as spies. I followed Blade's intense gaze and traced it right back to where Jace was standing. I rolled my eyes. Of course, he thinks Jace is a rogue. I raised my arm and took small pleasure when I saw Blade's eyes widen in surprise. Yes, he said, swallowing. In the back, I felt a jolt to my chest at his words. He talks like he doesn't even know me. Like we never spent intimate time on my bed or ran for hours in the night. How do we protect ourselves when we're alone and a rogue attacks? Blade swallowed again and I shook away the image of the old Blade, smiling at me and telling me I won't be alone. Because he'll be there. To protect me. Instead. He said. Never go for the obvious. They've been trained for that. The only tip I can give you is to never be alone. I don't have a choice now, do I? My eyes told him as they dug into his. He stared at me for a bit longer before moving on to the next question. About an hour later. The meeting was over, and I wobbled to where Mom and Dad were standing, talking to Jared's father. Suddenly, I heard whispering from besides me. I turned to find Blade by the washroom, ushering me in. What I mouthed. Come. He mouthed back. I sighed but obeyed. He shut the washroom door behind me and locked it. What do you want, Blade? I snapped, trying not to stare at the bags under his eyes too much. It melted me, just knowing his energy is draining out of his this fast. Take this. He shoved something cold into my hands. I examined the bottle, that red pepper spray, and laughed. Really? It's better than a dagger and a bit less suspicious, he said. I handed it back to him. No thank you. He grabbed my arm. Emerald. Take it. It's not your job to worry about me anymore, I said, with a forced smirk. I left the washroom with my eyes closed as an attempt to push back my tears. Hey, Jace said as soon as I left. Hey, I replied. Blade's point of view. It's not your job to worry about me anymore, she said with a smirk that sent jolts of electrifying pain through my body. The way she said, so carelessly, like she truly did grow to hate me. It burned me deep. I was left silenced by that comment and managed to barely slip the pepper bottle into her bag as she walked out. I watched as Jace met with her and attempted to drain my anger. I was way too tired for that. And all my energy was drained. Emerald looked just as bad, with her eyes as red as tomatoes and those purple bags under her eyes looked like elephants. It hurt me in strange ways to see her suffer because of me and a cruel fate. Sure, I've done some bad things in my life, but nothing worthy of a punishment this agonizing. Her pain hurt me even more. To watch my mate suffer was equivalent to ripping out my organs and tearing them to shreds. I felt hopeless. Like I was stuck in a room that had no doors or windows. There is no solution to end it all. I knew now that the rogues are coming. I'd have to really get her to hate me, so she wouldn't try and protect me. But how can I be capable of such a thing when I wanted nothing more but to keep her close and be her protector? She has the pepper spray. I tried to calm myself down. And, as much as I hated to admit it, Jace seemed like he would protect her. But every time I think of him, I can't help but get this small little urge to hurt him. It's suspicious to me that he joined the pack when the rogue attacks were beginning with no relatives or friends whatsoever. He didn't join my pack, so I really had no say in it. But I'd still have to keep an eye out for him. He might be dangerous. Emerald's point of view after the meeting. Jared's father invited my dad to his house. I need to discuss some matters with you, he had said. Yeah. No problem, man. Dad responded. This will be a private meeting, meaning nothing that goes in goes out. My father nodded, looking gradually serious. Blade Russell will be there too. We need as much information as we can get. That caught my attention and I whipped my head to stare at Jared's father. He caught my eye and looked away, proceeding his intense conversation with my dad. We drove to his house afterwards, and I noticed it was already 6 o'clock. I tried to distract myself from the obvious fact that Blade was driving right behind us. My eyes slipped past my intentions and flickered towards the mirror where I caught Blade's eyes. I looked away fast enough to give myself a whiplash. Blushing madly like a red pepper, I caught the strange looks my mom was giving me and sighed. Puberty, I muttered as if to explain everything. Honey, that was 7 years ago, she said. I didn't respond, partly because she was right but mainly because I simply didn't have the energy. When we reached Jared's house, we all stepped out of the car and I noticed Jared and Jasmine had beat us there and now were straightening their strangely crumbled clothing. I rolled my eyes when I saw Jasmine's smudged lipstick. It still annoys me. Blade stepped out of his car afterwards, followed by his second in command. I immediately noticed the atmosphere growing tenser as he strode closer. I looked away from his slow, sensual strides, and focused on keeping the blush off my face. Jared's father showed everyone inside into his meeting room. Kids, he said to Jameen, Jared and I. Can you leave us to discuss? Oh, come on, I began to protest when Jared interrupted me. Of course. He grabbed my hand and began to lead me out of the room. Wait. Blade is 18. So am I snapped. Emerald Mom snapped. Lower your voice. He's an alpha. Oh yeah. I thought. She didn't know how close he and I are. Sorry. I muttered to make up for my outburst. It's fine, Blade said, his lips twitching in amusement. Jerk, I muttered. Jared led me and Jasmine to the kitchen where he took a seat at one of the chairs along with his mate. After about 10 minutes of sitting around doing nothing, I groaned out loud in agony. This is so boring. We have to stay here and let them discuss, said Jared. Wow. She really changed. You, huh? The old Jared would be there by the door eavesdropping. We have to respect their privacy, said Jasmine. I rolled my eyes. I'm going to go use the bathroom. Have fun, said Jared. I will, I reported. I passed by the washroom and went into the office. I grabbed a glass cup sitting on the table and spilled the content into some plant. I held the cup onto the wall and placed my ear on top. As you probably know, my second in command has been injured from a rogue attack, Jared's dad was saying. Yeah, I heard. 2 days ago. Right, said Dad. Yes, and Harold, I want you to be my new second in command. What about Richard? He's retiring. He can't. All right. I'll take it. I pulled back, shocked that my dad is the new second in command. I couldn't decide if this made things worse or better for me and Blade. Worse, I finally decided. Worse because Dad will be more committed, and the last thing he needs is his only daughter betraying his pack. I placed my ear back on the cup and listened. Blade, as you already know, we need to share information with each other. That's the only way our packs can survive. I'm aware, replied Blade. Just his voice sends shivers into my body. But Eve shared a lot with you. With no returns. I need something back. That is fair. What would you like? Files of all the rogues that attacked in the past 10 years. Names. History. Everything. How about past 5 years? 10 is a bit too much, said Jared's dad. We need all the information. That's the only way we can track it down to the leader. We can't give you 10. We have 5, said my dad. How about 5 years of information and updates for the next year? There was a pause and finally Blade said, We'll take it. Now. For that information, said my dad. Suddenly, I heard the door open. I stumbled up, almost dropping the cup, and saw Jared. What are you doing? He asked. I thought this was the washroom, I said, placing the cup on the table. You've been here a billion times, he said. Sorry. Forgot. I walked past him back into the kitchen, only to have him follow. So, what did they say? He asked. I don't know what you're talking about. Where's that little maid of yours? She's in the washroom and obviously you were eavesdropping. I know you. You always do things like this. I let out a sigh. My dad is the new second and Blade is exchanging info with them. That's it. Your dad is the new second, yeah. Won't that make it worse for when you tell him about your mate? I know. Don't complicate it. What's going on? Does he not want you? Because you look like hell and that only happens when your mate doesn't want you. Why would you think that? I snapped. That he doesn't want me. It's just complicated. It's not easy having an enemy mate who you'd be a traitor to be with. I know. But you've gotta tell your parents and you've gotta be with him. Otherwise you'll lose your wolf. Too late, I muttered. I knocked the door to the meeting room an hour later. Come in, said a voice. I opened the door, guiding my eyes ahead of time. I wouldn't look at Blade. Mom, Dad. Can I go home? Because you guys are probably gonna stay late. You can stay with Jared today if you want, said Jared's dad. I noticed Blade stiffening. Nah. I wanna go home. I have homework. Ask Jared to drive you. Don't go alone. Okay, I said and left. I went outside looking for Jared when I caught him spending time with Jasmine by the garage doors. No way I'm going near that, I thought, and decided to walk. It wasn't that late. Only about 8, but it was already really dark. I was already engrossed in my thoughts as I began the 30-minute walk home. I honestly didn't know what fate had against me. It seemed like when I wanted Blade around, he was nowhere to be seen. But when I ducked and bruised to avoid him, he was everywhere. Why is he so confusing? The pain from his outburst still ran like fresh blood through my veins, and as much as I pretend it never happened, it still stung. It was like a scar that needed stitching, and the longer I let it be, the more it bleeds and stretches wider. It was easy to acknowledge the pain from the whole Jared thing because it wasn't as intense. The relationship I had with Jared consisted of nothing but friendship, and we mistook it for something else. We loved each other more than family. But we weren't in love with each other, and you can feel the sting. The throbbing in your heart, and the dry stream of tears that wanted to burst, but into what I had no tears to cry. So, what could it possibly burst into? The nightmares were proof of the pain. And I wasn't ignoring it. I was dreading it. I wanted to cry. Just to prove to myself that I still could, but I couldn't. I let out a sigh when I noticed I was stressing again. The last thing I need is more gray hair. Suddenly, I heard a sound coming from behind me. I quickly turned, noticing I was in an alley now. I looked around, feeling frightened now that I was focused on my surroundings. My eyes darted from side to side, looking for anything suspenseful, but all I saw was darkness. I decided to keep walking, speeding up my pace and paying a bit more attention to my surroundings now. A new sound interrupted the subtle silence, causing my heart to speed up in fear. It was a loud sound. I couldn't identify it, but it was loud and in a hurry. I was practically jogging now, eager to escape this endless alley. I felt something touching my feet and screamed loudly, shuffling to the side and flinging my purse side to side. Ah, I screamed bloody murder. I managed to grasp my flashlight keychain and flash it near my feet. I let out a frustrated sigh when I saw a rat nibbling on some garbage. Are you serious? I snapped. Stupid rat. I was about to place the keychain back into my purse when I heard it. A loud, threatening growl erupted through the night, paralyzing my body and freezing every blood cell inside. I didn't have time to register the moment before something dirty brown flashed past my vision. A second later, I was struck with something heavy that sent me flying into the ground. Red eyes blocked my vision, followed by hungry, jagged teeth on dirty brown gums. I screamed into the night, well aware of the deserted area and that nobody will hear me. I felt claws digging into my legs, while I struggled in agony, trying my hardest to block the strikes. The wolf bit into my leg, and I grabbed onto his fur as an attempt to hurt it. It didn't work and I felt my bones collapse as he struck his paw down on my foot. I managed to get one hand free and reached for my purse that was about 2 feet away. I tried to grab it but only managed to slightly touch it. I screamed louder as the rogue bit into my thighs. I closed my eyes when I saw my flesh in his teeth and tried harder to grab my purse. I managed to wrap my finger around a loose string and pulled it close, searching with one hand for something to use. I got out my keychain and threw it at him, but it was like throwing a leaf. I dug deeper and grabbed something metal. I pulled it out and noticed that it was the pepper spray I rejected from Blade. How did this get here? I didn't think as I clasped my fingers down and sprayed into the wolf's eyes. It hurled itself off of me and growled in pain, giving me a spare second or two to drag myself away. But that wasn't good enough. He recovered a minute later, and now he was angry. He pointed his red eyes right at my chest as he leaped into the air, and just when I thought he'd land on me, it didn't happen. I opened my eyes only to find 2 wolves now. The second one blended in with the blackness in the sky. I didn't take a second to think before beginning to crawl away, slipping in the trail of my blood. After a few feet, I couldn't move anymore. I felt my body surrender and give in to the tiredness. I knew I was going to pass out, but if I let myself bleed more, I'd probably die. I ripped off a piece of my shirt, cursing myself for choosing such thick material, and wrapped it tightly around my leg. My bones all fell asleep and even breathing hurt now. I let my eyes droop, my last sight being of the black wolf tearing the head off of the rogue. My eyes opened slowly and immediately shut as they adjusted to new light. I opened them up a minute later, squinting in the brightness. Flashbacks of the rogue flickered into my mind, giving me a headache. I remembered the black wolf, my savior. It had to be Blade. I've never seen a wolf that dark, other than him. I looked around my surroundings and noticed I was in his room. I looked down at my body and noticed that I was wearing a short-sleeved shirt that went up to my thighs. My eyes widened and my hands went to feel my body. I sighed in relief when I realized I was wearing both a bra and underwear. I tried to lift up my leg, which was almost impossible, and saw the wide pieces of cloth wrapped around. There was a bucket of blood and cloth on a table besides my face. Lovely, I muttered. The room door opened and Blade stepped in, carrying more material and a new bucket. You're awake, he said. Yeah, I muttered. So, you're my savior. Of course. Were you expecting someone else? He placed the new bucket on the table. No. Not really. But thanks. If you hadn't shown up, I would have probably died. Not probably. Certainly. He said. Oh, please. I had it all under control. I joked to lighten the mood. He didn't respond. He dipped the new cloth in the bucket and unwrapped my wounds. Afterwards, he began to clean them, making me squirm in pain. Am I hurting you? He said after 5 minutes. No. I love it. I muttered sarcastically. Even when you've just been attacked by a rogue who almost killed you, you still have your humor. Gotta lighten the mood somehow, I said. What time is it? About 1:45 a.m. Great. My parents are gonna kill me. He continued to clean out my wounds, rewrapping them. I found myself staring at his face as he worked on my injuries. I noticed that his forehead squints when he focuses strongly and he bites his lips a lot. Stop staring at me. You're distracting me, he said after a while. Sorry. But there isn't exactly anything entertaining to do while you clean my wounds. Count to 100 or something. I'm not 5. As the minutes went by, I became more and more aware of our position. I was wearing his baggy shirts with nothing but a bra and underwear beneath while he worked on my fully exposed leg. I blushed and muttered. Did you change me so? How bad is it? Not that bad. When our wolves connected, it began to heal. You lost a lot of blood and thank God you wrapped your leg otherwise. He let it trail, but we both know what he meant. He stood up and cleaned his hands slowly. And I finally grew the confidence to ask him the main question. How did you know? He paused his work and looked at me. I don't know. Right when your parents told you to ask Jared to drive you home. I knew you wouldn't because I saw them kissing through the window. And they kept kissing. After 10 minutes, so I knew you left alone. I had a bad feeling that something would happen, so I excused myself and left my second to take charge. I looked for you, and then I felt your fear. I kept running around. I tried to shift, but my wolf was too far gone. And then, I heard you scream. I ran and followed the noise and I saw you being attacked. Suddenly, I could feel my wolf and he was stronger than 50 other wolves put together. I attacked the rogue and after I killed him, I carried you home. You know the rest. I thought you said you didn't care about me. He turned so that his golden eyes dug into mine. Doesn't mean I don't. Then why? I choked out. Why make me think you hated me? And it was all a lie. All for revenge. Revenge? What are you talking about? He asked. I thought you led me on. And then left me as revenge because I didn't help you shift. It's not that. Then, why? Why break everything I've made of myself into tiny little pieces and then step on them? Is that your sick definition of a joke, or something I did it to keep you safe? How I snapped. Standing up. How? Sit down, not until you answer me. It's complicated, Emerald. I sighed and took a seat. You never tell me anything. Everything is always complicated. I'm so sick of it. You're like a big box of secrets with the biggest lock. And there's no key. Then don't deal with it. Does it look like I have a choice? I burst out loud. If it's killing me, I don't want to do this again where I have to watch you with some damn guy. Now you know how I feel. With Tracy. And Diana. And Stacy and all those other people. I'm sorry. He burst out. Grabbing my face. Placing my forehead to his. I'm sorry, I can't find a solution to all of this. Either way we're gonna come out either traitors or dead. So, what's the point anyway? I shut my eyes, unable to bear with reality any longer, and felt Blade's moist lips touch mine as gently as leaves. It took one little kiss for my wolf to stir alive, and now I wanted more. His lips. I felt them nearing like little drops of rain that trickled too slowly for you to determine whether you'll need a cover or not. Will I need a cover? Will I need strength to resist? Do I even want to resist? His eyes were shut like he was trying to resist. The need eventually overcame both of us though. With hunger and compulsion both speeding through our veins like thousands of blood cells. We shattered every wall separating us from connecting in any way and touched, simply touched. His lips touching mine. A small action capable of such explosions. It felt like years rather than a couple of weeks without this sort of pleasure. Now that I'm experiencing it, I felt like I'd be insane if I wasn't always like this. In the same position. During the same time. At the same place. He was moving slowly. Too slowly for my demanding hunger, but I was reacting just as slow. I realized we feared hurting each other or hurting this moment. We've been left too long, without these feelings, like a human left days without water. We were too frightened to go any faster because the moment might shatter. It seemed too good to be true. My grasp on him was too firm. Not gentle at all. I was sure I'd leave marks, but somehow I didn't care. He didn't seem to mind either. We traveled through the seconds and as slowly as possible. Our lips connected harder, and our demanding hunger only grew. I felt him everywhere. I let the numbing pain of my leg drizzle away as I melted deeper into his large hands. Seeking pleasurable protection from the comfort of my mate. I grew hungrier the longer we kissed. I wanted his touch everywhere. I let his arms move down my back as I grabbed into his face and forced him closer. We grew and fell asleep. Tangled in each other's presence. Blade's point of view, I woke up about an hour later. And watched Emerald as she slept. I smiled when I noticed a bit of drool. What wouldn't I do for this beauty that's stolen my heart and my brain? I remembered the pain I felt and madness. When I realized she was in danger. It was as if my thoughts weren't mine anymore, but instead they belonged to a bloodthirsty monster. I wanted nothing more. I still knew she was in danger. I chuckled. I didn't give a damn about myself, did I? All that matters is that she's safe. I traced her eyes. Brown to her jawline and then her lips. I gave her one more kiss and fell asleep. Tangling my arms around her. M's point of view, I woke up feeling like I'd died and gone to heaven. Blade's face was the first thing I saw when I opened my eyes, and I was immediately happy. I realized that this was the first night in weeks that I haven't had a nightmare. I looked at the time that read 10 p.m. I quickly jumped out of bed and ran into the washroom. What? Asked Blade. I gotta go home. But it's only 10. Where are my clothes? I found them already washed under the sink and put them on. Come on, let's go. 196, my house. I noticed a strange car in the garage. I opened the door. Ready to find Mom and Dad both standing there, with chainsaws, but what I saw was worse. Mom was sitting on the ground. Mouth wide open. Her eyes terrified as she stared into the face of Diana. Blade's ex-girlfriend. The moment my foot hit the hard ground of our living room. Hundreds of thousands of thoughts were pulsing through me faster than the speed of light. It wasn't so much that Diana was there as much as it was the expression on my mom's face. She was shocked. That was the only way to really describe it. She was shocked to the point of fear, and she looked terrified as if her world was crashing down. What's going on? I managed to choke out. What are you doing here? Diana stood up and smiled gently at me. I better go. Wait, I snapped as she tried to walk around me. What did you tell her? But she managed to step around me and exit the house, slamming the door hurriedly behind her. My legs planted to the floor beneath me and I found myself stable. Unable to move. Mom, where were you? She asked. Her voice surprisingly calm. I was attacked on my way home last night. A friend took me home and fixed me up. A friend? Huh. The same friend you stayed with for a whole day at the hospital without telling us. 01. Tears began to blur my vision. I'm sorry. I tried to ignore fate. I tried to walk away, but I couldn't. Not if I wanted to keep my wolf. You know. It explains so much. Why Blade Russell was so protective of you that day you fainted. Why he saved you from that rogue that attacked you at school. Why you've been so tired lately and so unhealthy looking, and why you sneak out at night. I looked away from her nose. Jared and Lisa. And Diana. She said. Yes. I'm not mad at you, Emerald. She stirred so that she can look at me. It's not your fault. You can't help it. That's not what Jason thinks. That's not important right now. We have to make sure your father doesn't find out. He's second in command now. Meaning, if this goes out, it will kill 04, so we lie. Isn't the whole point of this conversation to stop me from lying to you? She turned her icy stare and directed it into my soul. Would you rather be shunned by the whole pack and be referred to as a traitor? When I didn't say anything, she snapped. I didn't think so. And walked away. School arrived the next day, and I drove to school. With my energy draining out of me, my thoughts were still consumed by my mother's tough words, but she reacted better than I thought she would. She said herself that she doesn't blame me, and that's all that really matters. She must have known I couldn't possibly stay away from him. I'll lose my wolf and all my energy. It seemed like everybody who wants to keep me and Blade apart had different reasons. I reached school about 5 minutes later and exited my car. I remembered that my leg was still bruised from the attack and made sure to apply less weight on it. 20 Monday. I said. So then, on Tuesday, people will have something to talk about. What time's 7? I think. I don't know. Edward Riley's house, said Lisa. So he's from our pack, right? Yup. But he's inviting everyone. Even enemies, since they invite us. So are you coming? Are you? I asked. Hell yeah. She laughed. Fine. By the way, why do we refer to the other pack as enemies? They haven't done anything to us. And now they're teaming up with our pack. Lisa and John glanced at each other. You're right, said John. I don't even know why people refer to them as enemies when now they're helping us. Lunch arrived after 2 periods and I caught sight of Jace sitting at our table with John, Lisa and Mark. Hey guys. I sat down. 208 began to laugh. Mark lost a bet to Steve and had to egg some old house that no one lives in. And? I asked. Steve didn't know where it is, so he took the address from Mark. He went to that address and egged the whole place thinking it's empty. Until Principal Ted came out. I burst out laughing, watching Steve's cheeks as they burned a bright red. Oh my God, I laughed. Yeah. Who can swallow a hot dog the fastest? Swallow. Yup, that's gross. After school, I went home and finished my homework. I took a shower afterwards and checked the time. Liu Lingyi. I decided to get ready for the party. I got dressed in a silk black dress that came up to my mid-thigh. It wasn't too tight, but it shaped my body nicely. I matched it with some black flats and curled my hair quickly. After finishing my makeup, which consisted of some mascara and a lip gloss, I grabbed my purse and headed out. Where are you going? Asked my mom. To a party. Will Jared be there? Yes, and Lisa and Jace. I promise. Fine. No later than 12. Thank you. I ran to my car and began to drive to the party when He winked and got into the car. So, are you excited? I asked. Yeah. I've never been to a party in my whole life. Seriously? I asked. Well, do birthday parties when I was 9 count? No, I laughed. You seem nervous. A little. Don't worry, I'll make sure you have tons of fun. I trust you then, he said, 21, I don't know, let me see. He yanked it a couple of times, but it only resulted in ripping the material a bit. Here. Let me help. I pulled to the side and began to yank the material some more. Suddenly, a whole patch of his sleeve came off, revealing his forearm. I stared at it for a while, my eyes wide open in surprise. His forearms had about 20 long cuts going in all different directions. He went quiet for a moment. We went through the doors and past the already forming crowd to find Lisa and John by the snack tables. Hey guys, I called out. Hey, yelled Lisa, running up to give me a hug. You look so good. Thanks, you too. I saw Jace and John doing those man handshakes and turned to Lisa. Let's go dance. We headed into the crowd and began to dance, shouting lyrics from songs out loud. Gonna make a heart throb out of me, just a bit of minor surgery, Lisa sang out. These desperate times call for desperate measures, I sang back. I'll give you something to cry about. Show some skin and would be cash. John popped up and yelled. How could you let this get to desperate measures now? We all began to dance around, laughing and singing. I saw that Jace was having the best time of his life and smiled. Suddenly, my body stiffened and I felt us both in nothing but darkness. The first thing I felt was his moist lips as his large hands gripped my waist, pulling me in harder. I knotted my fingers in his hair, deepening the kiss, moving close as he kissed my shoulders. I missed you, he said between kisses. I missed you too, I said. I don't think I could ever go one without this sort of pleasure. He pulled back and rested his forehead on mine, breathing hard. Why would you wear this silk dress? He breathed roughly. And make me want you this much? You don't like it. I love it too much. That's the problem. I felt my phone buzzing in my purse and pulled it out to see a message from Lisa. I gotta go, I said, pulling my hand from his. I gave him one last kiss before running downstairs. The aroma of cheap perfume and alcohol filled the entire house as I slipped through masses of sweating bodies as an attempt to get to Lisa, John and Jace. I caught sight of a girl drinking from the no doubted, spiked lemonade and pitied her. The smirking guy watching her would no doubt try to take advantage of her tonight. Thank God I hadn't drank anything today, otherwise I'd be wobbling as much as her. I felt a pair of intense eyes on me like before and looked up to see a confused Blade. I thought about my quick escape after the kiss we shared. I had just the washroom. John, did you let her drink anything? Just lemonade. I don't know why she's so wobbly. Don't let her drink anymore. Why, it's spiked. Emerald, said a voice. I looked to my side and saw Jace. Hey, are you having a good time? I tried to smile. Yeah, I am. Can I walk to you outside? Yeah, sure. He grabbed my hands and led me through the bodies again until we reached the backyard. What do you want to talk about? I asked. About the claw marks. It's okay, I said. You don't have to explain. No. I want to. It's not what you think. I got these when rogues attacked my pack. They killed my parents and my mate. My wolf shunned me. But I thought you lose your wolf when you lose your mate. No. You only lose your wolf if your mate is still alive, but you can't be with them if your mate dies. Your wolf can't die because he knows she or he is gone and there's nothing he can do, so he has to stay but out of his depression. The wolf shuns his human. What do you mean by shun? I mean like never really talking to him. The human will barely be able to sense his wolf, and if the human wants to shift, it will be hard trying to get to his wolf. Sometimes, it's impossible. So you keep your wolf. You just can't really sense him. Yup. It's like he really is dead, but he's not. Why does the wolf die if his mate is still alive? Shouldn't it be opposite? Shouldn't he die when his mate dies? When the mate dies. The wolf doesn't die because what's the point of torturing his human, if the mate is gone? there's nothing he can't do to bring his or her mate back, so he just lives the rest of his life in misery. And so does the human. So it's different when your mate dies than when they're alive, but you can't be with them. Yup. They both equal lots and lots of misery, though. Forever. So you're forced to live like this forever. With really no wolf. No mate you be with him. He's a pack enemy. If I do, his pack will either kick him out or kill him. Mine will kick out my whole family and label us as traitors so all the other packs wouldn't accept us. And any wolf that sees us has the permission to kill us. Your pack is harsh. You mean our pack, and that's because they have a history with traitors. I'm sorry. I didn't. We're talking about. Oh. Hey man, said Jace as if they were old friends. Blade completely ignored him and looked me over in a possessive protective manner and walked away. What was that about? Said Jace. I shrugged. Who knows what he's thinking. We head back to the dance floor and Lisa looked even worse than before. John was balancing her on his arm while pushing bodies out of the way. Lisa slipped off his arm, mumbling things as she did so. Damn these messed up people, man. Who spikes the water too? He snapped, catching her last minute. You gotta take her home, I said. I know. Help me push these people out of the way. John and I teamed up, pushing bodies out of the way and making a little pathway for Lisa and John to walk through. We finally made it outside into the fresh air. Jace and I helped John get Lisa inside the car. I'll see you guys. I never really had a friend I could tell my secrets to. I smiled. Anytime. He closed the door and I drove away feeling a strange feeling in the pit of my stomach. Jace's point of view, I couldn't think of any other person than Blade when Emerald had been telling me about her mate. They seemed perfect for each other. It was never really a mystery. I had suspected from the start that they were mates. Tonight, Emerald confirmed it. I thought of how he took care of her the day she was sick. She said he saved her twice. Could that have been one of the 2 times? She said her mate is an enemy. Blade is the pack's biggest enemy because he's the alpha. And he cares so much about her. He's terrible at hiding it. I remember walking in on them in the washroom. They were embracing right before Blade pushed her away, thinking I hadn't seen anything. I never expected to like her so much. But how can I not? Every time I was with her, I just wanted to hug and protect her. I really didn't want to hurt her. But I had to be done. She knew too much. She saw my scars and almost found out I was lying about my mate. I hate the way my mother looks at me. She's the alpha of my pack back home, and for her to believe I'm ready to take over. I had Ta's point of view. I woke up to bright sunshine and saw my mother opening the curtains. Ugh, I groaned and dug my face into the pillows. Stop. It's time for breakfast, said my mom. I looked at the clock beside my bed that read 1138. 5 more minutes. Please. Emerald. Get up now, Amanda and Jason are here. No. I groaned. I stood up and headed into the washroom. My phone rang inside my pocket and I picked it up, seeing a message from Jace. Meet me at the river today. Where I took you. When I texted back. 20 minutes, he asked. See ya in half an hour. I got ready. Putting on a pair of jeans and a t-shirt. Hoping we would ride the boats again today. I'm going out, I yelled, going downstairs. Bye, yelled private area with his large hands. I cleared my throat and attempted to talk again. Are you? Ooh. Are you following me? I asked. Gulping right after. He smirked. Yes, I was. Why? I said, trying to keep my eyes leveled with his. My eyes are up here, he said. I wasn't, you just had a leaf or something on your chest. He looked down to make sure. It just 238. Suddenly, My phone rang from my pocket. I picked it up and saw a message from Jace. "Are you almost here? I gotta go," I said to Blade. Before I had the chance to move, he grabbed my phone with one hand, leaving the other on his area. I knew it. "You're going to meet with him. So what? Stay away from his emerald. Please. Something about his doesn't feel right. Why do I ever tell you to stay away from Tracy? Brittany, Stacy, Diana, or whoever, for once stop being so stubborn and just listen to me." "No, Blade. You don't control me." I got into my car, poking my head out the window and yelling, "Don't follow me." I drove away quickly towards the river. 10 minutes later I parked my car and exited, making my way to the back to forest. "Are you sure you know where we're going?" I asked Jace. He smiled. "Yeah. I'm sure." It was getting darker as the trees grew bigger and covered the daylight. "This is kind of scary." I laughed nervously. "I think it's romantic," said Jace. I smiled awkwardly and looked away. I noticed he was wearing a short-sleeved shirt, showing all of his scars. "Nobody will see them here." His teeth grew longer, extending in length. In a flash, his face was millimeters from mine. My blood-curdling scream echoed through the forest as his claws clamped down on my body. It was right after Emerald left me that I had gotten that call. My second-in-command had called me, shouting in a frantic voice that the pack house was under attack. I had lost my train of thoughts and for once decided to put my faith in reality and hope nothing had happened to Emerald. I ran as fast as my 4 legs could take me and reached the pack house in less than 10 minutes. The first thing I saw were bodies. Shifted bodies being thrown around. My pack was strong, but I couldn't tell who was winning. Something attacked me from behind, and I fell to the ground, tackled by a dirty brown wolf, similar to the one that attacked Emerald. I growled out loud when it clamped its jaw down on my leg, hurling my paw towards its body, throwing its weight off of me. I dug my fangs into its neck, ripping its head off and moving on to the next rogue. It was easy killing rogues, but the hard part was the endless amount of them. Whenever you killed one, they seemed to multiply by 10. I attacked a whole group of them, digging my paws into their bodies, while closing my jaw on anything I made contact with. As soon as they were dead, I threw them to the side and moved on. I caught sight of one of my pack members, struggling to fight off a rogue, and went to help. I threw the wolf off of her and stomped on its belly, tearing at its face. I moved on to the center of the fight and threw out all the chaos. I knew the only way to stop it all was to kill their head leader. My eyes roamed around the place, through hundreds of rogues, ignoring the sounds of growling, and tried to sense the rogue alpha. Suddenly, the biggest rogue I've ever seen stepped out of the crowd after hurling one of my pack members to the side. I growled out loud, thinking he might be dead, and waited for the rogue to approach me. When he did, he growled, signaling that he wanted to fight me. I turned my head to the side, realizing this rogue was a little too feminine. The rogue turned around and exposed her behind, also exposing that she was a girl. The rogue alpha is a woman. Could I kill a woman? Of course. I have to. I stood up tall, showing her that I wasn't fazed and prepared for a long fight. Without warning, she leaped up into the air, clamping her jaw on my shoulder, knocking me onto the ground. I growled in pain, because that was the most painful strike I've ever experienced in my life. I struggled to get back up and leaped up to strike her back, but she jumped out of the way, causing me to hit another rogue instead. I got back up, my shoulder bleeding dangerously, and knew that I had every reason to fear this woman. I felt a deep pit of pain and fear, and I wasn't sure where it was suddenly coming from. Did my wolf really fear this woman that much? I tried to shrug off the feeling that something was wrong, focusing all of my attention on killing this wolf, and got ready to attack again. The sudden fear of this unimaginable reality struck me hard, and suddenly it all made sense. In the slight hesitation of the moment, I managed to let out a blood-curdling scream as my fright shattered from the pumping cage it was locked in. I refused to let myself slip into a paralyzed state of shock and to let this sudden beast hurt me more than I've already been hurt. But I wasn't fast enough, because he struck within speedy seconds, clamping his paws down on my lips, cutting off my ability to scream any louder. I thrashed within the few spare meters of the boat despite his lowering left paw that was scratching lines on my waist. "I'm sorry," he whispered into my ear, tracing circles on my neck with his fangs. I felt the blood trickle slowly down my neck, and I was careful to stay frozen. "Wait. Why? Why are you doing this? It's easier to just kill you than to explain first and then kill you. I might chicken out. Wait, please." "Why?" His fangs dug into the side of my neck, but before they were deep enough to kill me, the boat flipped over, dropping us both into the water. He was fully wolf now, swimming to where I was. I put my legs into action and kicked as hard as I could, swimming away from him. His claws grabbed my feet, pulling me back to where he was and scratching my leg, exposing the not yet fully healed cut that the other rogue had created. I screamed out loud as the wolf ducked my head underwater as an attempt to drown me, as hard as I moved my legs and arms. It was no match for its massive strength. I was becoming more exhausted by the second as I fought for my life. I soon became too tired to move, but I knew I couldn't give up. The wolf ducked my head underwater once again, but this time I couldn't resurface. I remained under there, holding my breath for as long as I could, but I was slowly running out. I opened my eyes and caught sight of the now bloody water. They began to sting, so I quickly closed them. I tried to kick my legs, but they didn't move. It's like they couldn't work anymore. I was just too tired. It felt like each leg weighed 200 pounds. I was slowly giving in to the spinning of my head, and Jace's paws didn't have to work so hard anymore to keep me underwater. I felt like I was 3 times the size I was and was slowly drowning. Suddenly, I felt a strike against my shoulders. But not physically. It was more verbal. But I was too tired to move. Instead, I had no choice but to ignore it and let myself drown against my will. With the few seconds to spare, I thought of Blade, and how stupid I was not to listen to him. He warned me minutes before I got here that Jace was bad news. I remembered the scars and how he came here with no family. Was he lying about everything? Probably. But out of all the people, why did he choose me to want to kill? Oh, yeah. Because I'm the enemy pack's alpha's mate. And I practically told him that the night of the party. My thoughts slowly began to drift away, and I found myself too tired to even think. My body felt heavy as I fell through the water, sinking deeper into the river. That's why we came out so far. He wanted to drown me in the deepest part. I felt no more pressure on my head, and knew Jace was probably gone. This was my chance. I had to make it out. But how do I do that when my body felt like a blue whale? I saw Blade's face and knew I couldn't let him down. What would he do without his wolf? Jace had told me your wolf doesn't die, but he doesn't connect with you anymore. He's an alpha. He needs his wolf. I moved my arm a bit through the water that felt more like quicksand and moved my body a bit. I saw the boat above the water beginning to move, and knew this was my last chance to get away. I kicked my legs slowly, enough to go up a bit and hold on to the bottom of the boat. I knew I couldn't let Jace see that I was still alive, so I hardly let myself breathe, going up for air only when I really had to. My lifeless body felt exhausted as it was towed by the boat, and a couple of minutes later, I saw that we had reached land, so I let go and grabbed onto a rock. I waited as he pulled the boat up and tied it to the tree. I couldn't see much because my vision was blurry, but I managed to catch the puffiness of his eyes and the few tears streaming down. When I was sure he was gone, I picked myself up out of the water and laid down on the grass. My body flopped down, and I focused on not passing out. I stayed there, for I don't know how long. It could have been 10 minutes or an hour. I didn't know. My body was drained physically despite how wet I was. I shivered when a breeze blew gently. Finally having enough energy to fish out my phone from my pocket. I pressed the button, but the screen remained blank. I tapped everything that I could, but it was clear that my phone was broken. I threw it to the side and sat up slowly. How would I get home? No doubt Jace had gotten rid of my car by now to remove any evidence that I was ever here. I got up with the tiny amount of energy that I had and wobbled for a bit. I walked forward, testing out my balance, and suddenly felt another invisible strike to the shoulder. I fell to the ground with how strong the impact was. I had no energy left now. What I managed to gain in the time I spent laying down was all used up now. All I could muster now was just laying down. It was as if air had just punched me. What the hell was Blade fighting somebody, if he is? Then it makes sense why Jace would try to kill me. It was his plan all along to find Blade's mate and kill her so that he would be too weak to fight the rogues. But I'm alive, Blade has to fight. He's probably feeling so damn drained up because I feel like that. If something happens to him, it would be my fault. I felt my practically dead wolf stirring at the sound of that, and suddenly I felt the urge to just get up and find Blade. But I couldn't. It felt as if my arms and legs were carved into the ground. I breathed in and out slowly, begging for my wolf to be strong enough because it's going to be all on her. My human is clearly gone. I tried to shift laying down, but it wouldn't work. I sat up slowly, leaning against the tree, and shifted. My wolf didn't surge out like it usually does in gracefulness and independence. Instead, it was tripping on its 4 paws, hardly managing to walk properly. I began to light jog towards the forest, estimating that Blade's pack house was about 20 minutes away at the speed that I was going. The first thing I smelled while still being 10 minutes away was the smell of blood and fire. I sped up my pace, now hearing the loud screaming and growling. When I got there, a chaotic fight was the first thing I saw. I saw members of my pack helping members of Blade's pack as they fought against the hundreds of rogues. Whenever they killed one, 10 seemed to reappear out of nowhere. Suddenly, I felt a deep drop in the pit of my stomach. My heart dropped to my knees like it would on an 80-degree roller coaster, except 10 times worse. I felt screaming inside my head and growling. Lots of growling. I knew it before I saw it. My eyes were being led by an invisible force towards the middle of it all, where a rogue wolf stood with one paw on the lifeless body of the darkest black wolf. Blade. It felt as if my gut had dropped to the deepest pit in my body. All my organs collapsed on one another, clogging up my breathing and cutting off my ability to speak. I felt as if my legs were sinking into the ground and my bones were held hostage, making it impossible for me to move. My lungs burned with anxiety and the urge to spread themselves, screaming out Blade's name desperately as if he would respond. The female alpha stood with all her dominating status, one paw placed on Blade's back as she looked around the fight. Everything was still in chaos. I still saw fighting and blood with the corner of my eyes, but I couldn't hear anything. It seemed as if the world had frozen. To me only. My knees sank to the ground when I realized his current state was my fault. He must have been feeling the pain I was feeling, and he wasn't strong enough to fight back. Because of me, he had told me not to go. But I was stupid enough to disobey him. I felt my eyes drooping, and my shoulders dropping down. The mud around me mixed in with my clothes and skin. But I couldn't seem to care. The female alpha stepped away from Blade and began to take out some other wolf. The fight broke out even bigger now as my pack stepped into it, and I could barely see Blade now despite his body being only a couple of meters away. I felt my tiredness and misery drop down in me like 1,000 pounds, and my eyelids began to fall. My vision began to blur, and all I could see from Blade was his reached out arm. I was losing all hope at how blurry and still it looked. My eyes were almost fully closed now, and just when I was about to enter the darkness, I caught sight of the tiniest movement. His thumb began to twitch. Suddenly, my vision became clear. My eyes widened in shock and the fact that he might be alive. The deadness inside lightened as I begged fate. Reality. God or whoever was up there to provide me with the strength I needed to get over there. But my wolf was dead. Used up. Empty, with the possibility that her mate might be dead. But my human had hope. I couldn't reach out to her and tell her, but I had to find a way to get to him. I began to crawl, reaching out my hands, hoping they wouldn't get trampled as I made my way towards him as slowly as possible. I moved past a dead wolf with its eyes staring straight into mine, as blank as a white sheet of paper. I got pushed to the side by something, landing right in the middle of yet another mud puddle. I couldn't get the tears that were desperately vibrating to burst. It hurt too much to keep them trapped, but for some reason, they wouldn't come out. I pushed past the barrier of reality that was clearly trying to keep me from getting to Blade and forced my aching body to get up. I felt as if I was dragging 1,000-pound horse behind me that was tied to a house. It was literally impossible for me to move. I almost wished that I had died within the Jace attempt and process so I wouldn't have to feel like this. My emptiness inside refused to be fulfilled even as it was bombarded with the hope of Blade being alive. I managed to make it another foot forward, gasping for breath, trying to blend in with the muddy ground so the Rouges wouldn't recognize me. I saw Blade's body being kicked further away from me. I slammed the side of my face into the mud, losing all hope now and trying to face the fact that I wasn't meant to be alive right now, so there's no way I'd get to him. I felt my lids drooping as the life was drained out of my wolf. The longer my wolf continued to believe that her mate was dead, the more I die. Jace had lied to me. Your wolf does die when your mate does. And so does your human. I felt my vision going dark, and my body finally slipped into unconsciousness. I had to blink a couple of times before my eyes adjusted to the sudden bright light. I sat up startled and looked around, wondering where the hell I was. Memories came rushing back into my brain, and without a warning, I felt my body squeeze into itself physically, like my bones were dissolving. I screamed out loud, arching my back on the bed that I was laying in, clenching the covers with my fists hard enough to split my skin in half. The door burst open, and Jason ran in, followed by a couple of nurses who began to press buttons on the wall and play with the tubes that I've now noticed were connected to my skin. I shut my eyes as tightly as I could, praying to anyone out there to end this torture. I felt someone holding my hand and another person laying me down on the bed again. You'll be all right. It's all fine. You're all good. I heard someone whispering into my ear. I opened my eyes slowly as the pain dissolved, my eyes coming in contact with Jason's as they opened slowly. Are you okay? He whispered. Yeah. I muttered. I'm fine. Am I at the hospital? Yeah. It doesn't look like it because this is a special room for messed up heartbroken teenage girls who don't know anything about life. You can put it like that, he said. Where's Mom and Dad pack meeting? The fight ended a couple of hours ago. We won. Do they know I'm here? Yeah. But they think you just got into a fight with some rogue. They don't know you're here because your mate is dying. Mom knows. She found out. I was wondering why she was giving me those knowing eyes when I told her. Dad is going to have to find out sooner or later. I know. Where's Amanda? In the waiting room. She figured you wouldn't want to see her face when you wake up. She got that right. He rolled his eyes. Even when you're in this state. Yup. I said. Popping the pape. He chuckled. Damn. How did you get so bloody? I fought a couple of rouges. You have to watch those cuts. They're bleeding through the bandages. Don't worry about me. I'm not. I'm afraid they'll get all over me. I remained silent as the one question I had been dying to ask popped into my head. Just ask. Jason rolled his eyes. I looked up at him. My teary eyes reflected in his. I'm too scared to. You'll find out anyway. Where is he? In the room beside you. I nodded. Pausing a few seconds before asking. Is he? No. He's not dead. I felt a huge weight drop off my shoulders and let my back rest now. I placed my palms on my face. Feeling the tears trickle down as I muttered. Thank God. But I wasn't listening. I was too busy tearing up at the unbelievable amount of relief. It was amazing though how every word Jason said flew right past me because I wasn't listening until he spoke 4 short words that blew up in my ears, making it impossible not to hear. He's in a coma. It felt like a slap on the face. That's literally what those 4 small words felt like. A hard slap on the face. Except from the Hulk. What I muttered. I'm sorry, Em. My vision was becoming blurry again as I slowly lifted my legs and placed them on the ground. What are you doing, Em? The nurses said you have to stay here. Get off of me, I screamed when he grabbed my hands. He left me be. Startled by my sudden outburst. His eyes wide open. I stood up and opened the door. Making my way fast towards the room beside me. I grabbed onto the wall to balance myself. My knees going weak and dropping every couple of seconds. I twisted the doorknob of the door beside me and saw a room similar to mine. The walls were white and clean. There was a bed. Not hospital-like at all, in the middle of the room. Pushed up to the wall with long blue curtains around it. I walked towards the bed. Pushing aside the curtains to reveal a pale blade. Looking like he was sleeping except for the cuts that surrounded his face and 2 purple bags under his eyes. I felt my fingers lingering over his, as I let my other hand gently caress the side of his face. I caught sight of my tear landing perfectly on his cheek and leaned down to kiss his forehead. Suddenly, I felt my knees dropping again, this time with stronger force, and the feeling of my dissolving bones returned. I screamed out loud. Falling onto the ground. Arching my back as an attempt to stop the pain. Managing to grab Blade's hands on the way. Jason, who was at the doorway, ran towards me, calling out for the nurses to come help. My eyelids dropped downwards without my control, blocking my vision from everything around me, surrounding me with the never-ending darkness that lingered inside my soul. I felt many hands grabbing me all at the same time, pumping things into my system. Chemicals that they thought could help me were put into my body. Useless. That's what they were. Useless because my only medicine was Blade. I heard the doctors talking as I opened my eyes for the second time today from sleep. I looked beside me and realized I was now in the same room as Blade and my bed was placed beside his. I reached out to hold his hand but I couldn't reach. I sighed and dropped my arm. I listened in to the doctors talking, confirming Blade's condition. His wolf was too weak. He sensed his mate in danger and just couldn't focus. She must have been dying for his to lose all his strength so fast. She seemed like she was. Her brother said he found her just a couple of meters away from Blade, laying in the mud. Completely wet. Is there a guess on her condition? Yes. We think she might have been drowned but managed to swim to shore. A lot of salt water was found in her system. How long until she'll be all right? She won't be all right until he's all right. For now. She'll have trouble walking. Even trouble staying awake. She'll be slipping in and out of a coma every couple of hours. What's wrong with her back? We still haven't figured it out. We think it's her wolf. Slowly letting go. And her wolf is like her organ, so it's affecting her back. Causing her pain. That makes sense. Keep a nurse updated on her condition. It won't matter because she only gets better if he gets better. Well. We honestly have no idea how long he could be in a coma for. It could be from a week to 10 years. We honestly have no idea. It should be a bit better now. I think putting her in the same room as him will help. Hopefully. Well. For now we can't tell anybody they're mates. Her brother requested it. Alright. Let's go. As soon as they left. I jumped out of the bed and went to Blades. I laid in his bed. Curled up in his scratched up arms. A week to 10 years. That's how long he can be in a coma for. I let silent tears fall down my face as I prepared to face reality with all that's left of me. Jason came into my room a couple of hours later. By then I was back in my bed because some old, grumpy nurse demanded it. Hey. He greeted. Sitting on some plastic chair. Hey. How are you doing? Good. I heard the doctors talking. And he asked. His face becoming nervous. They were saying Blade could be in a coma for a week to 10 years. I'm so sorry, Em. He said. His eyes teary. I don't know why of all people. Fate had to direct its anger at you. You haven't done anything to deserve it and I haven't been helpful at all. 10 years, Jason. He could be dead for 10 years, and I would have to be like him. Just dead for 10 years too. Tears began to stream down my face. Cascading in pairs as I reached out to Jason. He grabbed me in a tight embrace. Muttering his sorry words into my ears. Jason, I asked after a couple of minutes. Yeah, he asked after a couple of minutes. Who killed the female rogue alpha that did this to Blade? Jace? I saw black shapes and figures. Some were a bit identifiable. Shaped in a clear human form. Others seemed to be physically deformed or disabled. I saw things crawling around, but they didn't seem to have legs. I couldn't see their faces or anything. They were shadows brought to me by my haunted thoughts. I somehow knew that what I was seeing wasn't real life. It didn't feel real. It felt just like you'd expect a nightmare to feel. That didn't change the fact that it was utterly horrifying. Every once in a while. Red blobs splashed my vision, and I forced myself to think of it as ketchup, or some sort of red liquid. Anything other than what I knew it really was. I never felt myself screaming though. I saw myself. Mentally. Mouth wide open. With my vocal cords vibrating as I screamed bloody murder, but I couldn't feel it. I felt my lungs burning. Turning into ashes as I struggled to find my breath. I saw the clear fear in my eyes as I stared into the soul of these figures that seemed to crawl around me like snakes. Every ounce of my body was telling me to get out of there. To leave this terrible place and to never come back. But it was as if my feet were glued to the ground, and even if they weren't. Something told me I wouldn't have left anyway. I felt as there was something inside of there. Calling me, and I couldn't leave without exploring what it was. But I couldn't move towards it. I was held hostage by my own fears. The thing that was calling me seemed to fade away slowly. The more time I took to get there. Struggling hopelessly against these invisible bounds. The faster the thing seemed to fade away. Slowly. I felt myself disappearing as the hope was sucked out of me. My knees shattered the ground beneath me as I sank deeper below the surface. The wet mud dissolving into my lungs and my vision until finally, I couldn't see anything. Emerald. Emerald. Wake up. Emerald, please. I felt myself being shaken awake violently. A loud screaming was coming from a distance. It sounded horrified and haunted. I still couldn't see anything, but I heard multiple people shouting and screaming. A loud beeping was coming out of a monitor, and it took me a long time to realize that the distanced horrified screaming was actually me. I opened my eyes. Finally quiet. And saw a teary-eyed Jason and a couple of nurses with their hands on my shoulders. Finally. I heard Jason sigh and dig his face into my neck. "What happened?" I said, blinking a couple of times, trying to get the image of crawling shadows out of my vision. "You had a nightmare," said one of the nurses. I nodded. "I know. But why are you all here?" "You were experiencing sleep apnea." "What's that?" "It's when you stop breathing in your sleep. Sometimes it's only for a couple of seconds. Other times it can last for longer, and if it goes on for long enough, you can die." I tried to swallow the thick tension in the air as I prepared to ask the question they knew I'd ask. A small silence passed before they answered me. 2 minutes. I nodded, swallowing again to make sure my voice still worked. "How long does it take to kill me?" "About 1.5 minutes. I felt a tear slide down the corner of my eye. "How we still don't know, but for now we are checking Blade's breathing, and we are hooking a system to him that can monitor his breathing 24/7 just in case." "You mean if at any moment he experiences this in his coma?" "He can," I snapped out. "Unfortunately." I let my head slam against the bed, sighing out loud, and fluffing out my lips as an attempt to hold back tears. I felt Jason's hands slip in with mine. "This is all my fault." That's all I could think of as my heart thudded inside my chest, and I remembered the words so clearly when Blade told me not to go. But I was foolish and pointlessly feeling that I needed to prove to him that I don't need him anymore. Now that I thought about it, I realized that it could have also been the pleasure of seeing him so damn jealous. I felt selfish, useless, and plain cold. Later on that day, I was told that I had visitors. The door opened and the room was filled with my parents. Amanda, Jared, Lisa, Jack, Jared's father, and Jason. Emerald. My mom had yelled, kissing every spot that didn't have machines hooked onto it. After about 10 minutes of kissing and hugging, everybody finally sat down. Suddenly, the door opened, and in stepped Jace. I let out a loud gasp, choking on my breath. I imagined everybody standing up also and attacking him or something, but that didn't happen. Instead, they all smiled at him and patted his back as he approached, keeping his eyes everywhere but near mine. "There he is," said Jared's father. "The pack savior." I remembered Jason telling me that he killed the female alpha. Yup, I thought. He's the pack savior and also the guy that tried to kill me. "Hey Emerald," he said, his eyes barely leveling with mine. My breathing grew heavier as I stared into his blue eyes, my shocked expression mirroring the fear inside of me. I felt river water filling my lungs and drowning me. I felt my bones melting, and my body just deflating. "Emerald," I heard somebody saying. "Emerald, are you okay?" "Yeah," I mumbled, snapping out of it. "I'm fine." I spoke to my mother, but I was looking directly into Jace's eyes. "Why did he try to kill me?" "The doctor told us what's going on," Dad was saying. "Yeah. It sucks," I mumbled. "Can you remember anything about the rogue that did this to you? We still might be able to find him." "Dad, I don't think that will bring back my health." "I know. It's just every time I think of someone doing this to you, I just want to break their bones in half." My eyes flickered to where Jace was standing in the corner. His eyes were leveled with the ground. I can't remember much. All I can really remember is being so shocked. I didn't see it coming at all, and I think that's why I was so helpless. Whoever that rogue was, he really knew how to fool me. Can you remember anything else? Like how he looked like clothes. Hair color, not much. I can remember an evil face. He was just so full of hatred, and he talked while being half human, half wolf. Can that happen? I don't know. He somehow managed to do it. Were you really drowned? Yup. But he was stupid enough to leave before making sure I was fully dead. I held on to his boat while he drove away. God gave me a strong little girl. Dad was saying. Suddenly, a loud bang came from where Jace was standing. All of our eyes directed to where he was standing. The glass jar filled with roses was now on the ground, shattered into a million pieces. I'll go get somebody to clean it up, he said, heading for the door. I think I was the only one that noticed his fists twitching into claws as he left the room. It was 10 minutes later of chatting, and Jace still hasn't come back. Blade Russell is in the bed beside you, right? I can't see because of the curtains, said Dad. Yup, I said. The doctors put us together because there were no more rooms. Hope you don't mind. It's fine. They are no longer enemies to our pack because they fought by our side. I almost laughed out loud. Amazing. It really was. When our two packs finally begin to get along. Blade goes into a coma and I'm stuck with some sleep disorder and some sort of coma condition where I black out every couple of hours. I forced myself to smile. That's awesome news. I saw Jared staring at me almost intentionally, and I knew what he was thinking. This is the time to tell them he's my mate. Hell no, I thought. Last time I told somebody. They tried to kill me, which resulted in Blade in a coma. My lips are sealed. A couple of minutes later, I decided leaving to go to the bathroom wouldn't be suspenseful, so I excused myself, declining their offers to help me there. I exited the room, heading towards the corner and turning, looking all over for Jace. I finally spotted him outside, and headed towards him. I noticed he wasn't wearing a white shirt underneath his jacket anymore. Instead, it just revealed his glistening with sweat abdominal muscles. His white shirt was now shredded, and in his hand. We need to talk, I said. He didn't say anything. Instead, he began to walk away. Hey, come back, we need to talk. You can just try to murder me and show up at my hospital pity party like your family, but he wouldn't listen. Jace, I'm talking to you. Stop walking away from. I didn't get a chance to finish my words because he turned around and in a flash, he was right in front of my face. His hands held onto my head tightly and his lips locked on mine in a tragic kiss. It became clear and obvious when Emerald refused everyone's offers to help her to the washroom that she was going to go see Jace. I hadn't missed her terrified expression when he had stepped into the room. Also, Jace had kept his eyes leveled anywhere but near her. I usually figure things out quickly, but this I didn't get. What happened between Em and Jace that made her react the way she did? The look on her face was one of utter and complete destruction. Excuse me, I mumbled to Jasmine and my father, stepping out of the crowded room. I smiled politely at a nurse walking by and looked around for the washroom. I caught sight of it quickly and headed on over, knocking softly on the door. Emmy, I asked, and quickly corrected myself, remembering she didn't like me calling her that. Emerald. No answer. I opened the door only to be met with an empty room. I sighed. Having expected this, I walked around a bit, looking for where she might have gone, but I didn't spot her anywhere. I ran my fingers through my hair, and turning around only to be met with the sight of her and Jace through a window. Their lips were locked together in a passionate kiss. I dropped my hand, feeling all of my energy being sucked out of me. I felt as little as the dust on the ground. Suddenly, I saw Emerald's fists twitching as she tried to push him away. I didn't think anymore. It was like my brain was kicked out of the equation and my adrenaline became my new source of action. I darted towards the door, running at full speed until I reached them before grabbing Jace by the shoulders and landing my fist squarely into his jaw. I heard a loud scream as I knocked him to the ground, growling loudly when I felt his claws scratching my knees. I pushed him away from him when I noticed his body beginning to twitch. He darted up, now in wolf form, and ran for the woods, howling loudly behind him. I turned towards a flustered Emerald, breathing heavily. "Are you okay? Why did you do that?" she snapped. "What do you mean?" I asked. "I needed to talk to him. Now, I probably won't see him for months, but he was kissing you. And you were struggling. It's a kiss. Jared. Not a weapon of mass destruction. Relax. Stay out of my life next time." She had tears now running down her face and was about to walk away when suddenly she froze, and her eyes began to flutter. But she wouldn't respond. She looked somewhere far away. You okay?" I stepped forward just as her eyes shut and she fell backward into my arms. I carried her inside, running rapidly towards a nurse. "Help, ma'am, please." "What happened?" she yelled, helping me lie down on a stretcher. I don't know. She just fainted." She wheeled Emerald into a room and placed a long, slender tube in between her lips. "Is this Emerald Carson?" she asked, pressing some buttons. "Yes, why, she's the one with sleep apnea and sudden comas. This machine will help her breathe while she sleeps. So she's just going to slip into sudden comas from now on." "Yes. And unfortunately, she also has sleep apnea, which basically means she sometimes forgets to breathe during sleep, and if it lasts for long periods of time, it can kill her." I collapsed on the sofa nearby, burying my hands in my hair. The doctor didn't say that I snapped. He was told not to, due to the recent events. He thought it would be a bit too much for them to handle. Is this because of her mate, because he's in a coma? Or is it just because she was almost drowned? It's both really. When one mate is weak, they need help from their other mate to strengthen them. But when both mates are equally weakened, like what happened with Emerald and her mate, both of their wolves just gave out. His first and her wolf was strong enough to hold on a little longer, resulting in sudden comas and sleep apnea. So her mate has got it worse. Of course. He's in a coma. And she won't get better until he does. "Curse it," I yelled, slamming my fists into the table beside me. "She doesn't deserve this happening to her. We are trying the best we can, sir. But I'm afraid it's all up to fate now. Fate's never been good to her. So it won't start now." The nurse remained quiet for a moment before saying, "That's unfortunate." The door suddenly opened, and Emerald's parents walked in. "Oh, my baby." Her mom began to cry, running towards her daughter. "What happened?" "She went into a sudden coma." "Don't worry, ma'am, these only last a day tops." "Sudden coma." The doctor never said anything about that. "How did this happen?" Emerald's father snapped. "This is merely her wolf's reaction to the state of her mate." "Mate, she doesn't even have a mate," he screamed. "You call yourself a hospital, you can't even get your facts right. There must be something not right, then, sir. It clearly states here that her mate is in a coma. Therefore how, when she has no damn mate?" Mary, he looked at his wife who had gone quiet. "Can you believe this, sir? It says here, that her mate." "Enough about the mate already, Mary. We're moving hospitals." But she wouldn't answer. "Mary, why are you so quiet? They don't even have their facts right here," he finally yelled. "Let's go talk outside," she said, taking him out of the room. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to reveal anything I wasn't supposed to," began the nurse, apologizing. I sighed. It was bound to come out anyway. It might as well happen while she's in a coma. The next couple of hours were chaos. Emerald's father had left the hospital in anger and disappointment from what I heard. Mary had told him Emerald had a mate but has yet to reveal who it was. Emerald woke up a couple of hours later and was immediately surrounded with her friends and family. Jace was also here but had refused to come inside. Something told me he didn't want to face Emerald. I hadn't had the chance to talk to him. But when I do, I will demand answers to all these lingering questions. Why did he kiss Em? Why was she so scared when she saw him? What is going on between them at the moment? But one thing I was certain of was that I had to be Emerald's protector now that Blade is practically dead. Everybody talked. They all had something to say, whether it was about school, home, the pack, even the news. Someone was always talking. Unaware of the person inside of me yelling "Shut up and leave me alone." All I wanted to do at the moment was crawl over to Blade's bed and lay down with his lifeless body. I noticed that Dad wasn't here and felt relieved. One less voice talking over all the others. I thought of Jace and remembered that I still had to talk to him. He had so much to explain. Like, why did he try to kill me? A part of me still couldn't believe that sweet little Jace tried to murder me. The one who lied to me about his mate and parents dying. The one that made me feel so bad for him, and like him so much I liked him enough to disobey my mate just to see him. Emerald, honey, do you want some cookies? My mother was asking. No thanks. I smiled. An hour later, they all finally left, leaving me alone with an unconscious Blade. I slipped out of my bed and made my way to his, parting his curtains and hopping onto his bed. I closed the curtains to give us some privacy and hugged him close. I miss you, I mumbled into his chest. I let the silence settle and listened to the beating of his heart. It was the only thing that made him alive at the moment. I stroked his hair, wanting to redo time so badly. Wishing that I hadn't gone to visit Jace that day. It's all my fault, I mumbled, breathing in his scent. He no longer smelled like the forest and perfume. He now smelled of chemicals and too much medicine. I should have just listened to you and not have gone. You were right. I thought of all the times I disobeyed him, and sometimes I ended up regretting it. But this time I messed up big enough that it affected his life. I felt a tear slip down the corner of my eye as I kissed his rough cheek that was now furry with hair. I really missed you, I said into his ear. I doubt you can hear me, but please come back. Suddenly, I remembered our most passionate kiss that night of the party. I was the happiest girl in the morning when I woke up to his face. I blushed just thinking about the kiss. How do I go on every day without those kind of kisses? It was mainly passionate because of all our anger and compulsion. It had all smashed into one, and it all came out in one angry, violent, intense, hungry kiss. How can I wake up my prince? I thought of all those movies and stories where a kiss can bring back love from the dead. I sat up and stared at his face, letting my gaze travel down to his lips. I leaned in forward, just as a tear escaped my eyes. The moment it hit his cheek was the same moment my lips touched his. I suddenly felt like I was invading his personal space and backed away quickly. For some reason, a large part of me was expecting his eyes to open after that kiss. They never did. I finally broke down and cried into his shoulders. I'm so sorry, I cried out loud. Please come back. Please. I wanted to collapse to my knees and beg for her forgiveness. I wanted, more than anything, to sell her my soul and pray to anything up there that she would at least know how much I'm hurting. It was a battle between my depression and sadness that day of the battle. Somehow my depression won and I ended up needing to kill her. Needing to just get it over with. Picturing my mother's neutral expression telling me that I did at least one thing right. It was too late when I finally realized it wasn't worth it. Why? For years, Have I been so damn desperate to earn a simple good job from my mother? Never. In my life. Had she even bothered to crack a smile at me? She's treated me like an unworthy pack member for as long as I can remember. Her love wasn't worth all this trouble. I was angry. My wolf was flaming red and my human was in destruction. The fact that I killed one of the only people in my life that I've really grown to like hit me hard, and it was all because of her. Who isn't a mother at all. My anger had gotten the best of me and I decided to kill her. It was so sudden. My thoughts being so thoughtless. I don't think I even knew I had a brain while I ripped apart her bones. The closer I got to shredding her cold heart, the more I realized that I killed a person for her. The more I ripped apart layers of skin, the heavier the impact hit me. That emerald is gone. I had tears in my eyes as I ripped apart her unworthy soul. That's all I remember. I saw nothing but blurry blood between my streaming rivers of tears. Looking back when they told me they found her in the heart of the battle, still alive, but barely, I felt emotionless. I hadn't regretted killing my mother though. Now, looking at what I've done to her, I bet she wished she were dead. So many lies I've told her. So much pain I've caused her. If anyone deserved to die, it was me. The way she cried into Blade's shoulder, apologizing 1,000 times and begging him to please come back. I felt like I was nothing. I felt as little as the dust particles floating around the air. I felt as worthless as my mother's heart must have been. I took a step forward, sinking myself deeper into the pit of lava that burned slowly on my soul. Emerald's tears became clearer in my vision. Her beautiful green eyes were filled with so much depression that it only sank me deeper into my self-destruction. I wanted to part my lips and speak, but what could I possibly say to ease the pain? She still hadn't noticed me and I felt too trapped in my own brain to say anything. My heart began to thud loudly and I finally decided to leave and come back when I've broken out of my self-prison. I stepped back, turning around slowly, accidentally knocking into a long ebony table, shooting pain throughout my knee. Jace, I heard a soft, cracked voice behind me. I sighed and turned around slowly. Her bagged eyes were now blood red and staring wide open at me. She looked like she couldn't believe her eyes. Her eyebrows scrunched together like she was trying to figure me out and stepped out of the bed, holding her expression. She took small, slow steps in my direction, never breaking our eye contact, before standing still right in front of me. We held our eyes in place for a while and she just stared at me with the same torn and confused expression. Her gaze was staring me down, but at the same time, I seemed to have lost my ability to move anything. I couldn't even blink. She stared into my eyes, her gaze eating at my insides and bringing me closer and closer to my self-duplicating death. Finally, her arm twitched, and that was the only thing I saw before her palms flashed too fast for my vision to register and whipped my face to the side. I felt my throbbing cheek grow red and screamed out in pain, collapsing down to my knees. I touched over my face gently, feeling blood and tracing 4 deep scratch marks from the corner of my lips and towards my ear. I deserved that. I looked up at Emerald, no longer seeing the innocent girl that I used to know. Now, she looked cold, her expression mirroring my mother's as she discovered that I'm about to kill her. An expression that seemed calm in an angry way, but held so much masked pain. Are you going to start explaining anytime soon? Her voice came out strong, but hurt. Powerful but scared. It was stable, but very loose. She had lost all signs of being Emerald. She was plainly angry and deserved to know the truth. I'm sore. Don't bother. That won't change anything. She snapped before I even had time to finish my second word. Stunned, I had to remind myself that I tried to kill her. And almost succeeded if she wasn't so strong. But you need to know how sorry I am. I tried again before she cut me off. That doesn't explain anything, she said. I asked for an explanation. Not a damn apology. But I muttered. But nothing. If I wanted to be apologized to, I'd go cry to my mom about how sucky my life is. Now, are you going to start explaining anytime soon? I tried to bail. I took a deep breath and tried again. I tried to kill you because I was told to. By my mother. Who's this mother? The leader of the rogue pack. The alpha. You killed your own mother, she said. Her expression holding its ice. She didn't say it like it was a question, but I still confirmed it with a life. Yes. You're a rogue. Again, I said. Yes. Continue. I joined the pack because my mother asked me to spy on your pack. She asked me to find out everything I could about both packs. Yours and the other one. Blade's pack. Yes. I only joined to make her happy. My mother has always hated me. Ever since my father died 4 years ago. When I was 14. He was the alpha back then and I was supposed to take his spot, but I refused because I was too afraid. So my mother had to take it. She hated me ever since because I would never turn out to be as strong as her or my father, so she treated me like I wasn't even a pack member. My voice was becoming thick with anger. I agreed to come spy on your pack. Promising myself that I will do whatever it takes to gain my mother's respect. I never thought I'd meet a person like you. I looked up at her unchanging expression. I never thought I'd fall in love for you. She held her icy gaze. But I knew that I still had to find out everything, but you were smart and kept asking a lot of questions. So from then it was lie after lie. I'm sorry. Keep explaining. She snapped. Refusing an apology. I let out a sigh and continued. After I noticed how you and Blade seemed to be really close. I told my mother, and she sent a wolf after you that night after the pack meeting. When you and your family went to Jared's father's house, someone saved you from the wolf though. And I assumed that it was Blade because he was also with you at Jared's father's house. Then at the party you told me that your mate was an alpha enemy and I knew it had to be Blade. I told my mother and she told me to take care of you, and she'll take care of the rest of the pack. She said by killing you, Blade won't be able to fight, so it will be easy to kill him. Therefore taking over his territory. So you invited me over for a boat ride. Already planning my death. Yes. I muttered. I never saw it coming. She whispered. I felt my eyes tearing up. Continue. She said. Her voice cracking up. When you got to the river. We got on the boat and all that. I never planned on drowning you. It was supposed to be a quick, painless death. How thoughtful. She snapped. But the boat tipped over and you were getting away. I had to do something. So I drowned you. I thought I had killed you. I even saw you sinking. And I couldn't take it anymore. I had to leave. So I did, but somehow you managed to grab onto my boat and save yourself. I remember. She said. I left for a run, and I knew the battle already started and that our pack was probably winning because you were dead, which meant Blade was weak and my mother could easily kill him. It took me a long time to realize that I killed the girl I loved for a mother that doesn't even want me. She wasn't worth anything. I was so angry I just ran to the battle and killed her, but by then, you were already there. Trying to save Blade and you just blacked out. The rest you know what happened to your mate. There was never a mate. I shifted on my own. My mother said I wasn't worthy of a mate, so she never let me find her. I don't pity you, she said. That itself felt like another slap to the face. I wasn't expecting her to pity me. But the way she said it. She despised me so much. You almost killed my mate. Life sucks for a lot of people, but you don't go around killing people because your mommy doesn't love you. I looked down. Not being able to face her. I wanted to beg for her forgiveness, but I couldn't seem to speak. You blame it all on mommy for being so damn inconsiderate, but look who's came spying on a pack just to result in their death or surrender. That just dug me deeper into my pit of shame. Your mother was low. But does it kill you to know that you're probably worse than her? Stop. I wanted to scream out. Please. She killed feeling without emotions, but you had tons of emotions. How could you be so damn ignorant? It takes a real cold-hearted person to drown somebody with so much feelings running inside of them. I'm sorry, I snapped. Feeling tears streaming down my face. Landing on my scratches. Causing a burning sensation. I'm so sorry, that's not going to bring me back my mate. She said. Too calmly, and too gently. It was like when a child preferred their parent to be angry than disappointed because disappointment hurts so much more. I'd rather her scream at me than talk to me like I've ruined everything, and it was just too late to get everything back. It's not too late. I wanted to say. She's still alive, and Blade still has chances of surviving. Crying isn't going to help anybody, Jace. She said. Sounding more like a monster than an 18-year-old girl. It's just going to sting your scratch marks. She said it like she was just trying to help. Suddenly, someone began to choke behind her. It got louder and louder by the second, but Emerald just stayed frozen. There are over 7 trillion nerves inside of the body. And as soon as the choking entered my ear, they all had somehow managed to freeze. I stood breathless in my spot. Still staring at a horror-stricken Jace, who at the moment was still on his knees. The choking grew louder and I found myself growing fearful. Horror drove itself into my system. Slithering like breathing slime. Leaving trails of hopelessness everywhere that it touched. I felt my insides melting with emotion as nurses burst into the room. One of them pushing me aside until I landed on a sofa nearby. Throughout the chaos, Jace had gotten up and ran to where I was laying. I heard the sounds of at least 3 machines. Beeping and screaming loudly, and then a green line on some sort of machine that went straight. We're losing him, I heard someone scream. Pump harder. The last thing I saw was Jace's panicked face as I drifted towards the hell awaiting me. My nightmares. She fainted. Emerald just fainted. The realization hit me quick and I attempted to get one of the nurses' attention, but they were all too busy pumping things into Blade's system and shouting things out loud. 2 doctors ran in. And immediately got to work. Unaware of the unconscious teenager on the couch, I left them to work and carried Emerald in my arms. Taking her to an empty room, a couple of halls away, and laying her down on the bed. After making sure she was comfortable, I went back to Blade's room, which was now locked. I stood on my tiptoes, peering through the small window that allowed me a glimpse into the room. It had about 3 nurses and 2 doctors. All of them sweating with hard work. A nurse connected a familiar machine onto Blade's mouth and I realized I recognized it because it was also hooked onto Emerald to help her breathe during her sudden comas. Was Blade experiencing sleep apnea? That explained the choking. He must have stopped breathing for a long time for it to be this dangerous. I sighed and headed to Emerald's room. At the sight of her, clutching her throat in her sleep, with a pained look on her face, I panicked. I ran up to her, trying my hardest to wake her up, and to end her miserable coma, but whatever I did, it was no help. It felt like fire in my lungs. It was as if a jagged iron was pressed against my throat. I felt helpless. A faint beeping sound in the distance entered my ear and I slowly became more aware of reality. I felt chemicals slithering through my body as if to fix it, but deep down I knew they were helpless. My wolf began to stir and growl in need for its mate. My body, Mind and soul demanded for its other half. Angered to have spent so long without her in my arms. Time went by slowly, but I didn't know if it had been minutes or hours. All I knew was that I was becoming more and more awakened. Although my lids still covered my eyes, I knew that I was in a bright place. I also knew that I was in a room full of people who were running around, shouting and ordering things of other people. Maybe I was still at the battle. My eyes slowly began to attach themselves to reality and opened one at a time, blinking rapidly as they adjusted to this new sudden light. I looked around. I was being stared down by about 5 other people, some nurses, some doctors. The room was strange. It didn't seem like a hospital room. More like a normal bedroom you'd find at a 4-star hotel. The walls were blue and so were the bed covers. There was a lamp, a couch and an open door that showed a bathroom inside. If it weren't for the 3 machines hooked to my body, the doctors and the nurses and the strange curtain, I would have guessed that this was a hotel. Blade. "How are you feeling?" asked one of the doctors. "Where's Emerald?" I croaked out. "Where's my mate?" I felt the jagged iron that was pressed to my throat replace itself with cooling ease and woke up with a gasp. Finally free of pain. I looked around and caught sight of Jace, sleeping on one of the chairs. I was in a different room now. Away from Blade. Blade. Memories dawned into my brain, and I threw my pillow at Jace. He awoke with a startle. And when he noticed that I was awake, he stood up and headed my way. "Finally. You're awake. What happened?" "You fainted when?" When Blade was choking. Choking. "Did they?" I was too scared to ask. "Save him." "Yes." He said it like he was disappointed. "He was actually asking to see you, but we told him you were asleep." Blade. I thought. Awake. Now, after weeks of being dead to me. My heart thudded inside of my chest. He wants to see me. I was too afraid. I didn't know why. I don't think there is a reason to why I was afraid. I just was. "Do you want to go see him? It's been like 3 weeks. You must really miss him." "No." I interrupted. "I don't want to see him. But I'm tired," I said, resting my head on the pillow. "I can't." He nodded his head, looking somewhat confused. "All right. Well, I'll be sleeping on the chair if you need me." I nodded and turned around. I felt a tear drop from the corner of my eye. Blade. I thought. His name echoed in my mind. Awake. He's awake and he's not dead, as much as I repeated it to myself. I couldn't believe it. I guess it was because I let myself believe that he was dead. Gone forever. I never had any hope. So for him to be alive now, I just couldn't believe it. It was like bringing the dead back to life. And it scared the crap out of me. I've been asking for hours now. My pack had visited and I had asked. The Silver Reflections pack had visited me and I had asked. Doctors and nurses have visited me and I had asked. I was becoming sick of asking, and always getting the same response. "She's sleeping." I was beginning to think she had told the doctors that just to avoid seeing me. Why was it guilt? Or maybe fear? I looked at the time. 1:09 a.m. I've been asking for Emerald since 10 a.m. Nobody can sleep for 15 hours straight. I moved my body a bit to see if it would hurt. It was okay for a couple of seconds before pain shot through my leg where I remembered the Rogue Alpha had stood. I got out of bed slowly, unattaching the machines off of me and stood up, limping slowly to the door. I exited the room, walking into the hallways and opening each door in search of Emerald. I was having no such luck. I walked into a different hallway and opened a door that showed a sleeping bald girl clutching onto a doll. I continued until the last door, and I knew she was in there before I even opened it. I was hit with a beautiful aroma that I had missed so much. I opened the door. There sat Emerald, sleeping peacefully in her bed. So she was sleeping. I walked in slowly, shutting the door behind me and jumping at the sight of Jace sleeping on a chair beside her bed. I felt anger boiling my blood. I shoved at his shoulder. "What are you doing here?" I snapped. "Careful not to wake Emerald up." He jumped up and widened his eyes at the sight of me. "Blade, what are you doing here? I asked you first." I growled. "I was just watching over her. She was pretty tired." "Stay away from her," I growled louder, grabbing onto his arm. "I wasn't going to." Blade said, a sweet soft voice that immediately melted my insides. "Is that you?" I let go of Jace and limped towards where Emerald was. We didn't speak for a minute or two. Instead, we let our eyes take in what was in front of them. Both of us unbelieving that the other was alive. "I thought I lost you." Emerald broke the silence, her fingers resting on my jawline. I caught sight of Jace leaving the room and shutting the door behind him. I got into bed with Emerald and hugged her tight. "I miss you," I whispered into her hair. "I missed you too." I felt the wetness of her tears on my neck and held her tighter. "Why didn't you come see me? I've been asking for you the whole day." She sobbed into my chest. I was so scared. "Why?" I asked, feeling my guts squeezing upon themselves. "I thought you were never going to come back to me. I thought you were gone forever, and I didn't want to believe you were alive just for you to turn out dead, and then I was terrified." I held her tighter, causing the machines to beep loudly. I smacked the machines a couple of times until it grew silent. "What happened, Emerald? Who did this to you?" I don't know." "Who attacked you?" My voice came out shaky and furious. "All I know was that it was a rogue," was her answer before she fell asleep in my arms. I woke up feeling Emerald stirring in my arms. The first thing I saw was her sleeping face and smiled. She was so beautiful. She suddenly opened her eyes and they widened at the sight of mine. She jumped up, almost falling out of the bed if I hadn't caught her. I chuckled while she blushed. "Sorry," she muttered. "Did I scare you?" I asked. "Kind of," she answered. The doors suddenly opened and in walked a nurse with a stroller that held our breakfast. "Morning, y'all," she chirped in a bright country accent. "Don't y'all look cozy?" Emerald sat up and smiled lightly. "Morning. Breakfast is here. Eggs and bacon with some juice and bread," she said, placing the stroller in front of us. "Thank you," I pressed, hoping she would leave. Emerald's smiling lips were very inviting at the moment, and the blush on her cheeks only made my skin tingle more. "Oh," said the nurse, reaching into her back pocket and pulling out a sheet of paper. "We found some DNA traces of the rogue that attacked you, and we found this information about him." Emerald took the paper and peered at the words. I saw a long piece of fur and a picture beside it. It read ecru. "What does ecru mean?" I asked. "It's a type of brown color," she replied. Her attacker had a very rare type of fur called ecru. It only happens when wolves turn 18 and never find their mate. Her attacker must have never found his mate. "How rare is it?" Emerald asked. "Less than 1% of the werewolf population has this type of fur." I looked at the paper. The fur held a strange color, almost like neon brown. "Oh, and also, wolves with ecru fur tend to be able to shift halfway." "Halfway?" I asked. "Yes. Like they are easily angered because they have no mate. They sometimes shift into half humans, half wolves. And only ecrus can do that." "Yes. Only ecrus." Later on that day, Emerald and I were moved back into my room and both placed into 2 different beds. My pack visited and then her pack visited. One at a time because they still couldn't get along. Her pack had no idea that I was her mate, but they treated me fairly because our packs weren't enemies anymore. Everybody had something to say, and I looked over at a smiling Emerald who was patiently listening to what everybody had to say. I don't know how she did it. I was mentally shooting myself. I let my eyes wander across the room and stood up. "Where are you going?" asked Emerald. "Take a walk," I said. She couldn't say no because she was surrounded with her pack. They would question her concern for me. She nodded, giving me a small message in her eyes that said be safe. I nodded and left. I walked into the waiting room, breathing in the annoying aroma of medicine and paint. I looked around. I caught sight of Jace and Jared outside, through the see-through walls. They seemed to be arguing about something. I sighed and looked around some more. I found my gaze going back to them. I wondered what they were fighting about. I looked at Jace and felt my hate for him slither in my bones like waves. If it wasn't for him, M would have never been attacked by a rogue. Suddenly, I caught sight of his hands twitching. His claws were coming out and his fur was popping out. How can he possibly do that, I thought. Wide-eyed. How can he shift halfway? I stepped closer and noticed his fur was a neon sort of brown. Ecru. Just like the results that the nurse had shown us of Emerald's attacker. It was like an automatic pulse just flicked off and I was switched into Hulk mode. Suddenly, it all fit together like puzzle pieces. He's the cause. He's the cause for all of this. He's the one that almost killed my mate. He's the reason why I was so weak that I slipped into a coma. I saw them walk in through the transparent doors, entering the waiting room where I was standing. Blade asked Jared, "What are you doing here? You have to get back to your room." My movements were so fast. It must have been like light to a human. Within a matter of seconds, I had Jace by the throat against a wall that was 5 meters away. "What are you doing?" I heard Jared, who was now 5 meters away. I slammed Jace into the wall a second time, causing the wall to collapse on itself and trickle to the ground. His eyes were wide open and his jaw was gaping, unable to pronounce any words to communicate. My fist connected with his lower jaw, and I heard a loud cracking sound indicating that I was breaking bones. But I wasn't going for a couple of severe injuries or even a coma. I was going for death. I felt Jared's hands on my shoulders, pushing me away, but with a simple swipe of my hand he was flying across the room. I growled out loud, begging my wolf to find me, but I wasn't fully healed. Even my anger couldn't make up for that. I felt myself vibrating with anger as I threw Jace to the ground, not giving him a chance to speak before placing my foot on his broken jaw. He screamed out loud as I removed my foot. He turned his head to the side and spat out blood. I looked around for the first time and noticed about 5 nurses surrounding me. I looked at Jace, who was begging me to stop with his eyes. But I couldn't. Just thinking about what he has done to Emerald, it had me loathing all over again. I stepped on his knee while it was at a painful angle, causing him to scream out loud again. I felt nurses coming towards me, but I was fully gone now. Full-on alpha werewolf, even though I was still in my human form. I felt his knee breaking before letting out a sick breaking sound and turning a bright purple immediately. I bent down and grabbed his head. A tear escaped the corner of his eye and landed on my foot. I looked up and saw that Emerald was there, being held back by Jared. "Stop," she mouthed to me, her tears traveling down her neck. "Now." I looked down at Jace and met his red eyes for a couple of seconds. "Please," he mouthed. "Please." I grabbed a fistful of his hair and slammed his head into the ground as hard as I could muster. The floor below his head shattered and his eyelids dropped. Blood traveled in little lines, soaking my shoes. I stepped away from his body, letting the nurses take care of him. I looked at Emerald. "Are you done?" she asked, her voice breaking. "Yes," I answered. "Are you satisfied?" "No." She stepped close enough to touch me and grabbed the back of my throat, with tears still in her eyes. She placed her lips on mine in a shocking lip lock and kissed me with all she could muster. I felt myself giving in to the kiss and letting all my anger drain away. I knew my pack was there and I knew her pack was there too, but right there, at the current moment, I really didn't care. I felt her arms creeping around me and kissed her like it would be our last time kissing. It probably was. I was sick of living life and so I killed myself within the kiss, mentally preparing myself for the worst but physically giving my everything to Emerald. I felt us being pushed by a strong hand that pushed us away from each other. I looked up to find Emerald's father staring at us like ghosts. I looked around and saw both of our packs, staring at us like we were disgusting crawling creatures beneath their feet. I saw Emerald's father beginning to drag her away, and her mother followed quickly with Jason. I looked at my pack, but they all gave me one last glance before walking away. Dad dragged me into the car and waited for Mom and Jason to get in before driving away from the hospital. The car drive was long and silent. I felt like an outcast. I felt like I was on my way to die. We finally reached home and Dad exited the car first, making his way towards the house door. I looked at Mom in desperation. I felt like a lost teenager. She sighed and exited the car, followed by Jason. I exited the car last, following them all inside the house. I knew what I had done back there had probably got us kicked out of the pack and possibly every other pack in the country. We were like rogues now. No pack. No rules. No nothing. I didn't regret that though. I didn't regret kissing Blade in front of them all. The truth had to come out sometime. I entered the house and saw Dad standing in the living room with Mom and Jason on the couch. I stepped forward, preparing to meet him at full height for the worst. We stared at each other in the eye for about 10 seconds before the back of his hand struck too fast for my brain to register and swiped past my face with full power. I felt myself losing control and falling to the ground, my cheek throbbing in pain. "Richard," my mom snapped in a stern voice. "Does anybody want to explain why my daughter just made out with a pack enemy in front of both packs?" he screamed out. When silence answered his anger, he screamed out louder. "Does anybody want to explain?" I got up slowly and stood up, facing him properly now. "Well," he snapped, "he's my mate," I said, my voice strong. "Your mate?" he asks. "Yes," I answered. "An enemy is your mate?" "Yes." "Do you know what this means for this family?" "Yes." "Every pack in the country, Emerald. Every pack will know of this. We will be forced to become rogues. Sooner or later we will be run out of this town. I know. I can't let that happen." I stayed silent. "I'll give you 2 options." Mom got up. "Richard, she's our daughter," Mom reminded him. "I know," he snapped. "That's why I'm doing this." "What are my options?" I asked. "You forget all about your little mate and we tell the packs that it was all some sort of sick, twisted mistake. Or," I snapped, my voice shaky, "or, I'll allow you to run away with him and pretend I never had a daughter." "Would you come looking for us?" I asked. "No. Like I said, I'd pretend I'd never had a daughter." "Richard," Mom screamed at him. "There are other options." Like what? He screamed out at her. "Like dying. She's our daughter, we raised her together. How can you be so cold? What other option do you see? Maybe we can talk to the pack. Convince them that she can't help it." "Mary, why do you think Blade's father betrayed us?" "This is a pack secret, but he betrayed us because we wouldn't let him mate with a woman from a different pack. So he made his own and he mated with Blade's mother." But we killed him, Mary. And that's what they're going to do to Blade and her if they stay here. I'm doing this to protect her. Now. He turned towards me. What's your decision? I'll run away with him. He nodded like he was expecting it. Go pack. I turned around numbly and headed upstairs. I took out a medium-sized suitcase and filled it with clothes, money, and toiletries. I took out my wallet and looked through my spare money. I had about $52 in cash. I found my credit card, which had all my college savings. A couple of $1,000. I stuffed that into the suitcase and took out my cell phone. I broke the little phone card in half and threw it away. Stuffing my phone into the bag, I quickly changed out of my hospital gown into jeans and a sweatshirt. I ran downstairs, forcing myself to keep my tears in, and met Mom at the bottom step. She stared at me like she couldn't believe I was leaving. I saw Dad, who just shook my head and muttered good luck. Jason stared at me for the longest time and looked away, letting Mom hug me. I'm so sorry. She cried into my shoulder. Life is so cruel to you. I'm so sorry. I hugged her back. It's okay, Mom. I'll be fine. Take this, she said, placing a little item in my hands, and whispered in my ear. They can't track you with this. Call me every day. I nodded and kissed her cheek. I turned towards Jason. He placed his arms around me suddenly in a tight embrace. Use that phone, he snapped in my ear. You better, I nodded, still holding my tears in. I'll miss you. I let go of him and exited the house, seeing a taxi already parked outside. I waved goodbye to my mom and Jason and got in St. Barbara's hospital. I muttered. A couple of minutes later, I knew it was safe to finally cry. I let the tears out finally, sobbing into my hands loudly. I knew the taxi driver was staring at me through the mirror, wondering what had gone wrong in my life. I suddenly remembered the bag that Mom had given me and opened it, seeing a brand new cell phone and a new credit card. I took out the letter inside and read it. Wherever you end up with your mate, make sure to tell me about it, even though your father is ready to forget he has a daughter. I'm not. Use the phone. They can't track it. And don't use your college money. I still expect you to go to college. Use the money on the card. The password is your name. It has a couple of $1,000 on it. Love. Mom. She must have known. I cried harder now, and stayed crying until we reached the hospital. The taxi driver stopped by the gates and handed me a napkin box. Thanks, I said, taking out my wallet. How much free? Now, go get your mate. We have a long way to go. How, I mumbled, confused. Your mom. He smiled. I locked eyes with him through the mirror. Thank you. I exited the taxi and ran towards the hospital. I ran past the nurses and towards Blade's room. I drew the curtains, but he was nowhere in sight. I ran out of the room and saw a nurse. Excuse me. Where did Blade go? The guy who almost killed the other guy today. Yes. He checked out a couple of seconds ago. You just missed him. I ran out of the hospital room, towards the exit, looking around for Blade, but he was nowhere in sight. I ran around for a couple of minutes and finally saw him. Suddenly, I didn't want to run up to him and demand he ran away with me. Suddenly, I was too afraid. I felt childish and stupid. How could we possibly run away? Where would we live? What about school? Where are we going to get money? I was about to walk away when he turned around. He must have felt my presence because I was sure I had been dead silent. Emerald? He asked like he couldn't believe it. They let you leave, yeah? I muttered. Why? How, he stuttered, hardly believing me. I thought you'd be locked up somewhere by now. He stepped closer to me. his scars and bruises showing up more with every step. Suddenly, it hit me hard. The fight we've put up against reality for our love has gone for way too long. We fought so hard and broke every single rule, and look where we are now. We can't win. If we leave each other, our souls would drift away, and if we stay together, we will lose everything. Maybe even our lives. We are at risk either way. Emerald Blade was saying. Are you okay? The truth was I wasn't okay. I didn't want to admit to myself, but all of this stress and sadness that I have been trying to hide has built up, and I was tired. I was depressed, and all I wanted was some peace and quiet. Talk to me. I was sick and tired of playing the tough girl. I wanted to curl up in bed and listen to some corny, slow instrumental and fall asleep like I used to when my life was still normal. Run away with me. I whispered the words so faintly that they barely entered my own ears. What? Blade asked. Run away with me. I repeated with a bit more volume. Emerald. There are other ways. There are 3 choices, Blade. I snapped. We stay together and they kill us both. We leave each other and our wolves' depression kills us both. Or we run away and nobody will be able to hurt us. Not even ourselves. Where will we go? He asked. What about school? And money? And my mom planned something with the taxi driver. Let's see where it will take us. What taxi driver? Come with me. Hand in hand. We walked towards the taxi and got in. He looked at us through the review mirror and smiled. He started the engine and began to drive. Where are we going? Asked Blade. Don't worry. It's a nice place. He answered. About half an hour later, we reached a large clearing. It seemed strangely familiar. The driver drove deeper into the clearing, revealing a large pond. That's when it hit me. It was like a sudden drop at a roller coaster. My heart, thudding on its way, sank deep into my pit, and I felt my hands shaking as I muttered. This can't be the spot. Let's see here. He said, checking his damn map. Yup. It's the spot. It can't be Are you okay? Blade asked. This is the spot that your mother had written down. Oh. Here's the note she asked me to give you when we get here. I snatched it out of his fingers, and shakily read it out loud. I know it seems scary, but just give it a chance. Take the boat to the very end. And you might be surprised at what you might find. Have a good life, sweetie. Mom. What does she mean? It may be scary. Blade asked. The driver was out of the car and taking out my suitcase. I exited and went to talk with him. Look. You don't understand. This can't be the place. I snapped. Is there any other place she asked you to take me? Nope. He said and got into the car. Wait, I snapped, but he was already driving away. Where does he think he's going? Leaving us in the middle of nowhere, Blade snapped. Kicking the dirt. I sighed. Let's just take that boat and see where it takes us. I muttered shakily. He stepped closer. What's wrong? You're pale. I picked up the suitcase and set it in the boat. I caught a little broken piece on it from the back, and I knew it's from where I had hooked myself the time Jace tried to drown me. Blade sighed and followed me. Sitting down on the boat, he started to row and the boat was slowly moving. I tried to control the speed of my heart and focused on counting the lily pads on the water. A couple of minutes later, we pushed past vines and saw beautiful swans in the water. Emerald. It's been 10 minutes and you haven't spoken a word. Please tell me what's wrong. Blade spoke. This is where Jace tried to drown me. I said. Not bothering to beat around the bush. We were on this boat and then it flipped and we fell into the water. I was seeing the images now just as if I was still there. I saw Jace's angry face and his sharp claws aiming for my throat. Why did your mother bring us here then? Of all places, Blade snapped angrily. I don't know. I muttered. She decides to bring us to some pond, an hour away in the middle of nowhere. I don't know. I muttered a bit louder. Doesn't she know what this will do to you? She's bringing you back to the place where you were almost murdered. Does she even know that this is the place? I don't know, I yelled, letting out my frustration and anger. I don't know anything. Did it look like I know from when I was freaking out inside that taxi? Silence drifted upon us for a moment. Suddenly, I felt the tears escape the corners of my eyes, and before I knew it, I was sobbing into Blade's arms. They held me protected from the whole world as we sailed across the pond as slowly as ever, embracing each other with the small amount of strength we had left in us. And I finally realized that from now on, I couldn't let reality wear me away because I might just fully disappear. About 30 minutes later, we reached the end of the pond. Through a meter-thick gap full of vines and other plants. The first thing we saw was a wooden pathway. With our eyes, we followed the pathway up until it reached a house. It was a big wooden house. Only 2 stories, but very wide and long. It was facing the pond and it had amazing wooden balconies that provide the best views. Blade and I looked at each other, mouths wide open, and hurriedly exited the boat. We ran up to the front door and saw a note taped to the mailbox. Emerald. It read, I'm sorry for everything that I have caused. I know that there's nothing I can do to make up for what I did, but here's a small gift to show you how truly sorry I am. This is where I stayed when I lived here. I know it seems lonely because it's in the middle of nowhere, but you have Blade. And also, behind the house you'll see a road, and if you follow it, about 20 minutes later, you'll reach a new town. There is also a small high school nearby and even a couple of colleges and a university. Make sure to check out Mrs. Juana's diner. She makes the best cupcakes. As for me, I'm traveling down south to lead my new pack of rogues. I'm going to try to make good people out of them. I hope you like the house. Jace. Silence drifted upon me and Blade for a moment as we tried to register everything that has happened. Jace is gone. And this house is ours. I looked up at Blade. That was, he muttered, really nice of him to do. I said, damn. He gave us a house. Almost makes up for what he did. Let's go in. I muttered. I found a key in the mailbox and unlocked the door. Stepping inside to the living room. Almost everything was made out of wood. There was a cozy fireplace in the center of the room. Against the wall surrounded by brown leather couches. The furry carpet made me want to take off my shoes and just curl up in it. There was a flat screen TV on the other side of the room and a coffee table. Upstairs, said Blade. We ran up and looked in every single room. There were 3 bedrooms altogether, and the last one we saw was the one that we were going to sleep in. It was the largest and coziest out of all of them. The walls were a deep maroon color, and so were the sheets on the bed. There were 2 washrooms in the house. The most beautiful kitchen and even an office area, despite the house being in the middle of nowhere on a pond. The TV worked and the cell phone my mother had given me had 2 bars, allowing me to make calls, but instead, I texted her, letting her know we arrived. After exploring the rest of the house, we ended up back in the living room. We need to enroll in that high school, I said to Blade. We still have a couple of months before we graduate. Can you believe this? Blade said. He still seemed to be in a daze. We can finally be together. I can finally kiss you without feeling like I have a gun held to my brain. He breathed out. I smiled and held him close by his collar. I planted a kiss on his lips and slowly, it grew more and more passionate. He pushed me onto the sofa and I began to take off my shoes when I heard a knock on the door. Who could it be? Blade froze and muttered, I don't know. He walked towards the door, pushing me back and opening it slowly. Suddenly, The whole house was filled with noise as Lisa, John and Jason entered through the door, holding bags and bags of groceries and food. "Welcome home," Lisa screamed out, giving me the largest hug of my life. "We brought food," John screamed out, hitting me with yet another hug. "And groceries," said Jason, coming in for a hug too. "How did you guys know?" I snapped. "Mom told us all," said Jason. "Who else knows?" Blade said. "No one. And we promise not to tell a soul," said Lisa. We all sat down in the living room and chatted while Lisa opened up the chicken and set it in front of us. "Enjoy," she said. "You didn't cook it, did you?" I asked, holding a piece of chicken a foot away from my mouth. "No way," said John. "We bought it." "So how are you liking this house?" asked Jason. "It's so cool. It's so big too. And the views from the balconies are amazing." Lisa wiped away a fake tear. "My best friend. Finally running away from home and living with her boyfriend. This is so romantic. You should have seen John's face when he saw you kiss Blade," said Jason. "Oh yeah. You all knew except for him," I said. "Thanks for telling me, by the way," snapped John. "Anyway." He almost fainted. Lisa laughed out loud. I realized that Blade was really quiet, and I knew it was because he didn't even know these people. I smiled sadly at him and rubbed his knees. He smiled back and put his hands on top of mine. "By the way, how did you guys even get here?" "There was no boat," I said. "We did a circle and drove through another house. We came from the back of the house." It must have been what Jace meant in his note. "Oh," I muttered, when they finally decided to leave. Blade and I thanked them for the week worth of food and shut the door. "That was nice of them," I muttered into his neck. "It's a good thing your mom told them. Otherwise we would have starved," Blade joked. I laughed, and he placed his forehead on mine. I kept one eye on the clock, and when it turned 12 a.m., I smiled at him. "You're 19 now." "What?" he asked. "It's your birthday." "You're 19. I smiled. "Damn. It's my birthday already. I didn't even notice." "I have a birthday present for you." I smiled. "What is it?" he asked. "I'm ready to be your mate now." I muttered. "You are my mate," he said. "I mean physically." I whispered into his ear. I felt him shudder and smiled as I slowly kissed his neck. He placed his lips on mine and gave into the emotional closeness that has been driving us crazy. His kisses became more passionate the deeper we got. I tasted him on my tongue and felt him everywhere in my body. All of my 5 senses revolved around him because at the current moment, I could see him. His beautiful golden eyes closed as he gently touched my neck. I could hear him. The sound of his heart beating in sync with mine drove me insane with want. I could feel him. My hands touching anything that was his. Traveling up and down his back. Gripping his neck and running my fingers through his hair. I could smell him. He smelled like shampoo and wood. And right now, it was the most intoxicating scent I've ever smelled. I could taste him. His taste dancing on my taste buds. Teasing me even more as he slowly touched my lip. I felt his hands gripping my waist and pulling me even closer to him. I gently took off his shirt, revealing his beautiful glistening chest, and placed my lips close to the side of his neck. He parted my lips with his own as his hands traveled down to the hem of my shirt. Within the few spare seconds we had before drawing closer, I heard him whisper, "Are you sure?" I felt myself nodding without control, eager to go back to being close to him, but he held me slightly away and whispered 3 words that stopped my heart. "I love you." "I love you too," I whispered, my voice shaking. And we carried on.